Before their eyes was a massive stone gate. Engraved on the stone gate was an enormous dragon. The gigantic dragon exuded an archaic aura that had seen the many vicissitudes of life. Even if it had been through countless years of baptism, this pressure made everyone's heart turn cold too. There was a pond that was not large beside the stone gate. The pond's water was an emerald green color. "Lu Li, you go first." Exalt Heavenly Hedonist opened his mouth. A slaughter general under him fell out of the ranks and came beside the pond. Lu Li bit his finger. A drop of fresh blood dripped into the pond and faded away very quickly. Gurgle. The pond started to emit some azure-colored air bubbles. Counting it was merely just 4 or 5 of them. One of the air bubbles flew in front of Lu Li. Right at the instant it touched his body, the air bubble did not pop. It started to spread toward his entire body, forming a pale azure light barrier. Lu Li waved using his hand. The other air bubbles flew towards Exalt Heavenly Hedonist and the other slaughter generals. Finally, including Lu Li inside, there were 4 people who obtained this light shield. Seeing this miraculous sight, Yi Yuan could not help clicking his tongue in marvel too. Shao Kai moved close to his ear and said softly, "Inside the Dragon Sovereign territory has an extremely formidable killing array. One must have this light shield in order to not get obliterated by the Grand Array. But this Lu Li's dragon race bloodline doesn't seem to be very strong. He only summoned 4 light shields." Yi Yuan revealed a look of realization. No wonder the Exalts were all finding people with dragon race bloodline. Turns out that it was actually this reason. After Lu Li, there were another 2 dragon race bloodline martial artists who were called forward. But their bloodline density all did not seem to be very high. The one with the most merely summoned 6 air bubbles. The air bubbles that these 3 people summoned were too little. They could not even cover their own camp's people, let alone talk about the other Exalts. Go. TCH. This degree of dragon race bloodline also dares to come out and display your inadequacy. Really not afraid of embarrassing yourselves. A youth fell out of the ranks. Looking at him, he should be under Exalt Grey Pupil's command. Lu Li and the other 2 people's faces turned black. They said unhappily, "Long Yang, aren't you just relying on that you're the Skylong Ridges Junior? What's there to be arrogant about?" Long Yang shot them an indifferent glance and said scornfully, "I'm relying on that I'm a junior of the Skylong Ridge. Bite me then, if you guys have the capabilities. Bring a few more people in." This Long Yang was very arrogant and also felt quite proud of his background. When Yi Yuan heard Skylong Ridge this name, he slightly revealed a surprised expression too. The Skylong Ridge family were the successors of true dragon bloodline. They had countless intricate ties with the Demon Region's dragon clan and were also a rank 1 holy land with exceedingly powerful strength. It was just that because the Long family violated the dragon clan's taboo, so they did not dare to take the surname Long. The entire clan could only change the surname to Long One. Of course, this point was similarly the Long family members' taboo. If anyone were to mention this point, it was embarrassing them. Although Lu Li and the others were unhappy with Long Yang's arrogance, they had no choice but to admit that the power of his bloodline was completely not what they were able to match. They could only keep their mouths shut and not talk. Long Yang smiled even more smugly when he saw the 3 people shut up. Swaggering over to the side of the pond, he dripped in a drop of fresh blood. Gurgle. The pond started to boil over very soon. All of a sudden, several dozen air bubbles surfaced. Long Yang put on a light shield himself first, then controlled the air bubbles to envelope all of the slaughter generals under Exalt Grey Pupil's command. Even so, there were still 10 extra air bubbles. It was just that the faces of the other camp's martial artists all showed an expression of regret. They came here hoping for Long Yang to be able to bring them inside. But now, 10 spots was not enough to share. Heh, there are still 10 spots. Who else wants to enter the dragon sovereign territory? I'll say it first. You must swear a heavenly Tao oath, that upon discovering treasures after going in, you must let me pick one. First, Long Yang said smugly. Counting in Yi Yuan, there was a total of just 5 exalts with dragon race. Bloodline martial artists too, which was also to say that there were still 7 exalts without slaughter generals able to enter the dragon sovereign territory. One could tell from the exalts' attitudes that inside this dragon sovereign territory probably had quite a number of good stuff. Otherwise, these slaughter generals would not take such a huge risk to enter. Except, if they wanted to go in, it would not do without the support of the light shield. The current Long Yang was undoubtedly hiking prices on the spot. At this present moment in time, dragon blood martial artists were clearly very high in demand, because blood could only be dripped once. Dripping anymore was useless. Furthermore, the air bubbles surfaced from the pond could only be allocated by dragon blood martial artists. Therefore, each spot appeared even more valuable. Humph! Long Yang, what are you being smug for? Your light shields are valuable, but there's still a dragon blood martial artist who hasn't dripped his blood yet. Lu Li had an unhappy look as he voiced out. With Lu Li saying this, everyone's eyes all focused on Yi Yuan in unison. Long Yang laughed loudly as he said, "What a joke! In terms of dragon race, bloodline strength, who can compare to our Long family's members in the human territories? Lu Li, since you say so, looks like you guys don't need these 10 spots. It seems like everybody doesn't care for these 10 spots. In that case, I'll destroy them." Long Yang assumed a posture like he was going to make a move. The other slaughter generals could not hold back anymore, and someone hurriedly spoke up. "Brother Long mustn't act on impulse. Isn't it just one treasure? Give you." The one who spoke was precisely Wu He. Exalt Blazing Fire did not have dragon blood martial artists under his command. If Wu He wanted to enter the dragon sovereign territory, he must agree to Long Yang's condition. Just 10 spots, first come first serve. Furthermore, Wu He and Yi Yuan were mortal enemies. It was also not possible to go to Yi Yuan there to beg. "Ha! It's still Brother Wu who is wise." Long Yang gave a loud laugh and said, Wu He swore a heavenly Tao oath on the spot, and Long Yang controlled the air bubble to wrap Wu He up. With Wu He moving, the other exalts could not sit still anymore as well. Even Exalt Netherkill opened his mouth and asked for a spot too. 10 quotas were divided clean very quickly. "Ha! Everybody all done dividing? Then I'll help myself."
Ye Yuan laughed
carelessly and came onto the shore of the pond. Long Yang's face revealed a disdainful look. He knew that Yi Yuan's dragon race bloodline was not weak, but to say that it surpassed his, that was something impossible. Yi Yuan bit his finger and squeezed out a drop of fresh blood like squeezing toothpaste. Drip! The blood merged into the azure-colored pond. 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed, 3 seconds passed. The pond had no reaction at all. Ha! Yi Yuan, are you here to play the fool? Are you sure that what's inside your body is true dragon bloodline? This pond water actually doesn't have any reaction at all. Wu He burst into laughter when he saw the situation, and said, Long Yang had a contemptuous look too as he said, "Such faint bloodline. Actually dare to come out and make a spectacle of yourself too. Your dragon race martial technique wouldn't all be imitated using essence energy, right?" Si Yin's expression was also very ugly. She had secretly observed his previous battle. That was absolutely true dragon strength. But why would the pond water not have any reaction at all? But Yi Yuan did not care at all. A smile still hung on his face. Gurgle, gurgle. Just as everyone was mocking Yi Yuan, the pond finally had a reaction. Seeing this reaction, everyone's faces revealed a look of disbelief. Ha! Sorry about that, accidentally. Made too much, Yi Yuan said with a cheerful chuckle. Although he said he was sorry about it, the expression on his face did not seem to have any hint of embarrassment at all. Currently, the pond water was like it was being heated, the whole pool was boiling over. Air bubbles continuously surfaced, one after another. In a wink, what was in front of everyone were totally blocked by air bubbles. Hiss! All of the slaughter generals could not help sucking in a cold breath, being struck dumbfounded by this scene before their eyes. Ha ha ha! What a colossal joke! Long Yang, what did you say just now? If you have the capabilities, say it one more time. In the human territories, your Long family's dragon race bloodline is number 1? This joke is really hilarious to the max. Lu Li was the first to come back to his senses. His gaze looking at Long Yang was filled with ridicule. Long Yang's overweeningly arrogant appearance. Lu Li really had enough of it. Now Yi Yuan popping out, this face of Long Yang was really slapped. Resoundingly loud. Lu Li was simply elated to the extreme in his heart. This is also too fake, right? What kind of level does that brat's dragon race bloodline have to reach to be able to summon out so many air bubbles? Too inconceivable. The Long family's bloodline is simply a joke in front of Yi Yuan. You guys look. So many air bubbles coming out all of a sudden, the color of the pond water even became very faint. Seeing this scene, everyone was all unbelievably shocked. It was all air bubbles flying everywhere in front of their eyes. Let alone fitting everyone inside. Even if another few more groups of people came, there was no problem at all. The supply of air bubbles, which originally fell short of demand, actually had a surplus at this time. It was just that even though there were excess air bubbles for whom to use, was grasped in Yi Yuan's hands. Exalt Zhuo Yan slowly came in front of Yi Yuan and opened his mouth to say, Yi Yuan, I heard that Demon King's relationship with you is not bad. I wonder if you can share with us some on account of his face? Don't worry, if there are any gains this trip, it naturally won't miss out your share. Everyone was all unbelievably shocked. A dignified Exalt actually deigned himself to beg a puny little slaughter general. But under the current circumstances, what better options were there? Having a holier-than-thou attitude, one would have to say goodbye to the treasures inside the dragon's sovereign territory. Although this heavenly slaughter pit still had many buried treasure lands, in these 10 years what everyone prepared for the most was still the dragon sovereign territory. Going to other places added much more dangers without basis. Hearing that, Yi Yuan laughed and said very generously, That's of course not an issue. Let your slaughter generals all stand over here. I'll add the protective shell for them. On account of Nailan Chu's face, Yi Yuan naturally would not say anything. He directly put on the protective shells for Exalt Zhuo Yan's slaughter generals. As for Exalt Zhuo Yan's promise, he did not even make the other party swear a heavenly Tao oath. Looking at him, he seemed very easygoing. Yi Yuan did not idle either, putting on a protective shell for himself and also suiting Exalt Si Yin's other slaughter generals with the protective shields too. Si Yin's beautiful eyes swiveled around, looking at Yi Yuan with a bright grin. She also did not expect that Yi Yuan could actually call out so many air bubbles. This time it gained a lot of face for her. Several other Exalts who did not have a conflict with Yi Yuan could not sit still anymore at this time either. Each and every one of them came before Yi Yuan to ask for air bubbles. These few Exalts' attitudes were similarly placed very low. But Yi Yuan did not squeeze them about anything either and directly put it on for their slaughter generals. Even apart from those 2 dragon blood martial artists' camps excluding Lu Li, Yi Yuan supplemented their shortfall too. With this, apart from Exalt Blazing Fire, Exalt Heavenly Hedonist, and Exalt Cold Blood, the other Exalts all obtained the qualifications to enter the dragon sovereign territory. These 3 Exalts' faces were all not looking too good. They had a feeling of being caught in the horns of a dilemma right now. Begging Yi Yuan, they could not demean themselves. Not begging, they basically had to say goodbye to the dragon sovereign territory. The other Exalts were all entering in full force while they only had several people. Wasn't entering still going to prepare a wedding gown for other people? Finally, Exalt Cold-Blood could not resist speaking up. Hey Yi Yuan, actually, this Exalt wasn't targeting you and younger sister. Seen previously. You're also aware, this Exalt was in urgent need of talents. At that time and wanting to solicit you to join under my command. Right? Cold-Blood put on a smiling face and said. Although a smile was hanging on his face, Cold-Blood's intestines were actually almost green with regret already. If he had long known that it would be like this, why would he need to waste his breath previously targeting Seen and Yi Yuan? Cold-Blood was originally the most insidious existence among the Exalts. This sort of face-changing cheap trick could be said to be accomplished with high proficiency to him. Yi Yuan said smilingly, not at all, not at all. Exalt Cold-Blood being the big brother among the Exalts, some words that should be said still needs to be said. When Cold-Blood saw that Yi Yuan was playing along, he could not help being delighted inwardly as he said, then, these air bubbles, can you share some with us? Of course, I won't let you do it for free. Easily arranged. This isn't something of a big deal. However, I don't want the treasures after going in either. Just right now then. A fixed price 100 Heaven Essence crystals per person. I think it's not considered expensive, right? Yi Yuan said. Heaven Essence crystals, even in the divine realm, was extremely rare too. The purity of the essence energy contained inside Heaven Essence crystals was extremely high. Basically, only Tao profound realm powerhouses would use them to carry out cultivation or transactions. And one Heaven Essence crystal was sufficient to exchange for 100 million Earth Essence crystals. 100 Heaven Essence crystals were 10 billion Earth Essence crystals. Of course, under normal circumstances, there would not be anyone silly enough to use Heaven Essence crystals to go exchange for Earth Essence crystals. Even the corners of Exalt Cold-Blood's mouth involuntarily twitched when he heard this price too. He, as a veteran Exalt, the slaughter generals under him reached over 50 people. Each of their strength was formidable. If he were to send them all in, he would probably be reduced to bankruptcy. Cold-Blood gritted his teeth and said, fine, I'll send 10 people in. Yi Yuan also did not think that Exalt Cold-Blood actually agreed to it without even negotiating the prices. Of course, he was also aware that Exalt Cold-Blood probably already hated him to death in his heart. 10 people were 1,000 Heaven Essence crystals. Even for Tao Profound Realm powerhouses, this was a sum of significant expenditure too. Of course, if he was lucky, Cold-Blood could definitely earn this 1,000 Heaven Essence crystals back this trip. Done with the transaction, Yi Yuan put on the air bubbles for the 10 slaughter generals that Exalt Cold-Blood picked out, plus the one protective shield acquired from Long Yang's hands previously. Exalt Cold-Blood had a total of 11 people entering the Dragon Sovereign territory this time. Looks like there should be nobody else who needs the air bubbles, right? Make them return to their original spot right now. Yi Yuan said finish and was about to make a move. Blazing Fire panicked, and he hurriedly said, hang on. Yi Yuan looked at Exalt Blazing Fire with a smile that was not a smile and had indescribable amusement. Why? Does Exalt Blazing Fire still have something? Blazing Fire said with a scowl, 100 Heaven Essence crystals per person. I'm buying 10 spots too. I want 6. Exalt Heavenly Hedonist also could not resist speaking up. Yi Yuan grinned widely and said, 100 Heaven Essence crystals? When did I say that it was 100 Heaven Essence crystals? The two of you want to buy, sure, but 500 Heaven Essence crystals per person. Don't look at me with this sort of expression. Just this price, you're called to buy or not. Puff, puff, puff. Yi Yuan casually waved his hand. Those air bubbles emitted faint popping sounds and dissipated along with the wind. When Heavenly Hedonist and Blazing Fire, the two Exalts, saw that Yi Yuan was really going to destroy these air bubbles, their faces could not help changing drastically. Yi Yuan, you're sure that you want to lose all decorum with the two of us? Blazing Fire said with a grim face. Whoa, Threatening me? Yi Yuan waved his hand again. The speed of the air bubbles popping became even faster. Heavenly Hedonist hurriedly said, "Hold your horses. 500 then. I'll buy 6. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Heh. It's still Exalt. Heavenly Hedonist who is wise. The money in one hand, the goods in the other." Heavenly Hedonist fished out 3,000 heaven essence crystals with a pained look, and finally acquired 6 air bubbles. Blazing Fire's expression was ugly to the max, but facing Yi Yuan he was completely powerless. Such a large appetite. Be careful you don't get stuffed until you burst. Finally, Blazing Fire still pulled out 5,000 heaven essence crystals extremely unwillingly. "My little lord's appetite has always been excellent. I can digest it." Yi Yuan received the heaven essence crystals with a broad smile and said smugly. When the Exalt Cold Blood by the side saw this scene, he secretly chuckled to himself inwardly. In contrast, his 10 spots were too worth it. But he also knew that Exalt Blazing Fire would not let Yi Yuan off. He would definitely instruct his subordinates to dispose of Yi Yuan within the dragon sovereign territory. What Yi Yuan devoured, he would still have to vomit back out in the end. Exalt Cold Blood was not some saint. Regarding this sort of situation, he did not mind dropping a rock down the well. All preparations in order, the group of slaughter generals were finally going to enter the dragon sovereign territory. Exalt Netherkill fired out a blast of essence energy at the stone gate. The enormous dragon on the stone gate became bright. Creak. The stone gate slowly opened. A dark corridor appeared in front of the people. "Go!" The group of slaughter generals lined up in a single file and entered the passageway. "Yi Yuan, in a while be more careful. Wu-he, they all probably won't let you off. Although their people that entered are few, they are all elites. We're far from being a match," Shao Kai reminded him. Yi Yuan smiled slightly when he heard that and said, "If he doesn't come looking for trouble with me, he can still live a while longer. If he's seeking death himself, nobody can stop it." Shao Kai was stupefied. He did not understand where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. Yi Yuan had merely just entered the Heaven Carnage proclamation and was too far away from these slaughter generals' strength. Best to be a little more careful. After this passageway, inside will be very dangerous. Those corpse guards are extremely hard to tangle with. Want to obtain the treasures inside? One must first deal with those corpse guards, Shao Kai said. Yi Yuan nodded his head, indicating that he got it. He also heard before that inside this dragon sovereign territory had many corpse guards. These corpse guards were undying and indestructible. Their fleshy bodies were incomparably powerful, very troublesome. Very soon, everyone walked to the end of the passageway. A large hall appeared. In front of everyone. "Everyone be more careful. When those corpse guards smell the scent of living people, they will attack over very soon." Everyone each drew their weapons and advanced forward cautiously. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One black shadow after another dashed out and surrounded everyone very quickly. The number of corpse guards was extremely high. They immediately clashed together with all the slaughter generals. These slaughter generals, many were experts ranked to the front of the Heaven Carnage proclamation. Each and every one of their strength was very formidable. Especially those few who were charging to the front, they struck down several corpse guards the moment they made a move. Although these corpse guards were strong, they did not reach the level of Tier 9 either. Those Heaven Carnage proclamation powerhouse ranked to the front were basically all peak phaseless realm strength. Dealing with these corpse guards was naturally nothing difficult. Even so, casualties appeared very soon too. "Yi Yuan, you follow behind me. Be careful yourself," Shao Kai said. The mission Si'in gave to him was to protect Yi Yuan, because Yi Yuan was too important to her. Shao Kai was just about to charge forward to fight at close quarters with the corpse guards when Yi Yuan patted his shoulder from behind. "These corpse guards, leave it to them to deal with it. Let's go in and search for treasures first." Yi Yuan said with a slight smile. Shao Kai said, Are you joking? There are corpse guards everywhere, how do we go in? Yi Yuan fished out a bag of white powder and passed it to Shao Kai, saying, Sprinkle it on our people. With it, the corpse guards won't attack us. As he said, Yi Yuan grabbed a handful himself and sprinkled it on his own body. After that, he walked into the corpse guard horde with a swagger. Shao Kai opened his eyes wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. Those corpse guards were actually all like they could not see Yi Yuan, all bypassing around him. Shao Kai reacted very quickly and scattered the powder on his body. Then he scattered it over each person on their side. Yi Yuan, just what thing is this powder? Why is it so magical? Shao Kai asked in disbelief. The gazes the other slaughter generals looked at Yi Yuan with were filled with worship. Other people were all fighting all out over there. But they're 10 over. People were actually taking big strutting steps in the corpse guard horde. This was too magical. Yi Yuan said with a smile, This is called corpse powder. After sprinkling it on our bodies will emit a smell the same as corpses. Those corpses search for targets through the smell of living people. We sprinkled corpse powder on our bodies, they will think that we're the same species and naturally won't attack us. Shao Kai was dazed when he heard. Raising a thumbs up, he praised in admiration. These corpse guards are extremely troublesome. I heard that the people who entered here the last time, there were half of them who died here. I didn't expect that we don't even need to fight. Yi Yuan said smilingly, Fighting and killing this sort of thing. Better let other people go and do it. Since Yi Yuan wanted to enter this dragon sovereign territory, he naturally had to inquire clearly about the situation inside here. Hence, before this, he already made a lot of preparations in advance. Yi Yuan, you guys dare to go in first. I'll kill you. Wu He discovered their group of people's abnormal situation and could not refrain from snarling. However, he could only just yell. He was surrounded by 3 to 4 corpse guards himself and was completely unable to extricate himself. It was just that when he saw that those corpse guards actually did not even attack Yi Yuan, he was rather unhappy in his heart. But with Wu He yelling like this, everyone all startled awake and looked at Yi Yuan's group of people in astonishment. Shao Kai, if you all dare to go in first, you'll be everybody's common enemy. Yi Yuan, you'll die a horrible death. When everyone saw this scene, they were envious and also afraid that Yi Yuan. They all would seize the good stuff when they enter first and could only use this kind of method to threaten. It was just that their threats, Yi Yuan did not care at all. Yi Yuan turned around and said with a smile, Everybody, warm up your bodies. First, we'll go in and be the vanguard for you guys. Haha, fighting this sort of thing. This Yi won't keep you company. Done talking, Yi Yuan slowly carried on walking inside. Yi Yuan, you best pray that you don't land in my hands, otherwise you'll die. Very horribly, Wu He roared. Except Yi Yuan already walked far away at this time and was utterly disinclined to bother with him. Battle cries shook the heavens inside the great hall. Although those slaughter general strengths were very strong, wanting to charge out of the encirclement in a short time was not manageable. They could only watch Yi Yuan, and the others entered inside helplessly. Passing through the great hall, no more corpse guards appeared again. At the back of the great hall was a side hall. Yi Yuan brought everyone into the side hall. However, inside the side hall was empty. There was no good stuff at all. The last time, they definitely had someone who came in here. Whatever things there were was also taken away by them. There's nothing nice to look at here. We'd better hurry on to other places. Otherwise, when they rush over, it will have nothing to do with us anymore. While talking, everyone was about to leave. Shao Kai was just about to leave but discovered that Yi Yuan was currently looking everywhere and did not have the intention of leaving. Yi Yuan, come on. This place should have long been cleaned out by them. Nothing good to look at, Shao Kai said. Yi Yuan said with a smile, That might not be so. Could it be that you have some discovery? Shao Kai could not help sizing up this side hall once more. But he still did not discover anything of value. The side hall was not large and could be swept with one glance. There was no way to miss anything. Yi Yuan slowly came to an incense burner table at a corner of the side hall, and picked up the incense burner placed on it. This incense burner was damaged and old, looking not at all conspicuous. No matter who looked over, they would not think that it was a treasure either. This incense burner doesn't have the slightest trace of undulation. Impossible to be a treasure, Shao Kai said. Is that so? Yi Yuan smiled, grabbing a handful of incense ash from inside the incense burner. He passed it to Shao Kai and said, "Eat it." Shao Kai's expression was ugly as he said, "How to eat this thing? Yi Yuan, you aren't joking, right?" Yi Yuan said, "This is the incense ash of heavenly longevity incense. Eating this handful of incense ash can let you extend your longevity by 500 years. If you're not eating, I'll save it for myself." 500 years? Shao Kai opened his eyes wide, his eyes full of disbelief. One had to know the Ninyang Spring restoring pill which Yi Yuan made the Soul Martial Divine King take action to refine merely extended longevity for 300 years. This handful of incense ash could actually extend longevity for 500 years. How heaven-defying was that? If other people said this sort of thing, Shao Kai definitely would not believe. But Yi Yuan was different. Shao Kai had seen before many miracles on him. The credibility of Yi Yuan's words was extremely high. Heavenly longevity incense is an ancient formula. It has already been lost. Presently, this furnace of incense ash is worth several cities. You're really not going to eat it? Yi Yuan said with a smile. I'll eat. Shao Kai carefully received the incense ash in Yi Yuan's hand and swallowed it down in one mouthful. What made him surprised was that this incense ash actually melted in his mouth. Furthermore, it even had a hint of sweetness. It was not disgusting at all. Very soon, a pleasurable sensation went from the bottom of his soul straight to the top of his head, making him have a feeling of remolding himself anew. His face actually became many years younger all at once. This is really too magical. This incense ash actually really has the function of extending longevity. Sensing his vigorous life force, Shao Kai was exceedingly agitated. Big brother Shao, is it really that amazing? Another slaughter general could not sit still anymore when he saw Shao Kai's astonishing transformation. He was embarrassed to ask Yi Yuan and could only use this sort of words to approach the subject in a roundabout manner. After all, the treasure was found by Yi Yuan. How to distribute was Yi Yuan's matter. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No need to worry. Everybody has a share." When everyone heard it, they could not help being exceptionally thrilled. Although there was a portion of the people among them whose age was not old, nobody would complain about living longer either. To be able to extend longevity by 500 years. This was a tremendous lucky chance. One had to know that 500 years' time was sufficient for them to do anything. Furthermore, the body becoming younger, their chances of breaking through would also become greater. Yi Yuan was not stingy in the slightest, distributing to each person a portion of the heavenly longevity incense's incense ash. Either way, there was a furnace full of incense ash. He did not mind at all. Yi Yuan naturally would not tell them that actually, this incense burner was the most valuable treasure. Other people could not recognize, but Yi Yuan knew the origins of this incense burner. As the divine realm's pinnaclemost alchemist, Yi Yuan had extremely deep research into medicinal cauldrons. In the ancient era, the Dragon Clan had once produced an extremely gifted alchemist before. That dragon race alchemist later affirmed his Tao to become an alchemy god. And the medicinal cauldron he used before becoming an alchemy god was called the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron. The Dragon Sovereign Cauldron had a distinguishing trait, that was that each refinement would require one to drip in a drop of dragon blood before it could activate the medicinal cauldron's power. and after refining, the dragon sovereign cauldron would become a tiny little incense burner. This tiny little incense burner in Yi Yuan's hand was precisely the dragon sovereign cauldron. This dragon sovereign cauldron, legends said that it was continuously sanctified by that alchemist, reaching the stage of top-grade holy artifact. But due to material quality issues, that alchemist ultimately still did not sanctify it to become a divine artifact. Even so, the dragon sovereign cauldron was also a first-rate medicinal cauldron. Yi Yuan never thought that he could actually acquire the dragon sovereign cauldron in this place. The guys who came in the past plundered this place all around, but they left behind the most valuable thing. But apart from Yi Yuan, one really could not find more than a few people able to recognize the dragon sovereign cauldron and heavenly longevity incense in the divine realm. Yi Yuan put away the dragon sovereign cauldron without batting an eyelid, and the rest were also still immersed in the joy of extending their longevity. As for the heavenly longevity incense's incense ash, Yi Yuan planned on researching it properly later on to see if he could restore the formula or not. This formula was exceedingly valuable. Going out from the side hall, it was a stretch of open area. Not walking far, a road appeared in front of everyone. A stone tablet was erected at the roadside. On the stone tablet there were 3 words: Yellow Springs Road 1. Yi Yuan. This Shao Kai's expression was solemn as he said, just hearing this name, this road was not that easy to cross. Yi Yuan nodded and said, there are many ancient array formations on this road. It's probably not that easy to cross. Right at this time, a large group of people suddenly scurried out from behind. It was precisely all the people who were trapped by the corpse guards. Yi Yuan's party had delayed some time in the side hall. It was precisely this period of time that allowed those people to breach the corpse guards blockade. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, this time I see where you can still run to. This time, let's settle the old scores and new ones together. Wu He's impudent voice sounded out, and he arrived in front of Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye. The rest of the people also looked at Yi Yuan with unfriendly expressions. Very clearly, leaving on their own made all of the people very displeased with them. Yi Yuan swept a glance over and discovered that quite a number of people probably perished inside the great hall. Yi Yuan, you're too much. This time, nobody can save you. Even Mo Shang voiced out too. Yi Yuan's actions prior to this actually incurred the wrath of everyone. Everyone surrounded Yi Yuan's group in the center all at once. They were actually planning on catching the whole lot at once. At this time, Wu He suddenly noticed Shao Kai's transformation and questioned, Shao Kai, what good stuff did you guys obtain? Why do you seem to be much younger all of a sudden? Wu He's words startled everyone. They looked towards Xiyin's lot and discovered that each and every one of them was substantially younger and could not help being incomparably astonished. Without a doubt, during this period of the time that both sides separated, Yi Yuan's group obtained some incredible thing. Yi Yuan said smilingly, it's also nothing much. I just obtained some heavenly longevity incense's ashes and let Shao Kai they all extend their longevity by 500 years, that's all. Extend longevity by 500 years. The moment Yi Yuan said these words, everyone drew a cold breath of air. Their eyes revealed an incomparably scorching look. Yi Yuan, if you're sensible, surrender the treasure. Otherwise I'll make you die a horrible death. Wu He said sternly. Another person said, Yi Yuan, I can give you an opportunity. As long as you surrender the treasure to me, I can ensure your safety. With me around, nobody will dare to touch you. This person's name was called Zhong Wubing, the #1 slaughter general. Under Exalt Netherkill's command. His strength was unfathomable. When Wu He heard that, his expression changed. But he did not make a sound. Tactfully, in front of Zhong Wubing, he still did not have the capital to pick a quarrel. Yi Yuan suddenly burst into laughter when he heard that and said, looking at your appearances, each and every one of you are certain that you've cornered this little lord, right? Zhong Wubing said with any joy nor sorrow. Could it be that until now you're still hoping to get lucky? You guys go find your treasures and not come to provoke this little lord, and you all can still live for a little longer. Yet you all don't open your eyes and seek death. I can do nothing about it either, Yi Yuan said with a helpless look. Everyone exchanged glances, uncertain where Yi Yuan's sense of superiority came from. This place had as many experts as clouds. Someone like Zhong Wubing was even at the top of the list on the Heaven Carnage proclamation. What right did Yi Yuan have to raise a hue here? Could it be that this brat lost his mind? Conceited and arrogant. Wu He, your matters I won't intervene. As for the treasure, you know it? Zhong Wubing said coolly. Wu He was secretly delighted. Zhong Wubing's meaning was to split the treasure equally. But he also knew that heavenly longevity incense's effect was only one time to. Consuming again definitely would not have an effect anymore. Heh. Rest assured, Boss Zhong. This Wu naturally understands. Wu He had a look like he had cornered Yi Yuan. He said smugly, Brat, I told you long ago don't land in my hands. But you refused to listen. Today I'll let you have a taste of this Wu's methods. Xiao Kai's expression fell, but he blocked in front of Yi Yuan and said, Wu, he want to touch Yi Yuan. Go through me first. Heh, Xiao Kai, you still haven't come to understand until now? Just the likes of you want to stop me too? Wu He said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan patted Xiao Kai's shoulder and said calmly, This sort of trash, I'll take care of it myself. Xiao Kai was really speechless. Yi Yuan was too self-absorbed. This sort of tall talk, not afraid of spraining his tongue when saying it out loud. Wu He was a powerhouse ranked in the top 100 of the Heaven Enlightenment realm. There were really not many phaseless realm martial artists who were his match. Yi Yuan was merely Heaven Enlightenment realm. Even if he was any more powerful, it was impossible to be Wu He's match too. Fool! I'll let you take a look at what's called absolute strength. Wu He snorted coldly. The pressure of a 9th-level phaseless realm instantly erupted. The whole process from beginning to end was incomparably astonishing. The newly issued Heaven Carnage proclamation this time, Wu He advanced 30 over places all at once. His improvement speed is too astonishing. Yeah, the improvement speed of those under Exalt Blazing Fire's command is very astonishing. Given time, he is very likely to become an existence on the same level as Exalt Cold Blood. Yi Yuan is also grossly estimating himself too much. Even if he can enter the Heaven Carnage proclamation, powerhouses ranked in the top 100 are also not what his cultivation can challenge. Wu He had the intention of showing off as well, exploding with all of his power all at once. Quite a few people were secretly alarmed when they saw this scene. Seeing everyone reveal astonished expressions, Wu He was secretly pleased with himself too. Yi Yuan, do you see it? This is the disparity between you and me. A measly little Heaven Enlightenment realm actually dares to be arrogant in front of me. Go to hell. A shocking punch hurled head-on at Yi Yuan. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. Then a palm smacked. A coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. This time, there was no azure dragon galloping forward. Just a strange energy. Undulation transmitted out. Bang! Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Wu He was directly blasted until fresh blood spurted wildly, collapsing on the ground in a dead faint. Seeing this scene, Zhong Wubing's pupils constricted. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was incomparably sharp. He very much wanted to see just what kind of method Yi Yuan used to defeat Wu He. However, he could not tell at all. Zhong Wubing admitted that the power of this palm was very formidable. But to say that it could deal with Wu He, that was something impossible. But what went wrong in between this? Zhong Wubing could not figure out after racking his brains. Yi Yuan lightly swept past everyone's eyes and slowly opened his mouth and said, Now, who else wants to come forward and give it a shot? Places that Yi Yuan swept past. The people all lowered their heads, not daring to look Yi Yuan in the eye. This palm of Yi Yuan's directly suppressed all the people. Finally, Yi Yuan's gaze stopped on Zhong Wubing, and he said with a faint smile, "Boss Zhong, why not? You come and give it a try yourself? This heavenly longevity incense ash can extend longevity by 500 years. Zhong Wubing's expression turned black, not quite able to maintain his dignity anymore. But Yi Yuan's appearance with nothing to fear, he really could not quite figure it out. This brat was too abnormal. Clearly only had heaven enlightenment realm strength, but could smack Wu He to heavy injuries with one palm. Even Zhong Wubing himself could not possibly do it to this step so easily. Either. Swoosh. Swoosh. Not good. Wu He's protective shell was broken and already triggered the grand array. Someone cried out. Right at this time, a strange white-colored flame descended from the skies, directly enveloping Wu He inside. It only used 2 breaths of time, and Wu He's entire person was burned to a pile of black charcoal before that tuft of white flames disappeared. The high and mighty Wu He was obliterated by the grand array just like this. Seeing this scene, everyone was even more shocked inwardly. The power of this white flame was too horrifying. Even if Exalt class came in, it was certain death too. No wonder the last time actually had 2 Exalt class who perished in here. Seeing this scene, Zhong Wubing's expression also changed. The idea of making a move immediately vanished without a trace, and he opened his mouth and said, "To Yi Yuan, looks like it was I who underestimated you. Starting from now, everybody search for treasures by relying on own skill." Hearing this, everyone's hearts jolted. What kind of person was Boss Zhong? He actually shrunk back. Zhong Wubing's words were equivalent to acknowledging Yi Yuan's equal footing status as him. Zhong Wubing had always been a man of his word in the Azura arena. Today he actually yielded to a brat at the bottom of the Heaven Carnage proclamation. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hoo-hoo, wouldn't it be settled if you said so earlier? You had to find a person to come out and court death. You guys have an appearance like you're bound by a common hatred for the same enemy. Really hilarious to the max. I have means to avoid those corpse guards, so why should I accompany you all to clash bitterly together? If it were you guys, would you do it?" Yi Yuan's words were incomparably arrogant, but what he said was the truth. If other people had the means to avoid those corpse guards, it was impossible to wait for the others. The reason why these people behaved like they were bounded by a common hatred for the same enemy, wasn't it still because they saw that Yi Yuan's party was easy to bully? But they never would have thought that it would actually because of such an outcome in the end. "Heh, how did you do it, Yi Yuan? It's really too liberating. Wu He, that dog, normally always bully us. This time, you helped us to take revenge." The one talking was called An Run, a slaughter general under Si Yin's command. His age was not young, but his strength was uncommon. It was just that with his strength, he would normally just be bullied by Wu He as well. Today, Yi Yuan killing Wu He with one palm awed all of the heroes, making the melancholy pent up in his chest finally get released. Along with that, he also worshipped Yi Yuan to the max. Si Yin's lot was indeed normally too weak. When they were bullied normally, they felt indignant but did not dare to speak out as well. And Run had never felt like this. Today he was able to straighten his back and stand put. Even the powerful Zhong Wubing made a concession in front of Yi Yuan's domineeringness too. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "You just have to know that inside this dragon sovereign territory, I'm the strongest." Actually, when Yi Yuan saw that air bubble outside the entrance, he already had a well-thought-out plan in mind. Otherwise, how could he possibly sell these air bubbles to those exalts? The principle of how that light green protective shell formed was actually dragon waves vibrations. Especially after entering the dragon sovereign territory, Yi Yuan even confirmed his own judgment. The grand array selected its attack targets through the vibration frequency emitted from the protective shells. Yi Yuan could feel that the grand array's selection frequency reached the terrifying spirit rank. But this was nothing to Yi Yuan, which was also to say that even if he did not use this protective shell, he could also be perfectly safe and sound inside. The grand array. While to the rest of the people, although this protective shell could ensure their safety, it was equivalent to adding a shackle onto them. Yi Yuan could transit onto their protective shells through the dragon waves, vibrations, and from there, magnify the power of the coiling dragon heaven. Devastating palm by several dozen times. Such a horrifying attack. How could Wu He withstand it? Just one palm shattered his protective shell. Dragon Wave was the Dragon Clan's undisclosed secret. It was impossible for the Skylong Ridge's Long family to grasp this method of applying power to. The Long family's application of dragon blood was still on developing its bloodline power to assist cultivation, that was all. And Ren raised a thumbs up and said, "Big brother Yi, in the future, I and Ren will be your little brother. If there are any instructions, feel free to send. Little brother to go do." Ouch, who kicked me? Shao Kai gave him a surprise kick to the butt, kicking him out far away, and said with a black face, "Look at how shameful you are. When you just entered the heavenly slaughter pit, weren't you still sowing discord in front of Exalt Siin?" Indeed, at that time those people felt that Yi Yuan was deliberately dragging the time. Among the people criticizing was An Ren. It was just that circumstances have changed with the passing of time, and Ren's view of Yi Yuan already underwent an upheaval change. And Ren scratched his head and said, embarrassed, "At that time, wasn't I unfamiliar with our big brother Yi?" Aisha. Yi Yuan smiled and said indifferently, "No worries. Since we came in, I can't very well let you guys return empty-handed." And Ren's eyes lit up, and he said in delight, "Thanks a lot, big brother Yi." But Shao Kai's expression was not too good. He moved close to Yi Yuan and said, "Yi Yuan, I heard that the last time they entered the Dragon Sovereign territory, they suffered disastrous losses on this Yellow Springs Road." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "This Yellow Springs Road, saying that it's hard. It's also hard. To say that it's not hard either. In a while you all relax your whole body. Nobody is allowed to draw on the slightest bit of essence energy. Just pretend to be my puppets. Otherwise, if you trigger the array formations, don't blame me for that." Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone's hearts turned cold. If it were before, they naturally would not choose to hand their lives over to another person. But now, they already trusted Yi Yuan unconditionally. Without Yi Yuan, they could not have even walked to the Yellow Springs Road. At this time, the group of martial artists hesitated in front of the Yellow Springs Road. Nobody dared to be the first one to get on it. "You guys look, that's the Zhao Tianxiang under Exalt Netherkill's command." The previous time, his strength was no less than Wu He's. He actually perished on this road too. This Yellow Springs Road is truly worthy of its name. With our strength, getting on it is undoubtedly seeking death. But we've already arrived here. If we don't go in, who is willing to be reconciled to it? Obtaining the treasures inside, maybe one will be able to reach the heavens in one bound. Indeed, the last time the Dragon Sovereign Territory opened, the greatest beneficiary was Exalt Blazing Fire. He obtained a heaven-defying treasure in here. That's how he was able to ascend to the position of Exalt in one step. The last time the Dragon Sovereign Territory opened, Exalt Blazing Fire was still just a slaughter general. But his luck was very good. That was how he ascended to the heavens in one step after finding a heaven-defying treasure on the Yellow Springs Road. Furthermore, Blazing Fire was also not the strongest one among the people who entered that time, but he had the last laugh. How could such an example not make these people envious? Except, regarding the Yellow Springs Road's danger, they were very clear. Even if they were not clear about it, those skeletal remains ahead were still visible before their eyes. Even someone as powerful as Zhong Wubing did not depart at this time too. Very clearly, on this Yellow Springs Road, the farther one walked, the more clearly one could see the exact details of the Yellow Springs Road. The assurance of passing through would naturally be the greatest as well. Make way, make way. Are you guys going? If you're not going, I'm going. Don't block other people's path. Yi Yuan's careless voice sounded out, incurring a series of sidelong glances. Unconsciously, everyone opened up a path for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan brought Si Yin's lot of people and came in front of the Yellow Springs Road. Looking at this scene, Zhong Wubing's face fell slightly. He clearly also did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually dare to be the first one to go. However, Yi Yuan's decisiveness without the slightest hesitation exceeded everyone's expectations. It was only to see him stride a step out without the least bit of hesitation, and he directly got on the Yellow Springs Road. Following this stride, everyone's heart involuntarily twinged fiercely, afraid that there would be something indeterminable happening. Yet nothing happened at all. The Yellow Springs Road was as calm as before, peaceful until it made people somewhat afraid. Strands of essence energy threads twined up the whole of Si Yin's lot. Each and every one of them relaxed their entire bodies, not daring to utilize a shred of essence energy. At this time, their bodies were covered in threads everywhere, finally converging into a line, and the other end of the line was precisely grasped in Yi Yuan's hands. Yi Yuan's casually led their group of people all onto the Yellow Springs Road. Safe. It was still safe. On the Yellow Springs Road, there were no happenings at all. Quick! Keep up! Everyone reacted to it as well, wanting to barge onto the Yellow Springs Road with Si Yin's lot. Chi! A tuft of flames suddenly descended, directly burning the few martial artists, who followed subsequently into ashes. The footwork Yi Yuan's feet followed was extremely profound. If one did not understand the profundities of array formations, there was simply no way to keep up. They thought that it would be fine by following Yi Yuan's footwork. But the final result was a tragedy. When Zhong Wubing saw this scene before his eyes, the expression on his face was very ugly too. Actually, he wanted to follow Yi Yuan's footwork onto the Yellow Springs Road just now too. But he still endured it at the final second. Otherwise, how could it be those guys' turn to go up? As expected, if this Yellow Springs Road could be crossed by blindly imitating others, then it would not be called Yellow Springs Road either. Stepping onto the Yellow Springs Road, Yi Yuan did not dare to relax in the slightest either. If he was all alone, fine. But on his hands were carrying over 10 wooden puppets. He needed to control each person's footwork. There could not be the slightest degree of error. One could say that he was currently juggling over 10 things at the same time. Only Yi Yuan's heaven-defying soul force could sustain his present sort of manipulation. This Yellow Springs Road absolutely lived up to its name. It was completely different from the array formations Yi Yuan encountered in the past. On this road, there were over a dozen ancient array formations. They interweaved between each other and were interdependent. Not only was their power extraordinary, but they were also intricate and complex, undergoing a myriad of changes in the twinkle of an eye. The footwork Yi Yuan was manipulating the others with was changing at every second and not identical with his own footwork. For the other martial artists to want to pass through the Yellow Springs Road, based on Yi Yuan's footwork, was simply a fool's talk, facing these ancient array formations that were all extremely rarely seen. Array formations, if Yi Yuan's conjectures were right, they should all be the Dragon Clan's array formation. Yi Yuan could only accomplish passing through, and was unable to control freely like in the past. Shao Kai and Ren, and the rest were all sweating profusely, being controlled in Yi Yuan's hands. But they did not dare to have the slightest trace of their own actions. The sound of those few people's shrill screams earlier were still reverberating beside their ears, with their strength once they were attacked by the array formations. Then there was only a road that led to death. But what made them even more shocked was that Yi Yuan could actually accomplish such an inconceivable thing. One had to know, carrying over 10 puppets in one's hands while passing through such a terrifying grand array, how great a nerve did this require? How precise and subtle the soul force and essence energy, as well as how startling. The formation's Tao attainments? In their view, this was simply an impossible task. Yet, Yi Yuan was indeed currently realizing it step by step. Mo Shang, let's go. Right at this time, Zhong Wubing, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. Mo Shang could not help turning blank and said, right now. They did not have Yi Yuan's heaven-defying formation's Tao attainments. Charging forward at this time, they were bound to trigger the array formations. Once the array formations were set up, Yi Yuan would surely be affected too. Zhong Wubing suddenly mentioning to charge onto the Yellow Springs Road at this time, his goal was already understood without further explanations. That's right. I want to take a look at to what extent can this brat be heaven-defying too, Zhong Wubing said with a cold sneer. Exalt Netherkill's party only had 8 people. But these 8 people's strengths were incomparably formidable. Furthermore, Exalt Netherkill was bound to have already prepared for many contingencies for the sake of this trip. They probably came for the sake of forcefully rushing through the formations. It was just that this timing of barging through the formations was a bit too vicious. But to the people in Azura Arena, vicious this term seemed to be somewhat overly pedestrian. Zhong Wubing leaped and directly entered the Yellow Springs Road. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He did not have Yi Yuan's swift and fierce footwork. The moment he got on, he triggered the grand array. The other 7 people under Exalt Netherkill's command did not hesitate in the slightest too, directly leaping up. Fierce flames instantly engulfed the 7 of them. But the others knew that there was no way Zhong Wubing would perish in the sea of fire just like that. Exalt Netherkill was the one with the deepest foundations among all of the Exalts. Since he already knew that there was a Yellow Springs Road here, how could he possibly not leave some trump cards for Zhong Wubing and the rest? Sure enough, rays of chilly spectral light radiated out of the fire sea and actually isolated off this fierce sea of fire. Profound shallow birdcage. My god, Exalt Netherkill actually handed this high-grade isotribute holy artifact to them. When everyone saw that treasure held in Zhong Wubing's hands, a wave of exclamations immediately sounded out. That pure white little pigeon cage gave off waves of profound ice-colored, ghostly lights, and actually isolated off such a fierce fire sea. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The array formations on the Yellow Springs Road were all closely linked to one another. 8 experts coming up on this side all at once already set off the grand array. Scorching flames actually spread over towards the front. Sensing that surging fire sea at the back, Si Yin's lot all felt waves of chills down their spines, cold sweat pouring profusely. Seeing this scene, the corners of Zhong Wubing's mouth showed a mocking expression. Brat, you're still a little tender to be fighting with me. I want to see just how you escape this fire sea. Zhong Wubing said with a cold smile. Sensing everyone's thoughts become unsteady, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, focus your mind and be unmoved. If you guys don't wish to die, then you can. Only trust me. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone's hearts shivered, and they hurriedly put away their thoughts. But their bodies did not dare to even have any bit of movement. At this point, apart from choosing to believe Yi Yuan, they already had no other choices. Rather than their minds wavering and landing in the array formation, might as well let Yi Yuan control. Yi Yuan's measures, they had already experienced it. Maybe he could still create a miracle now? Yi Yuan's fingers were like they were flying. The footwork under his feet also accelerated. All at once, Yi Yuan's speed increased. However, Yi Yuan naturally had to pay a corresponding price too. The speed of his soul force and essence energy consumption was rising sharply. Everybody together, whether you live or die, we each rely on our own means. Seeing that Zhong Wubing they all already got on the Yellow Springs Road, the rest could not endure it anymore either, all dashing onto it. Although Zhong Wubing was powerful, the other camp's powerhouses were not few either. Furthermore, entering the dragon's sovereign territory this time, Everybody had ample preparations. For some time, everyone was like the 8 immortals crossing the sea. Each displayed their divine abilities one magic weapon after the other flew everywhere. The most inferior was also a low-grade holy artifact. Seemed like, in order to enter the dragon sovereign territory this time, each of the exalts poured in the blood capital. With exalt blazing fire, this example here, these exalts were clearly no longer calm either. But this move of employing one magic weapon after another seemed to have infuriated the entire grand array. All of a sudden. Rumble. Bolts of dense lightning descended with a roar, directly bombarding onto everyone's magic weapons. Magic weapons that were slightly weaker were directly shattered. Arg! For a moment, miserable cries echoed together. The Yellow Springs Road became the human world's Azura arena too. Hearing such miserable cries, Shao Kai and they all each had goosebumps all over their bodies. They could clearly sense that Yi Yuan increased speed. Shao Kai could not resist sneaking a glance at Yi Yuan and could not help being startled inwardly. Not a hint of panic could be seen on Yi Yuan's face. His entire person seemed to have entered some sort of very mysterious state. Underneath Yi Yuan's foot, the movement became faster and faster. The movements of his hands similarly became increasingly faster. Shao Kai could not help shockingly discover that not only did their group of people not receive any aftershocks, they pulled apart the distance from over there instead. Yi Yuan's speed was actually even faster than the speed Zhong Wubbing, and they all were advancing at this. How was this possible? One had to know that Yi Yuan was currently doing over a dozen things at the same time, and each thing placed onto other people was an impossible task. Under such circumstances, Yi Yuan's speed did not reduce. It increased. Instead, this was also too heaven-defying, right? Zhong Wubbing also felt very unpleasant right now. But when his gaze fleeted sideways at Yi Yuan, his expression instantly became incomparably ugly. The martial artists entering the Yellow Springs Road became more and more. The power of the array formations was also increasing continuously. Apart from lighting and fire, these two types of attributes, several more kinds of attribute attacks landed. For some time, the entire Yellow Springs Road was incomparably chaotic. Zhong Wubbing cursed incessantly in his heart and wished that he could kill off all of those fellows. But at this time his spirit was willing, but his strength was lacking as well. Although the profound shallow birdcage was a high-grade holy artifact, under such fierce attacks it appeared rather hard-pressed to tackle all the problems too. In the beginning he still had some strength to spare. But later on, not just him, even the rest of the people must pull out all stops too before they could barely hold on. Yi Yuan's speed became increasingly faster. His heart realm entered a kind of mysterious state, making him have an all-round increase in control in all aspects. Yi Yuan knew that under an extreme situation, his heart realm that entered a bottleneck finally broke through. If dividing according to cultivation realms, Yi Yuan should have entered heart like Monolith's middle stage. After breaking through, his analytical abilities had a tremendous increase, making him have a huge increase in cracking speed when facing the ancient array formations on the one hand. On the other hand, controlling those companions also became even more skillful and accomplished with ease. This way, Yi Yuan's advancement speed naturally became much faster. The Yellow Springs Road was roughly 10,000 feet in distance from start to finish. Yi Yuan's speed became faster the more he walked, and he reached the end very soon. But at this point, Zhong Wubbing they all merely walked half of the journey. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yi Yuan's figure moved, directly leaping out of the Yellow Springs Road. Then, with a wave of his hand, the rest also came out safe and sound. Big brother Yi, you're too incredible. I really idolize you to death. And Rin immediately jumped up in excitement. Shao Kai was more reserved. But at this time he was unbelievably agitated. 2. Yi Yuan, did you break through in Heart Realm? From Yi Yuan's state it was not hard to determine that Yi Yuan must have had a breakthrough in heart realm. Furthermore, to be able to accomplish it to Yi Yuan's extent, his heart realm was inevitably terrifyingly high. Yi Yuan's gaze looked towards Zhong Wubing rather amusedly, and he said with a smile, "This was all thanks to our boss Zhong. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Shouldn't we repay in kind too?" Yi Yuan deliberately poured in essence energy, making his voice penetrate through the array formations and transmit into everyone's ears. The moment Zhong Wubing heard, his expression could not help changing drastically. He never would have thought that he failed to bury Yi Yuan, but let Yi Yuan had a breakthrough instead. Now, Yi Yuan was actually going to turn around and bury him in turn. Finished talking, Yi Yuan raised his hand, and it was a palm directly, rumbling into the grand array. Charging over this whole way, Yi Yuan was already very familiar with this set of interlinking array formations. He only unleashed one move, but it set off the grand array's chain reaction. All of a sudden, the grand array's attacks became several times fiercer, this spreading out and affecting everyone. All of a sudden, another series of tragic screams rang out again. The various exalts' 10 years of painstaking preparations were all gone under this blow. Bang! 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 One round of attacks landing, half of the martial artists directly perished. Even Zhong Wubing's side lost as many as 3 all at once too. Those left were all elites among elites. It was just that these elites, each and every one of their conditions were very bad as well. Apart from top-level powerhouses like Zhong Wubing, they all suffered varying degrees of injuries. There was still less than half of the journey remaining. But it was not such an easy matter for them to want to pull through. The present Zhong Wubing did not even have a chance to shout curses. It was only to see him teetering on his feet, exhausted from dealing with attacks from all directions. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and he said, "Let them busy away first. Let's go search for treasures first. Haha, these bunch of fellows actually dare to use an underhanded move against our boss Yi. Serves them right to follow behind our asses and eat dust." As Run laughed loudly, he followed behind Yi Yuan gleefully, the appearance of a vile character intoxicated by success. Clearing the Yellow Springs Road, what entered their eyes was a small two-storied pavilion. Seeing this pavilion, the group of people was all very excited. They knew that Exalt Blazing Fire obtained the treasure here. That was how he ascended to the sky in one leap, becoming an Exalt. "Go in then," Yi Yuan said. Seeing everyone's looks of burning eagerness, Yi Yuan could not help telling them this with a smile. The bunch of people scrambled after one another and entered into the building. Yi Yuan observed around. This place did not have any eye-catching aspects. It was just that this building's first floor was clearly also cleaned out by people before. The things left were already not many. "High-grade holy artifact," someone suddenly cried out. Actually, there was no need for him to shout, the rest of the people also saw. A sword rack was placed in the corner. Displayed on it was an exquisite treasure sword. Looking at the treasure sword's aura, it was absolutely a high-grade holy artifact without a doubt. Seeing the treasure sword, there was someone who could not contain himself and wanted to make a move to take it. "Stop!"
Ye Yuan shouted sternly.
That person's body shuddered, and he involuntarily stopped the movements of his hands and legs. "Boss Yi, what is it?" that person said quiveringly with fear. Hearing Yi Yuan bark so sternly, that person was also somewhat quaking with fear. Yi Yuan casually took a piece of wood and threw over. It was only to see a ghostly light flash past. With a whoosh, the wood was directly vaporized. That person could not help shrinking back when he saw the situation. Only then did he know that he already circled one round around the gates of hell and back. Even a fool can see that that is a high-grade holy artifact. You think that they won't retrieve it the last time they came over? You look, there still has a pile of ashes over there. It must be a martial artist who triggered the restriction and was burned to death. To be able to walk in here, they were Definitely people whose strength were overwhelming. Even they could not retrieve the treasure sword. Can you collect it? Yi Yuan said softly. That person spat out his tongue, aware that he was too careless. He thought that going across the Yellow Springs Road, inside this pavilion, building was just like that side hall. There was no dangers anymore. He really did not expect that danger was hidden everywhere. But he was also groveling on all fours in admiration towards Yi Yuan already. Yi Yuan had just entered this pavilion building too, but already observed all of the subtle aspects. Then we can only watch blankly? The person said rather unwillingly. To be able to be surrounded by such a powerful restriction. This treasure sword definitely had extraordinary aspects. Perhaps it was not as simple as just a high-grade holy artifact. Giving up just like this, how could they be willing to accept it? High-grade holy artifact, even in the Azura arena, it was extremely seldom seen too. Under normal circumstances, only Exalt classes could possess a high-grade holy artifact. It was already very impressive for them, these slaughter generals, to be able to own a middle-grade holy artifact. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that. Already came in. How can we return empty-handed? As he said, Yi Yuan slowly took a few steps forward and actually directly walked over towards that treasure sword. When everyone saw this scene, their countenance could not help changing. Suddenly, Boss Yi, that restriction, and Ren shouted at the top of his voice, wanting to go up and pull Yi Yuan. But the moment he made a move, Yi Yuan slipped away like a loach. He grabbed onto thin air. Everyone's hearts seized up, and they could not resist closing their eyes. But when they opened their eyes, Yi Yuan already picked up that treasure sword and started playing with it in his hand. Everyone exchanged glances, uncertain what happened. Such a powerful restriction. How come Yi Yuan was fine when he went in? Restriction? This restriction practically only exists in name to me, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. This restriction was the same as the Grand Array, both triggered with Dragon Wave as the condition. As long as Yi Yuan adjusted his own Dragon Wave vibration frequency to become the same as the restriction, passing through this restriction was something that could be easily accomplished. Everyone exchanged glances, not sure what they should say. There was still a pile of ashes on the floor, but Yi Yuan said that this restriction existed only in name. What else could they still say? This Yi Yuan was too mysterious. No matter how difficult a matter was, it would become very easy when it reached his hands. This skill to turn something rotten into something magical made each and every one of them admire endlessly. Even Shao Kai was already utterly convinced by Yi Yuan at this time too. Even Zhong Wubing repeated suffered losses at Yi Yuan's hands. What reason did he have to not be willing to submit? Therefore, regarding everyone correcting themselves and calling Yi Yuan boss, he did not have any temper at all. If it was not due to pride, he himself would want to call boss too. Heh. Boss Yi, does this treasure sword have any special aspects? And Run had a lackey appearance as he moved closer in front of Yi Yuan. Wanna look? Take it then. Yi Yuan casually threw the sword to Enren with a look of indifference. It was like Enren had found a precious treasure, holding the treasure sword up, unable to put it down. Clank. The sword was unsheathed from the scabbard. A wave of extremely apprehensive, sharp light instantly filled the entire pavilion building. Fine sword. Fine sword. A wave of marveling praises echoed out. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You should be a sword user, right? Give you this sword. Vuvuot. And Ren could not quite believe his own ears, resulting in somewhat stuttering when talking. I said, Give you this sword to use. And Ren opened his eyes wide. The rest also opened their eyes wide and did not come back to their senses. This was a high-grade holy artifact. Yi Yuan actually gave it away at the drop of a hat. Forget about them, these slaughter generals. Even if the Exalts came here, they would definitely get into a free-for-all fight when they see this high-grade holy artifact too. Yi Yuan actually gave it to Enrun with a casual manner just like this. When they came back to their senses, everyone looked at Enrun with envious looks. At the same time, they themselves were also seized with regret. If they knew long ago, they would have licked Boss Ye's boots like Enren. This was a high-grade holy artifact. You guys don't need to be envious of him either. I reckon that the second floor should still have quite a number of good stuff. At that time you will all benefit, Yi Yuan said coolly. We all have a share? Everyone did not know what they should say already. This was also too generous, right? Yi Yuan, this is a high-grade holy artifact. Don't you want it? Xiao Kai said in disbelief. These toys, I have no need for them. Just give them to you then. But you all got to be a little more careful after you go out and not easily expose these things. Otherwise, it will draw a fatal disaster, Yi Yuan said coolly. Everyone was speechless. They perceived it. Yi Yuan really turned his nose up at it. This sword, when placed outside, would definitely draw a wave of bloody storm. But Yi Yuan actually held it in total contempt. This world was too crazy. Although this sword was decent, it was still far too lacking compared to the Star Moon sword. Furthermore, the strength unleashed by this high-grade holy artifact in Yi Yuan's hands was even inferior to the Star Moon sword. It was really useless for him to claim it. Actually, Yi Yuan's greatest killing tool was not the Star Moon sword, but the
Vastheffen pagoda.
At present, Yi Yuan could already preliminarily control the vast heaven pagoda. Slaying his opponents was just a matter of snapping his fingers. Was just that up till the present moment no one could force him to this step. Yet that was all. The vast heaven pagoda probably already infinitely approached a divine artifact. Once it was exposed, there would be endless problems. Compared to the vast heaven pagoda, all these high-grade holy artifacts, Yi Yuan naturally looked down on them in disdain. Alright, the first floor shouldn't have any good stuff anymore. Let's better go up to the second floor, Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan came to the second floor's entrance. A transparent light screen blocked in front of him. A restriction again. Why are there restrictions everywhere inside this dragon? Sovereign territory? Someone grumbled. Yi Yuan said smilingly, this restriction doesn't have offensive power and also can't be opened using other methods. Want to enter the next floor? One can only break it with force. If I didn't guess wrongly, nobody should have stepped into the second floor yet. Yi Yuan's words made everyone's eyes light up. If no one had stepped foot into the second floor before, didn't that mean that the treasures upstairs were all accounted for? Boss, let me this time. Just acquired this dragon spring sword. Perfect too. Use it for practice. And Ren assumed the responsibility. And Ren already dripped blood to have it acknowledged his as its master. And got to know that this treasure sword's name was called Dragon Spring Sword. Yi Yuan smiled but did not say anything. And Ren's ranking on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation was not low. He was in existence second only to Xiao Kai among Si Yin's lot. Obtaining the Dragon Spring Sword this time, he was naturally itching to have a go.
Destruction Sword.
And Ren gave a fierce cry. An incredibly powerful sword intent stab towards the light screen. Boom! And Ren was directly blasted flying out, smashing heavily onto the wall. Ouch! And Ren gave a miserable wail, all the bones in his body almost falling apart. The faces of Xiao Kai and the rest all changed. They did not expect that this light screen actually had such power. Heh. Looks like we overestimated our strength. Since nobody has stepped foot into the second floor, it means that Exalt Blazing Fire couldn't go up either. Even he couldn't break this restriction with his strength. How are we able to break it with just us, these people? Xiao Kai suddenly came to his senses and said, rather dispiritedly. Yi Yuan said smilingly, this restriction, forget about the blazing fire back. Then, even if the current blazing fire came, he definitely can't break it either. Hearing these words, everyone's countenance changed even more. When blazing fire entered here back then, he had not reached Exalt level yet. His strength was also far from what it could be compared to presently. This 10 years' time, Blazing Fire's improvement was evident to all. His strength was already comparable to some of the veteran exalts already. But Yi Yuan said that even the present Blazing Fire could not do it. Then this light screen, who else was able to break it? As expected, it was still nothing more than wishful thinking on our part. Xiao Kai said with a bitter smile. Hoo-hoo. He cannot. Doesn't mean that I can't. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. These words were rather arrogant. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to be Blazing Fire's match either. But Yi Yuan said that he could break this light screen. How was this possible? Don't believe it? All back away from me and watch carefully, Yi Yuan said, confidently. Not that Xiao Kai did not believe. But Yi Yuan's raised the starting point too. High. An exalt's strength was not what these slaughter generals, could compare to. Even Zhong Wubing could not withstand a single blow in front of an exalt too. Who was Yi Yuan to break this light screen? However, doubt was doubt. But there was a voice sounding out in their hearts. That was that Yi Yuan could do it. Yi Yuan came before the light screen and slowly shut his eyes. At the same time, all the dragon blood in his body started boiling over. Bizarre vibrations started revolving within Yi Yuan's body. The frequency of this vibration became increasingly higher and progressively closer together. Later, Yi Yuan's whole body actually emitted an extremely mysterious sensation. When Xiao Kai and the rest saw this scene, they could not help revealing dumbfounded looks of amazement. Coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm. Yi Yuan revolved the dragon wave to the limits. A palm rumbled out in a manner that could topple mountains and overturn the seas. Bang! The palm that could topple mountains and overturn the seas was as if it was a clay ox that plummeted into the sea, never to be heard of again. It did not cause much of a reaction to the light screen. Boss Yi, this, and Ren said rather hesitantly, this palm of Boss Ye's, the power did not even look as powerful as his. Hitting onto the light screen, there was no reaction at all. At the very least, he was even blasted flying. But Yi Yuan smiled slightly. Lifting his leg, he walked over towards the light screen and actually passed right through the light screen. And Ren's mouth opened wide, his face full of disbelief. This meant that the light screen could already be passed through? Come on in, what are you still in a daze for? Only then did Ren abruptly startled awake and said fawningly, Boss is the boss. Really too impressive. Dragon Wave was where the core of the Dragon Clan's martial techniques was at. Inside this Dragon Sovereign territory, it could not shake off the application of Dragon Wave in all aspects. This light screen in front of them was to test the strength of the intruders. Dragon Wave. Even if the Dragon Clan's geniuses were present, it was also not possible to easily burst through this light screen, because its lowest requirement towards Dragon Wave was Spirit Rank Dragon Wave. Yi Yuan was astonishingly gifted in the cultivation of Dragon Wave. That was how he could cultivate to the middle stage Spirit Rank at such an age. If it was a dragon race's genius, it was still impossible to reach the Spirit Rank. At this age, one had to know that Long Teng, that level of earth-shaking powerhouse, also spent 100 years' time to cultivate to Heaven Rank Dragon Wave, let alone Spirit Rank. To be able to cultivate to middle stage Spirit Rank, it could probably be counted on one's fingers in the Dragon Clan now too. Entering the pavilion's second floor, and Ren and the rest immediately held their breaths, their eyes emitting a dazzling light. That is a Tier 9 medicinal pill. That's a high-grade holy artifact. That's a Tier 9 cultivation method. On the second floor, all of it was actually Tier 9 items. This place was simply a treasure vault. Briefly counting it, there were actually as many as over 20 items. Such a haul was too heaven-defying. Haha. Yi Yuan. Really thank you so much. I didn't expect that you actually broke this second floor's restriction. It really took me by surprise. These treasures. I'll help you put them away. Right at this time, Zhong Wubing's voice suddenly sounded out. Over a dozen Figures dashed inside all of a sudden, directly blocking the entrance leading to the first floor. Looking at how it was they were going to catch a turtle in a jar. Seeing these dozen over people, Xiao Kai's expression changed. Looks like charging over from the Yellow Springs Road. There were only these dozen over people left. But these dozen over people were all characters ranked at the top of the Heaven Carnage Proclamation. Even the lowest ranking one had top 50 strength. Looks like these people already reached some sort of tacit understanding and wanted to join hands to deal with Yi Yuan. These dozen over people joining hands was no trivial matter. Although Yi Yuan crushed Wu He to death with one palm, facing the teaming up of these dozen over people, it was likely still not too optimistic. Wu He's strength was too far away from these people. Furthermore, it was even these dozen over people joining hands. Yi Yuan, you're too arrogant. Thanks to you, the others are all dead. But this is good too. The rest are all dead. There's nobody to snatch treasures with us. Want to blame your arrogance. Although I don't know what method you used to scam Wu He to death. Facing our dozen over people's teaming up, even if you have any more tricks, it's a straight road to hell too. Haha. But this boy really have some tricks. Even Exalt Blazing Fire couldn't open this second floor's restrictions. He could actually open it. Under normal circumstances, there was no way these dozen over people would join hands. Every one of them was all incomparably conceited and were utterly disdainful to team up with others. But Yi Yuan's might made they put down that pride in their hearts and choose to team up. Yi Yuan was too bizarre until it made them, these peak experts on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation, have no choice but to put down their pride and team up to face the enemy. Yi Yuan swept past everyone's faces with an amused look and said smilingly, "You guys really have no idea of life or death. On the Yellow Springs Road, this little lord already let you guys off. I didn't think that you all actually came to seek death again. Looks like you guys really turned a deaf ear to my words." Zhong Wubing said with a cold smile. "Yi Yuan, stop hanging on stubbornly. Already, today, you only have one road that leads to death." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Since you guys came up, not one of you have to leave anymore. Can't display it out here. Let's change the location." Fiery. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. The several hundred lanterns in the corners of the pavilion building lit up at the same time. On Yi Yuan's glabella, a faint dragon-shaped marking flickered with light. Boom! Everyone only felt the scenery before their eyes change. They actually arrived inside an enormous cave. On the stone walls of this cave were all gigantic dragons bearing their fangs and brandishing their talons. These massive dragons were all vividly lifelike. It was as if they were real. Where is this place? Such a powerful dragon pressure. Haha. This place should be the Dragon's Sovereign Territory's final land. This place definitely has an earth-shaking treasure. Yi Yuan, this time I Zhong Wubing really have to thank you. Zhong Wubing seemed to have discovered something. Not only was there no shock on his face, but it also became somewhat crazed instead. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Not bad. At least you have some insight. This place is the Dragon Sovereign Territory's final land of inheritance. However, it doesn't have a dime of connection with you. Reckless fool. Just the likes of you, a measly little heaven enlightenment. Realm, do you really think that you're able to defy the heaven? I'll let you. Take a look now at the Heaven Carnage Proclamation's number 3's true strength." Zhong Wubing's expression turned cold. A shocking aura billowed to the skies. The moment the aura flared up, the faces of Xiao Kai and the rest visibly changed. This level of strength probably did not lose out in the slightest when compared to Dao profound realm powerhouses as well, right? But seeing this scene, a hint of a mocking smile just flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. He did not care at all. Noisy. Right then, a black spear shadow descended from the sky and actually headed straight for Zhong Wubing. Under the spear, even heaven and earth changed colors. The spear tip actually slashed out multiple fissures in space. Zhong Wubing's expression changed greatly. How could he still care about Yi Yuan? His figure swayed, wanting to escape. However, he was fast, but that spear shadow was faster. Pucci! The spear shadow pierced right through Zhong Wubing's chest, pinning him securely to the ground. Till death, Zhong Wubing did not figure out what happened. Seeing this scene, the other roughly dozen people could not help feeling a chill from the bottom of their hearts. This spear shadow was completely not like an item that the divine realm should have. It was too terrifying. Those who are not of the dragon race that intruded the dragon's lair. Death. Penalty. Pinning Zhong Wubing dead. That awe-inspiring voice sounded out once more. When those dozen over people heard, their faces could not help changing. Drastically. How could they still have time to think? They raised their speed to the limits, wanting to escape. Yet it was already too late. Pierce. Over 10 black spear shadows shot out from the void. It was only to hear a series of spear tips entering the figures of people. These dozen over experts instantly perished. Thud, thud, thud. A series of footsteps slowly transmitted over. A stalwart figure appeared in everyone's line of sight. This was a black shadow, unable to see the features clearly at all. But at this moment, he faced Yi Yuan across a distance, and he slowly opened his mouth to say, "You are the successor?" That dragon-shaped marking on Yi Yuan's glabella lit up once more, appearing especially dazzling. "I think I should have obtained some sort of acknowledgement." Facing this terrifying black shadow, Yi Yuan replied calmly. The moment he passed through the light screen, some additional information appeared in his sea of consciousness and seemed to have activated his bloodline as if he had obtained some kind of recognition. A dragon-shaped imprint also appeared on his glabella. Hence, that was why he could open up this final land. The black shadow did not speak, but his gaze turned towards Shao Kai and the rest. Shao Kai and the others were frightened inwardly. Cold sweat already drenched their clothes unknowingly. "They are all my companions. Senior, please send them back," Yi Yuan said. That black shadow nodded slightly. Casually waving a hand, he actually shattered the space and directly sent their group of people out. Shao Kai and the others only saw a blur before their eyes, and they actually returned back to the pavilion building's second floor. My God! That was truly dangerous. Killing Zhong Wubing they all in a flash. That black shadow is too powerful. Big brother Shao, my heart almost leaped out just now. And Ren patted his chest, a look of lingering fear after the event on his face as he said, "How was Shao Kai any better than Ren?" He merely hung in there desperately, and not show it. He nodded his head right away and said, "That black shadow's strength was indeed too powerful. If not for Yi Yuan, we'd definitely be hard pressed to escape death too." Everyone exchanged glances, all not quite recovering to their senses. How did Yi Yuan actually become a successor in a twinkle of an eye? They played supporting roles when they entered the final land, then circled one round and returned again. But they all understood that this dragon sovereign territory's truly good treasures were probably in that final land. "Big brother Shao, what should we do now?" "This place." And Ren swept the surroundings once, his gaze revealing a greedy look. The surroundings were all treasures. Shao Kai's expression changed, and he said sternly, "Don't have any ideas. Everything will wait for Yi Yuan to come back before deciding. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Did you forget that pile of ashes on the first floor?" And Ren's heart pounded, and the expression of greed was swept away. He said, embarrassedly, "Haha, I was just saying. Of course we have to wait for Boss Yi to return before deciding. Without him, even if we obtained the treasures, we might not be able to leave either." "Humph. Good that you know. Everyone meditate on the spot and don't do anything. Quietly wait for Yi Yuan's return. If these treasures belong to you, it won't run away. But if anybody wants to court death themselves, I won't stop either," Shao Kai said with a cold snort. Everyone's expressions became fearful when they heard that. Recalling Yi Yuan's formidable aspects, they were all endlessly terrified. When they just entered, there were over 100 people in mighty ranks. Probably no one would feel optimistic about Yi Yuan either. But walking this whole way, all of the people died, leaving behind just their lot of people. Where not a single one actually died. This was something that they did not even dare to think about before entering. The dragon's sovereign territory. Yi Yuan virtually brought them to this place by relying on his strength alone. How to choose seemed to not need any more words as well. You, a human, actually cultivated dragon wave to middle stage spirit rank. The Black Shadow was sizing Yi Yuan up. Although his voice was calm, that hint of surprise could not be concealed. Yi Yuan's cultivation talent in dragon wave, even he himself felt astonished. Let alone the others. Back then, when Yi Yuan had just cultivated dragon wave, it made Long Tongue very depressed. Talking about cultivating dragon wave in front of Yi Yuan seemed to be asking for a beating. As I cultivated, I reached middle stage spirit rank. Yi Yuan told a big, honest truth very helplessly. The Black Shadow distinctly froze. This way of saying things was seriously too irresponsible. But to Yi Yuan it was indeed like so. Half-divine dragon blood, primeval dragon bone. Boy, your good fortunes were not small. Looks like these few drops of dragon blood won't have much effect on you as well. The Black Shadow fished out a small bottle. Inside the small bottle was several drops of fresh blood, but he directly threw it to Yi Yuan. Heh, dragon blood is good stuff. I won't complain about having too much. Yi Yuan hurriedly put away the dragon blood. The Black Shadow fished out another small and exquisite bell, and directly threw it to Yi Yuan too and said, "This is the Heavenly King Bell, a transcendent grade holy artifact. These two items are your rewards for reaching the middle stage spirit rank dragon wave. Transcendent grade holy artifact, even in the divine realm it was extremely rare. Yi Yuan's Star Moon Sword was also a transcendent grade holy artifact. In the era where divine Tao dwindled to zero, divine artifacts disappeared. Along with it too, transcendent grade holy artifacts became the divine realm's pinnaclemost existence. Of course, quasi-divine artifacts like the vast heaven pagoda naturally towered above transcendent grade holy artifacts. However, Yi Yuan had yet to hear before of any faction that had quasi-divine artifacts existing. After Yi Yuan put away the Heavenly King Bell properly, the Black Shadow said, "Again, right now you have two options. The first, take these two items and then I'll send you out of the dragon sovereign territory. The second, challenge the final inheritance. However, your life will be at risk. With your strength, it's impossible to succeed in challenging." Yi Yuan answered without even thinking about it. What else is there to consider here? Facing such a lucky chance, anyone would also be unable to refuse, right? The Black Shadow shook his head and said, "The final inheritance is incomparably perilous. You're too weak and lacking. Take 10,000 steps back. Even if you really obtained the final inheritance's rewards, you'd be unable to operate it too. Furthermore," talking until here, the Black Shadow hesitated. "Furthermore, I'm not a member of the dragon race, and am not worthy of getting the final inheritance. Is it?" Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. The Black Shadow did not reply, but he clearly already silently acknowledged this fact. A human obtaining the dragon race's final inheritance was not justifiable. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Senior, when I refine the primeval dragon bone, I'll be able to evolve to the royal bloodline. No matter what my origin is, this bloodline cannot be faked at all. If even royal bloodline is not qualified to obtain an item of the dragon race, then who else is worthy of getting it? Moreover, hearing the meaning in your words, this final inheritance doesn't seem to stipulate that humans can't receive it. Your misgivings are merely just your own misgivings." Yi Yuan's words were not uttered politely at all. this black shadow in front of him was clearly the guardian of the final inheritance. He was not the setter of the rules, just the executor of the rules. Humph! A brat actually dares to comment about this seat, recklessly ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. The black shadow gave a cold snort and actually attacked at a word of disagreement. A black dragon appeared with a roar. That imposing momentum was simply like it was going to devour heaven and earth. Divine rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Seeing this palm, Yuan drew a cold breath. He could feel that this coiling dragon heaven devastating palm absolutely surpassed the limits of spirit rank and reached the legendary divine rank. This black shadow in front of him was simply powerful until it made people's hair stand on end. Just what kind of existence was this guy? But at this time it did not allow him to think too much. At the moment of life and death hanging by a thread, he could only revolve the essence energy in his entire body to deploy the vast heaven pagoda with all his power. Facing such an earth-shaking palm, only the vast heaven pagoda could block it. The black shadow made a slight sound of surprise. The black dragon instantly vanished into thin air, as if it had never appeared before. You actually have a quasi-divine artifact in your hands. No wonder when you acquired the Heavenly King Bell earlier you didn't react much at all. The black shadow said rather surprisedly. In his view, Yi Yuan should be overwhelmingly excited to obtain a transcendent grade holy artifact with his strength. But when Yi Yuan saw the Heavenly King Bell, he was like an old well without ripples. Is it Lord Longzhan? A hesitant voice suddenly sounded out. Long Tang had actually woken up at no idea when and revealed his figure. Hearing the tone of his words, he actually knew that black shadow. I didn't think that there are actually still people who remember this seed in the world. You're actually an artifact spirit. A noble dragon actually became another person's artifact spirit. What a disgrace to yourself. The black shadow said with a dirty look. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and said, "Didn't your esteemed self become a person, guarding a pass as a member of the dragon race too? How much better are you compared to senior Long Tongue?" Yi Yuan, this person was the most protective of his own. Hearing the black shadow disparage Long Tongue, he was naturally very unhappy. Even the form of address was changed too. Things that Yi Yuan were unhappy about, even if the other party was the Jade Emperor, it was impossible to make him cower and take a step back too. Yi Yuan, you mustn't be rude. Lord Longzhang is a deity realm powerhouse. The coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was created by Lord Longzhan. Long Tang was clearly very respectful towards Longzhan, even to a worshipping degree. Hence, he was completely unconcerned about his attitude. Hearing Long Tang's words, Yi Yuan was endlessly shocked too. He did not expect that this black shadow in front of him was actually a deity realm powerhouse. Furthermore, the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm which Yi Yuan cultivated was actually created by this black shadow right before his eyes. Cultivating the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm for a long time, Yi Yuan deeply experienced the might of this martial technique. Cultivating this martial technique to the limits was absolutely not inferior to the spirit bristle divine king's 9 sons burning heaven. To be able to create such a top-tier martial technique, this person was surely a character who could shake the heavens and startle the earth. Except, even if the other party was any stronger, his attitude made Yi Yuan displeased too. So what if deity realm powerhouse? Circumstances have changed with the passage of time. Isn't he still only left with a wisp of remnant soul? Yuan said without the least bit of politeness. Heh! What an arrogant brat. You think that I can't do anything to you with just a remnant soul, right? Or do you think that by relying on the quasi-divine artifact in your possession, you can stop this seat? Long Zhan said, with a cold smile. Yi Yuan said without showing weakness in the slightest. Your esteemed self can come and give it a try. Long Tongue's cold sweat poured profusely as he listened by the side. Yi Yuan, this boy was really too unbridled. Lord Longzhan was a genuine deity realm powerhouse. Deity realm represented invincibility. Even if he was just a wisp of remnant soul, he was also not what Emperor realm powerhouses could blaspheme, let alone Yi Yuan, a measly little heaven enlightenment realm. But Long Tongue also knew that the reason why Yi Yuan was like this was all because of him. Beyond the terror, Long Tongue was still endlessly warm in his heart. Yet Longzhan did not fly into a violent rage like Long Tongue imagined, but fell silent instead. After a moment, Longzhan opened his mouth and said, "How would killing you need this seat to personally take action? Don't say that this seat doesn't give you the opportunity, the final inheritance. Do you really want to challenge it?" Yi Yuan was slightly surprised too. He already made preparations to have a big fight, but he did not think that Longzhan actually agreed to let him challenge the final inheritance. Looks like Longzhan was very confident in this final inheritance and felt that there was no way he could clear it. What a joke. Do you feel that this little lord is somebody who jokes around? Yi Yuan said. Conceited and arrogant brat. You'll regret it, Longzhan said. Probably. The one regretting at the end will be you. Yi Yuan went tit for tat as he said. Wait a minute. Long Tongue suddenly interrupted the two people's conversation and opened his mouth to say, Lord Longzhan, could it be that the final inheritance you're talking about is the voice of the dragon god? Looks like you know quite a few things. That's right, it's precisely the voice of the dragon god. Why, regretting now? Longzhan said with a slight scoff. When Yi Yuan heard that, he said disdainfully, this sort of low-grade goading technique, do you think that I'll fall for it? There is no regret. This word in this little lord's dictionary. No way. Yi Yuan, you can't challenge the voice of the dragon god. Long Ting directly interrupted Yi Yuan's words and urged, the voice of the dragon god is one of the dragon race's strongest martial technique. Once the voice of the dragon god is unleashed, mountains and rivers will crumble, and heaven and earth will be turned upside down. It virtually has the power to destroy the world. With your current strength, there's simply no way to pull through. Longzhan said with a smile. Relax. Now in this world, there's already nobody able to cultivate voice of the dragon god to that sort of degree anymore. The voice of the dragon god here doesn't even have 1/1,000,000th of that power. A martial technique possessing the power to destroy the world. How formidable was that? Even if it was 1/1,000,000th of the power, it was also not what a puny little heaven enlightenment realm martial artist could withstand. Since Long Ting knew about the voice of the dragon god and spoke up about its power, Longzhan felt that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to accept this test. Yet he was wrong. He, the dragon race's strongest martial technique? Is it? This little lord. I am very interested with it. I want to take a look at just how powerful is this voice of the dragon god's might. Yi Yuan said with a light smile. Long Tang's expression changed, and he knew that Yi Yuan's stubborn temper had flared up. He had spent a long time with Yi Yuan and was still quite familiar with Yi Yuan's temperament. Once Yi Yuan's stubborn temper flared up, even 9 dragons could not pull him back. But speaking of which, without this kind of pressing forward with indomitable will kind of momentum, how could geniuses grow to become a true powerhouse? What a gutsy lad. I hope that you can still smile in a while, Longzhan said coolly. The might of the voice of the dragon god. No one was clearer than him. Heaven enlightenment realm brat, even if he defied the heavens, it was also impossible to withstand it. Could the dragon race's strongest martial technique be a joke? Longzhan turned towards Long Tongue and said, Boy, it's fine if you yourself were reduced to become other people's artifact spirit. This foresight of finding a successor also makes people dare not sing praises to compliment it. This kind of fool. You actually took a liking to him too. But Long Tongue shook his head and said, He wasn't the successor I chose, but the successor the vast heaven steel chose. Although the voice of the dragon God is powerful, in my view, he's not totally without chances of survival.
Vastheffen stelen.
This brat, could he be the son of heaven's mandate? How is this possible? Hearing this name, Long Zhan was finally visibly moved. Long Tang nodded and said, the function of the vast heaven pagoda is merely used for concealing the vast heaven steel. Who it chooses to be the successor, how can it be what I, a puny little artifact spirit, am able to influence? Long Zhan fell silent and did not speak for some time. The shock that this information gave him was too intense. The vast heaven steel, this name which startled the heavens and shook the earth in human history, appeared once more. And this youth before his eyes was actually the successor designated by the vast heaven steel. Each vast heaven steel successor would ultimately mature into an earth-shaking powerhouse. Each time the vast heaven steel appeared, it would also be followed by the arrival of troubled times. The vast heaven steel successor would always play a decisive role each time turbulent days arrived. Therefore, they were called the son of heaven's mandate. And now, the voice of the dragon god already mobilized. On the stone wall, that largest carving of a dragon actually came to life. The entire cave instantly became dark. That gigantic dragon coiled around in the darkness, giving people an extremely strong sense of oppression. Yi Yuan's face was akin to an old well without ripples. It was as if foreign objects had no interference to him at all. He already revolved heart like monolith to the limits. Although Yi Yuan was very disdainfully verbally, when it truly came down to this moment, he raised his spirits up 120%. He knew that a test able to make Long Tongue so solemn was absolutely extraordinary. Yi Yuan was naturally aware that the dragon race was a terrifying race. Their power and foundation were absolutely not what outsiders could imagine. For the voice of the dragon god to be able to be called the strongest martial technique, it was bound to startle the heavens and shake the earth. A test like this, no matter how seriously one took it, it was not over the top. Crack, crack. The gigantic dragon circled around in the air. The horrifying aura became more and more terrifying, and there actually started to have lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, drawing the bow but not discharging the arrow, just like sharp swords hanging above. It made people even more unsettled. Yi Yuan suddenly opened both eyes. Raising his hand, it was a coiling dragon. Heaven devastating palm that headed for the gigantic dragon. Crack, crack. The azure dragon yet to approach when it was struck by a bolt of lightning and utterly buried in oblivion. The coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, which had been ever victorious, actually did not even stir up a wave. Cultivating the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm to such a level of attainment, this brat is also a genius that is hard to chance upon. It's too bad. He overestimated his own ability too much. Long Zhan evaluated Yi Yuan. When he saw this scene, although Long Tongue's words made him unbelievably shocked, the impression Yi Yuan left on him was that it was hard for him to bear great responsibilities. This point would not have any changes because Yi Yuan was the vast heaven steel's successor. The voice of the dragon god is indeed terrifying. This time Yi Yuan was really somewhat impulsive. Long Tongue said with a sigh. The voice of the dragon god had long been lost in the dragon clan already. Was also Long Tang's first time seeing. He knew that the voice of the dragon god had yet to truly begin, and it actually had such power already. When it was unleashed fully, how terrifying would the destructive force have to be? Long Tongue unconsciously clenched his fists tightly and secretly broke out into a cold sweat for Yi Yuan. Long Zhan said coolly, "Looks like he isn't some son of heaven's mandate. The vast heaven steel has times where it makes an error in judgment too. Prepare to collect his corpse for him." Long Tongue gave him a glance but did not reply. Yi Yuan curled his lips and said, "Really can't the dragon race's strongest martial technique indeed lives up to its reputation. Looks like There's only clashing head-on. Yi Yuan was not arrogant to the extent of relying on one coiling dragon heaven. Devastating palm to scatter the dragon race's strongest martial technique. His idea was to only interrupt the condensing tempo of the voice of the dragon god. But he did not expect that this voice of the dragon god was actually formidable to such an extent. However, Yi Yuan did not despair. He naturally had his own judgment to dare challenge the voice of the dragon god. Since this was a land of inheritance, it should be in hopes that there would be descendants capable of inheriting the mantle. And the true voice of the dragon god. Forget about him, Yi Yuan, even the present Dragon Clan's clan leader probably could not withstand it. What was the point of getting it? Therefore, while this voice of the dragon god was terrifying, its power would definitely be controlled within a certain boundary. Of course, even so, for the current Yi Yuan to want to pull through, it was likely a long shot too. Otherwise, Long Zhan would not let him accept the challenge so confidently. Crack, crack, rumble. The aura coming from the sky became increasingly horrifying, as if the end of the world was really going to arrive. Long Tongue said that mountains and rivers would crumble, and heaven and earth would be turned upside down. It was indeed not false. This gigantic dragon was just materialized from a stone carving. Although it was formidable, its power was limited. If the dragon race's deity realm powerhouses came and displayed this move, it would likely punch a hole through the divine realm. All of a sudden, the sky quietened down. The gigantic dragon stopped circling around too, stopping in the sky, its dragon eyes staring straight at Yi Yuan. Everything seemed to have stopped. This was the calm before the storm. Yi Yuan knew that the true voice of the dragon god was about to arrive right away. Without much hesitation, Yi Yuan grabbed a large bunch of medicinal pills and swallowed it in one mouthful. Ugh! When the medicinal pills entered his stomach, Yi Yuan's internal organs felt like they were going to burn up. Cold sweat poured profusely on his forehead. Swallowing so many Tier 8 medicinal pills in one go. This boy has gone nuts, Long Zhan said in shock. For Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists swallowing Tier 8 medicinal pills, they completely could not withstand the violent medicinal strength of Tier 8 medicinal pills. Those whose strengths were slightly weaker would even directly explode and die. This action was naturally incomparably insane in Long Zhan's view. Yi Yuan only dared to consume them by relying on that his fleshy body was powerful. But swallowing so many in one go still made him have a feeling that his body about to explode. But Yi Yuan's own body, he knew his limits. The medicinal pills consumed was definitely within the acceptable limits. Among the medicinal pills he consumed just now, there was the Creation Essence Birthing Pill and Black Tortoise Tyrant Physique Pill, right? The Creation Essence Birthing Pill can make the essence energy within the body produce unceasingly. The Black Tortoise Tyrant Physique Pill can let the martial artist's essence energy protective shield increase 10 times in power. Very heaven-defying. These two medicinal pills are ancient recipes. The difficulty of refining them are extremely high. How did he get them? Long Zhan said curiously. Long Zhan's knowledge and experiences were extremely vast. Although it was just a brief instant, he already saw clearly the medicinal pills that Yi Yuan swallowed. Long Tongue said he refined it himself. Long Zhan could not help freezing and saying in disbelief, "Impossible! These two medicinal pills are Tier 8 medicinal pills. Even an alchemy venerable might not be able to refine them. How can he, a measly little heaven enlightenment realm, possibly refine them?" Lord said helplessly. "If Lord Long Zhan doesn't believe me, I can't do anything about it either. Your understanding of Yi Yuan is too little. The vast heaven steel definitely has its reasons for choosing him." Long Zhan was speechless. Right at this time, the gigantic dragon slowly opened its mouth. An intangible energy that could destroy heaven and earth instantly struck Yi Yuan. No sound, no energy undulation either. This attack was virtually completed in An instant. There was no process of transmitting it at all. Dong. An enormous gong. A large bell was directly blasted flying. It was precisely the Heavenly King Bell. This Heavenly King Bell was indeed an extremely powerful defensive holy artifact, but facing such a horrifying attack, the Heavenly King Bell was immediately blasted away. Poo work. Yi Yuan immediately vomited large mouthfuls of blood. This attack already made him suffer injuries. At the same time, Yi Yuan revolved the Tyrant Dragon regeneration art frenziedly and started to recover the wounds within his body. But right then, Yi Yuan's divine soul suddenly shuddered, as if it was struck by something. Poo work. The second attack landed in succession, sending Yi Yuan flying once more. The first attack, the Heavenly King Bell, withstood it. The second attack, Yi Yuan could only forcefully withstand it himself, although the Black Tortoise Tyrant Physique Pill strengthened his defensive powers 10 times. Under this attack, Yi Yuan was still severely wounded. The truly horrifying aspect of the voice of the Dragon God lies in that it's a hybrid attack of Dragon Wave attack and Divine Soul attack. Completely impossible to guard against. The sound wave attack formed by the Dragon God can even shatter space, let alone the Divine Soul. This brat is dead for sure. Long Zhan was somewhat gloating over his misfortune as he said. Long Tongue gave him a glance and said calmly, "That might not be so." Boom! Another shot of invisible energy smashed heavily towards Yi Yuan. This time Yi Yuan brought out the vast heaven pagoda. Even so, the tremendous impact force still sent him flying once more. The medicinal strength of the creation essence birthing pill was rapidly flowing away. Even the essence energy protective shield produced by the Black Tortoise Tyrant Physique Pill became much thinner too. The voice of the Dragon God, indeed well deserving of being called the Dragon race's strongest martial technique. A defense as formidable as Yi Yuan's was actually unable to withstand it too. But at this time, Long Zhan was already struck dumb with amazement, because the voice of the Dragon God's Divine Soul attack actually did not have any effect on Yi Yuan at all. Seems like apart from the initial most brief lapse in concentration, Yi Yuan did not have a reaction after that anymore. His entire focus was used on defending his physical body. How is this possible? The voice of the Dragon God's Divine Soul attack is very terrifying. Even if I was at my prime, I can't withstand the voice of the Dragon God's Divine Soul attack too. How did this brat do it? Long Zhan said, in disbelief. Long Tongue smiled but did not say a word. He knew that the Divine Soul attack not working was definitely because of the effect of the soul-suppressing pearl. This pearl was incomparably mysterious. Even Fiend God Jialan suffered a major loss at its hands. What could a measly, all-washed-up voice of the Dragon God do to Yi Yuan? Unless it was the real voice of the Dragon God, otherwise it was simply impossible to make Yi Yuan succumb on the Divine Soul. No, maybe the real voice of the Dragon God could not breach the soul suppressing pearl's defense either. Something that even a Fiend God was fearful of, how great its power was simply unimaginable. It was just that it was impossible for Long Tongue to say these to Long Zhan. Yi Yuan was the successor designated by the vast heaven steel, which was also his master. Even if Long Zhan was a senior he respected, it was impossible for him to divulge Yi Yuan's greatest secret either. Immunity to divine soul attacks, the voice of the Dragon God was equivalent to having an arm broken. Yi Yuan's chances of victory increased greatly too. Yi Yuan gave a long howl and completely mustered up the dragon blood power within his body, coupled with the protective shield formed from essence energy. It practically outfitted him into a tortoise shell. But even so, Yi Yuan was already on the verge of overdrawing right now too. No wonder Long Zhan did not feel optimistic about Yi Yuan. Just this fleshy body attack was already ridiculously powerful. Even if divine soul attacks are useless against him, the damage of sound waves to his physical body is also lethal. Voice of the Dragon God 9. Counts of Prajna sounds. each echo surpassing the last. Right now it's only the fourth echo and he's almost reaching his limits already. Do you think that he can make it through the 5 echoes at the back? Someone as mighty as Long Zhan, his composure naturally surpassed the average man. Calming down very quickly, although his words were unforgiving, he did indeed look at Yi Yuan in a different light from before. Yi Yuan's might far exceeded his expectations. For a measly little heaven enlightenment realm martial artist to be able to do it to this step, it was simply inconceivable. Long Tongue shook his head and said, "Actually, I have no assurance either, but I keep feeling that he can pull through." Long Zhan glanced at Long Tongue and said coolly, "Ignorant."
Boom.
9 echoes of prajna sounds. Actually, there was no sound at all. What there was just sound wave attacks. The magnitude of these sound wave attacks was each more powerful than the last. When the 5th echo arrived, it directly suppressed Yi Yuan onto the ground. The current Yi Yuan was bathed in blood all over his entire person's aura, weakening considerably all at once. The medicinal strengths of the medicinal pills consumed prior to this were virtually exhausted already. He already did not have essence energy left over to control the vast heaven pagoda to defend.
Boom.
The 6th echo was about to arrive in a flash. Yi Yuan sprawled on the ground and already could not move a muscle. He could only forcefully endure this blow. Yet, after this attack, Yi Yuan's aura was already feeble to the extreme. Seeing this scene, Long Tang's expression was very ugly. His heart was racked with anxiety, but he could not do anything right now. Could it be that I got to use the final measure? Long Tongue sighed in his heart. His so-called final measure was to burn the last of his life force, to let the vast heaven pagoda help Yi Yuan withstand the next echo. But that way, Long Tongue's soul was certain to disintegrate. You want to sacrifice yourself to help him achieve his aim? Not worth it. Can't save him either. In your current state, you can at most only control that quasi-divine artifact once. The 8th echo and 9th echo at the back. There's no way that he can withstand it. Long Zhan saw through Long Teng's thoughts with one glance and said, "So what? He's my master. More importantly, he came to the chaotic devil sea. For me, even if I die, I can't let him die in front of me either." Long Teng said very calmly. Living for several tens of thousands of years, Long Teng was already indifferent to some things as well. Done talking, Long Tongue drew a deep breath and was going to return inside the
Vastheffen pagoda.
At the same time, the 7th echo descended calmly, yet terrifyingly. Long Tongue was just about to make a move, but discovered to his astonishment that Yi Yuan's aura was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ah!
Boom.
Yi Yuan gave a fierce cry. The sound of a dragon roar emitted out. The coiling dragon heaven devastating palm leaped up once more and clashed together with the 7th echo. This collision knocked Yi Yuan flying out once more. However, Yi Yuan's aura was still in the midst of rising. Boom! A bolt of heavenly tribulation descended with a howl and directly slammed onto Yi Yuan's body. Yet, Yi Yuan was completely oblivious to it. This kind of minor heavenly tribulation could not even scratch Yi Yuan's itch. For him now, he thoroughly refined the primeval dragon bone and started bloodline evolution. Long Tongue muttered under his breath. Long Zhan did not speak. He fell silent. He did not think that Yi Yuan could actually thoroughly refine the primeval dragon bone at the final juncture. Yi Yuan's progress rate of refining the primeval dragon gon could not hide from Long Zhan's eyes at all. He knew that for Yi Yuan to want to thoroughly refine the primeval dragon bone, it still required a considerable period of time. But right at the moment which determined life or death, Yi Yuan actually stimulated shocking potential and instantly succeeded in refining the primeval dragon bone. This level of talent was simply unheard of. Could it be that he's really the son of heaven's mandate? Long Zhan thought in his heart. Utterly refining the primeval dragon bone, Yi Yuan's fleshy body and essence. energy were frenziedly growing. Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm. Yi Yuan unleashed the Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm without any hesitation once more, rumbling over towards the eighth echo. The eighth echo was too strong. Yi Yuan was blasted away once more. But at this time, such an attack was simply unable to stop the rise of Yi Yuan's momentum. In the midst of repeated bolts of heavenly tribulation, Yi Yuan resisted the voice of the Dragon God. It was as if he was the true Dragon God.
Boom!
Before the ninth echo, Yi Yuan finished transcending the tribulation and burst right through to the seventh level heaven enlightenment. But it did not end. His aura continued rising, surging towards the eighth level heaven enlightenment. The horrifying energy contained inside the primeval dragon bone was much stronger compared to half-divine dragon blood. Yi Yuan could not digest it in a short time. Hence, his essence energy cultivation realm was like floodwater that broke the dam, getting out of control, while the current Yi Yuan felt like he was filled with explosive strength from head to toe. With a feeling of needing to get it off his chest, he raised his right fist. A void dragon shadow punch came out with a roar. "Screw your voice of the dragon god. Explode for me,"
Yi Yuan shouted.
fiercely. Bursting out with a punch, Yi Yuan's figure retreated explosively. But this time he was not struck flying, stabilizing himself firmly in the and
Boom!
the gigantic dragon in the air dissipated with a loud bang, turning into a cloud of tattered scraps, and finally disappeared. This cave finally recovered to that appearance before, except the gigantic dragon on the stone wall already disappeared. Yi Yuan sat cross-legged on the spot and started to digest the benefits brought by refining the dragon bone. Currently, Yi Yuan's essence energy cultivation realm already broke through to the ninth level heaven enlightenment realm. His fleshy body even broke through by a great margin and firmly stepped into the middle stage tier 8. Lord Longzhan, it seems like the vast heaven steel's successor isn't as deplorable as you think, Long Ting said somewhat amusedly. The black shadow could not help freezing when he heard that. This Yi Yuan's talent had indeed far surpassed his imagination. This impossible-to-complete challenge, Yi Yuan actually completed it. According to Longzhan's judgment, prior to this, Longzhan had long determined that Yi Yuan was unable to resist the voice of the dragon god. Even if he refined half-divine dragon blood, was carrying the primeval dragon bone, and cultivated dragon wave to the middle stage spirit rank, it would not cut it either. But now, Yi Yuan used his punch to ruthlessly smack his face. This brat actually really succeeded. The black shadow gave a cold snort but did not refute. Longzhan had his pride. If he was wrong, then he was wrong. He would not retort anything on this matter. Seeing Longzhan not speak, Longtongue had a stomach full of questions he wanted to ask though. "My lord, back then you left the dragon clan when you were at your prime. What was that?" Lord asked curiously. Around 100,000 years ago, Longzhan was the dragon clan's last deity, realm clan leader. But when he was at his prime, he left the dragon clan quietly by himself and was not heard from ever since. Not long after, the deity realm powerhouses all disappeared overnight. There was no longer any news from Longzhan. What happened back then, nobody knew at all. Now that Longtongue ran into Longzhan, he naturally wanted his queries answered. This seat leaving the dragon clan back then was actually because I received the summons of the old dragon god. You should know our clan's supreme treasure, the sacred dragon token, was taken away by the old dragon god one. Longzhan talked tirelessly like he was describing a very normal matter. But it was like dreadful waves that surged towards the skies in Longtongue's ears. Sacred dragon token. Old dragon god was actually still alive at that time. Longtongue was incredibly shocked. The old dragon god from Longzhan's mouth was the previous clan leader before Longzhan. It was said that his strength was immensely formidable. Longzhan was brought up by the old clan leader single-handedly. The old dragon god's strength is what you're utterly incapable of imagining at all. Even when I was at my prime, I can't beat one of his hands. Either. Long Zhan laughed mockingly. Long Tongue's expression became slightly fearful, and immense waves billowed too. The skies in his heart. 100,000 years' time erased too many things. Even a dragon clan concealed. Many secrets too. My lord, then, where have deity realm powerhouses gone? What in the world happened 100,000 years ago? Long Tongue asked the most critical question. At present, all of the divine realm's martial artists were all concerned and searching for the answer to the question. Long Zhan mused for a moment, but he slowly said, "Don't ask me this question, because I don't know as well. The current me is only a wisp of remnant soul, left behind by my original body back then to use to guard the dragon sovereign territory. Although I have some of the original body's memories, the vast majority of the memories, especially memories pertaining to deity realm, were all wiped away already." Long Tongue was startled. He did not think that there would actually be such a thing. Long Tongue finally managed to meet a deity realm powerhouse, but his memories were actually wiped away. The mystery of divine Tao disappearing, the more one pursued, the stranger and more confusing it was. "Hey, I already passed the test. Where's the reward?" Yi Yuan already finished consolidating at God knows when and actually directly came over to ask for the reward, and did not show any respect to Long Zhan at all. "Hold on." Long Zhan threw down 2 words, his figure moved, and he vanished from sight. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan could not help being speechless as he said, "This fellow really irresponsible. He wouldn't have run away like this, right? Talking nonsense. Lord Long Zhan is a man of his words. How can he possibly run away?" Long Tongue immediately reproached. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Don't mind it. I'm just curious, this voice of the dragon god is so terrifying. What kind of thing will the final reward be? He already gave a transcendent grade holy artifact before this. He wouldn't directly give me a divine artifact this time, right?" Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when a rift directly opened up in the void. Countless electric light wormed out from inside the void and instantly filled the entire cave. Boundless dragon pressure, as if it was the galaxy in the sky, poured down. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan could not help gasping in amazement too. He had yet to see the true face of the final reward, and Yi Yuan already felt his power. What a powerful dragon pressure. Senior Long Teng, you're a member of the dragon clan too. Do you know what this thing is? Senior Long Teng. Yi Yuan looked over towards Long Teng but discovered that Long Teng was staring fixedly at that item which slowly appeared in the void. Could it be?
Impossible.
How is this possible? Long Teng murmured. You didn't see wrongly. It's the sacred dragon token. At this time, Long Zhan's figure slowly appeared once more. Yi Yuan involuntarily looked towards him, and his expression could not help changing. "You! The sacred dragon token coming into being, my mission is also complete. Naturally vanish like mist and smoke. It's just, I don't know if the original body is still alive or not." Long Zhan's gaze looked towards the endless void, as if wanting to find traces of his original body. But 100,000 years had passed already. Where have deity realm powerhouses gone? Nobody knew either. Long Zhan, naturally did not know as well. At this time, Long Zhan, that mass of black shadow, gradually became faint and was going to disappear very soon. "Brat, the sacred dragon token is the dragon race's supreme treasure, and also the symbol of the identity of the clan leader. Now that you've acquired it, you must detach yourself from the human race and become a member of my dragon race. It gives you great strength. Conversely, you have to brave fire and floodwater for the dragon race too," Long Zhan said solemnly. Yi Yuan froze, and he shook his head and said, "I'm a human. This won't ever change. Using a precious treasure to kidnap my identity. Not possible. What to do in the future, I have the final say, while you don't. Presently, Yi Yuan's dragon race bloodline could virtually rival the royals. Already. But no matter what, Yi Yuan had never considered himself to be a member of the dragon race. Want him to give up on his identity as a human and thoroughly become a dragon, that was something impossible. Long Zhan mused for a moment and suddenly said, I knew that you, this punk, won't obey obediently. Forget it, how to act in the future, it's your business. But you have to promise me if the Dragon Clan has any needs, you must help. If you're not around anymore one day, return the sacred dragon. Token to the Dragon Clan. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said with a nod, That's not impossible. Fine. I promise you. When the Dragon Clan is in trouble, I'll take action. The black shadow became increasingly fainter. Long Zhan finally looked at Long Tongue and said, You, this brat, are also an arrow at the end of its flight. Already. Forget it, this is a Skanda divine stone, take it. Before leaving, I'll gift you another good fortune. Long Zhan formed seals with both hands. A cloud of black gas emitted from within Long Zhan's black shadow and directly entered inside Long Tang's body. After the black gas entered Long Tongue's body, his aura instantly strengthened considerably. This is my last trace of soul force. Saving it is pointless too, might as well give it to you. With this trace of soul force, you should be able to recover 30 to 40% of your strength. Plus the Skanda Divine Stone before long, you should be able to recover to your peak condition, Long Zhan said calmly. Yi Yuan was slightly startled in his heart by the side. This wisp of remnant soul of Long Zhan's was clearly feeble to the extreme already. It actually still had such power. The might of deity realm powerhouses was indeed unimaginable. Thank you very much, Lord Long Zhan. Long Tongue bowed respectfully and said. Long Zhan waved his hand and said, My soul force being depleted, I'm only left with a trace of residual consciousness. Whether it's going with the wind or returning to the original body, I'm looking forward to it very much too. Brat, don't forget your promise. Finished talking, Long Zhan's body became more and more illusionary, all the way until it finally disappeared. And right at this time, a hard object the size of a short stick slowly flew out from the void and came to Yi Yuan's hand. When Long Tongue saw this item, he was immediately extremely agitated. Sacred Dragon Token. It's really the Sacred Dragon Token. It's been missing for over 100,000 years already. I didn't think that it was actually buried inside this heavenly slaughter pit. Just what in the world happened back then? Yi Yuan said curiously. This thing is really your dragon race's treasure? No matter how I look at it, it's also not much different from a fire rod. One could not blame Yi Yuan for being curious too. This thing that looked similar to a short staff in front of him was really too unremarkable. His whole body was pitch black. There were even traces of wear and tear on the staff's body. It did not have the slightest trace of essence energy undulation either. Compared to the overwhelming astoundment from when it made an appearance, the difference was too great. This kind of lousy toy actually also dared to claim to be the Dragon Clan's supreme treasure? Rubbish. The Sacred Dragon Token is a divine artifact. How can it be what you and I can appraise? A divine artifact coming into being, most likely. Turbulent days are really going to arrive, Long Tongue said with a solemn expression. Divine Tao dwindling to zero, all divine artifacts were also submerged in history. Now that a divine artifact had descended upon the world anew, Long Tongue kept having a foreboding premonition. Speaking of divine artifacts, what is the vast heaven steel? Also the soul suppressing pearl. I can't understand what it's all about.
Ye Yuan
Said helplessly. Long Tongue was speechless. Divine artifacts were likewise incomparably mysterious to him. Forget about him, even Fang Tian did not figure out just what kind of the existence the vast heaven steel was either. Forget it. Forget it. Better go out first. Since it's good stuff, keep it first then say. But How should we go out? Yi Yuan said speechlessly. Long Zhan, that fellow disappeared just like that, leaving them trapped inside this cave. Long Tongue said, this place should be an independent space. Want to get out of here, we must shatter the space here. The voice of the dragon god was so powerful and it had no way of shattering this space. In our current states, we can't get out at all.
Yeah.
Yuan said helplessly. The voice of the dragon god's sound wave attacks were very powerful. It even made tremors appear in the space. But it still did not shatter this space. Although Yi Yuan's strength advanced greatly to make him shatter this space, he examined himself and knew that he did not have this ability either. Long Tongue mused for a moment and suddenly said, according to the records in the clan, the sacred dragon token has the ability to shatter the void. Wasn't it hidden in the void previously too? Yi Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard that, and he took the sacred dragon token out once again. He poured essence energy into the sacred dragon token. But there was no reaction at all. As expected, is it a fire rod? Yi Yuan said speechlessly. Long Tongue shot him a glare and said crossly, divine artifacts are used by deity realm powerhouses. Want to activate the sacred dragon token? You must use divine essence. Divine essence? What's that? Yi Yuan said with a baffled look. Divine essence, simply put, it's the essence energy that deity realm powerhouses use. After mystic chi enters the body and gets refined by deity realm powerhouses, it will convert into divine essence. Long Tongue explained. Regarding Long Tongue knowing these things, Yi Yuan was not surprised. The dragon race was one of the races with the longest legacy. They were bound to know some things that the outside world did not know. But counting in this time, it was Yi Yuan's second time hearing mystic chi this name. But where do I get divine essence? Without divine essence, isn't this just a fire rod in my hands? Yi Yuan said speechlessly. Divine essence, don't you have it on you? Long Tongue suddenly looked at Yi Yuan with a smile that was not a smile. Yi Yuan could not help being stunned when he heard that. Suddenly startling. Awake, he said, you're saying that strange essence energy in my essence. Energy C. Long Tongue said smilingly. That's right. These divine essences are incomparably precious. They were all obtained by Fang Tian at the God's Fall mountain range after exhausting his abilities back then. Each drop is incomparably precious, but didn't expect that in the end, it benefited you, this brat. Yi Yuan was speechless. Turns out that he had been in possession of a treasure all along but was not aware of it. This strange essence energy was actually the divine essence used by Deity Realm Powerhouse. Except martial artists under Deity Realm were completely unable to unleash the true power of divine essence. To Yi Yuan, the function of divine essence was merely to instant-cast martial technique. If those Deity Realm powerhouses found out that he used divine essence like this, they would definitely be enraged until they climb out from a corpse pile. But fortunately, Yi Yuan was also aware that this thing was very precious and had never really used it since obtaining it until now. Yi Yuan shot Long Tongue a cross glare and said, you knew these long ago and actually didn't tell me all along. Weren't you afraid that I squander these divine essences away? Long Tongue said with a smile, you obtained it, it naturally belongs to you. How to use it is also your business. Yi Yuan was thoroughly defeated. He sucked in a deep breath and carefully mobilized several drops of divine essence and poured it into the sacred dragon token. All of a sudden, the sacred dragon token gave off a dazzling light.
Ye Yuan
Had yet to activate it when a terrifying aura transmitted out like when it just appeared. Swoosh, swoosh. Yi Yuan suddenly deployed it, abruptly giving a smash towards the void. This area of space actually fragmented apart inch by inch in a split second. Boom! The entire space suddenly collapsed. Yi Yuan's and Long Tongue's figures shrunk and were sucked away by some kind of mysterious force. Puff, puff, puff. Above the pavilion's second floor, those several dozen lanterns instantly all extinguished. Seeing this scene, Shao Kai suddenly stood up and said with a frown, "What happened? Yi Yuan he? Something wouldn't have happened, right? Boss Yi is so formidable. It's impossible for something to happen." And Ren said, with a whoosh, space lightly fluctuated. Yi Yuan's figure appeared inside the pavilion building once more. Seeing Yi Yuan appear, and Ren said with a hearty laugh, "What did I say? In this world, a person able to make Boss Yi get into an accident has yet to be born." And Ren's idolization towards Yi Yuan already reached a blind degree. But Shao Kai's expression changed and he said, "Yi Yuan, you broke through again." Yi Yuan merely went to that space for several days' time and actually broke through 3 minor realms in a row. He was already almost breaking through to phaseless realm. This sort of improvement speed was truly too outrageous. Rumble. Outside of the dragon's sovereign territory, the 12 exalts who were currently meditating suddenly opened their eyes, each and every one of them incomparably shocked. What happened? Why did the dragon's sovereign territory start to collapse? An exalt said solemnly,
Impossible.
"This dragon's sovereign territory is definitely the grotto of a deity realm powerhouses. Who can make it collapse?" Exalt Blazing Fire said, with a face full of disbelief too. The 12 exalts all harbored very high hopes for the dragon's sovereign territory. Otherwise, even if they sent people inside, it was also not possible to keep on waiting outside. One had to know that this heavenly slaughter pit was only opened for half a year. Every minute, every second was incomparably precious. With this waiting time, they would have long gone to other places to search for treasures. The dragon's sovereign territory collapsing, something incredible must have happened inside. I wonder, perhaps, our slaughter generals will be in some danger, Exalt Netherkill slowly said. Hearing this, the faces of the group of exalts were all hideous, especially Si'in. She bit her lips lightly, her face revealing a look of despair. If she lost Yi Yuan, then this trip could virtually be said to be in vain. With this, the disparity between her and the other exalts would get increasingly greater. But Exalt Coldblood took this sight entirely into his eyes and said with a light smile, "Why, younger sister Si'in seems to be very concerned about your slaughter generals. Could it be that you took a liking to that pretty boy?" Si'in was startled inwardly, but her expression turned cold, and she said, "Do you think that everyone is as cold-blooded as you are?" Coldblood took no notice of it and still smiled lightly as he said, 10 years ago, young sister Si'in moved on your own, but obtained quite a number of good stuff. At present, this dragon sovereign territory can be considered thoroughly done for already, but everyone has gotten nothing. Since younger sister Si'in knows of a treasure land, can you bring everybody there together? The moment these words came out, the other exalts all involuntarily looked towards Si'in, entering the heavenly slaughter pit the last time apart from the two exalts who perished. The benefits that the other exalts obtained were not many, while the one with the greatest harvests were undoubtedly Blazing Fire and Si'in. These two people, Blazing Fire, obtained benefits inside this dragon sovereign territory, but where Si'in went to had always been a mystery. If everyone obtained benefits at the dragon sovereign territory this time, there naturally would not be anyone who would turn their focus onto Si'in. However, now that the dragon sovereign territory collapsed, all of the slaughter generals might have died inside. There naturally would be people turning their eyes to Si'in. Si'in's expression turned cold, and she said, "Cold blood, what's your meaning?" "Hehe, what's my meaning, do you still not know? Entering the heavenly slaughter pit this trip, you can't very well let everybody return empty-handed, right? If there's good stuff, don't hide and tuck it away. Everybody searching for treasures together, the harvest will definitely be different, too. Don't you agree, everybody?" Coldblood had a broad smile on his face but appeared very insidious. "Yeah, younger sister Si'in, You probably didn't find Yi Yuan in order to enter the dragon's sovereign territory either, right? Another exalt said, See Een, if there's any good place, why don't you disclose it? The Netherkill, who did not speak all along, also spoke up in a rare occurrence this time as, well, if it were others, Een would not care much. But Netherkill opening his mouth, she had no choice but to take it seriously. With this, all of the exalt spearheads were pointed at her. This made her feel as if she was sitting on a bed of nails. Wow, a bunch of grown men always bullying women. You bunch of exalts are pretty capable. Huh. Right then, a lazy voice sounded out. The exalts were shocked and hurriedly turned their heads and looked over. Was only to see Yi Yuan leading a group of people who were currently walking out from the direction of the dragon's sovereign territory leisurely and unhurriedly. The exalts were deeply astonished because the ones following Yi Yuan out were all exalt Si Yin's people. Furthermore, not one was missing. Humph! Yi Yuan, the matters between exalts are hardly your a measly little slaughter's turn to come and cut in. Let me ask you, where are the others? Upon seeing Yi Yuan, blazing fire flared up into a fury. This guy had cheated him considerably. The others? Oh, they have all laid down their lives for all the Lord exalts. Especially Wu He, before being burned to death by the Grand Array, he was still talking about how he missed Lord Blazing Fire. It was really touching. Yi Yuan made a sorrowful expression, looking very realistic. But Shao Kai, they all knew what happened. Each and every one of them could not hold back their laughter, but they did not dare to laugh out loud either, nearly stifling until causing internal injuries. Originally, when Blazing Fire saw Yi Yuan's expression, he really believed that it was real. But when he swept his gaze across the faces of Shao Kai and the rest, he knew that Yi Yuan was talking sheer nonsense. Between exalts and slaughter generals, although it was a lord-subordinate relationship, it was still making use of each other. Slaughter generals needed to borrow power and influence, while exalts needed people to slog it out. Then again, the slaughter generals even hoped for the exalts to die earlier so that they could replace them. Stinking brat, you dare to fool me. I think that you're tired of living. Blazing Fire was already very displeased with Yi Yuan in the first place. Now that the top slaughter generals under his command all died inside the dragon sovereign territory, he became even more enraged. Being triggered by Yi Yuan like this, how could he still endure it? He actually directly attacked Yi Yuan. Blazing Fire grabbed out. A black claw condensed and formed from killing chi. Grabbed towards Yi Yuan. Een did not expect that Blazing Fire would explode and kill people at a word of disagreement, but taking action at this time was already too late. Seeing this scene, her expression could not help changing greatly.
Jareful, Yi Yuan. Een shouted anxiously.
A hint of delight flicked across Blazing Fire's face. Yi Yuan provoked him, time and again. This time, he must kill him to be satisfied. But right then, an even larger claw descended from the sky. Claw smacked onto Blazing Fire's black claw accurately. Blazing Fire's attack was scattered just like this. The expressions of all the exalts changed. Before their eyes was a massive black dragon. Slap! Yi Yuan smacked a palm onto the back of Ren's head and said with a look of exasperation at his failure to live up to expectations, "Why are you all so stupid? Don't even know how to put on an act?" Enraging Lord Blazing Fire, this time, each and every one of you will get more than you bargained for. Blazing Fire's expression was completely black, depressed in his heart until he was about to explode. But that black dragon made him deeply apprehensive. Tier 9 Black Dragon. This black dragon was none other than precisely Black Wind. Before Yi Yuan went into seclusion, he asked for a batch of spirit medicines from Een before. It was in order to refine medicinal pills to help Black Wind breakthrough. Black Wind had originally arrived at the final juncture, only missing a step to be able to break through to Tier 9. Under the catalyzing of Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, he finally broke through successfully. The Black Wind who broke through to Tier 9, his bloodline already thoroughly evolved into true dragon bloodline. The present Black Wind already successfully transformed to become a real black dragon. The Black Wind who succeeded in transforming into a dragon appeared truly awe-inspiring. Sensing the dragon pressure on his body, all of the exalts had solemn expressions. Cian was dumbfounded too. She never would have thought that Yi Yuan actually still had such a formidable trump card. Now, she finally understood why Yi Yuan dared to not show respect to her, this exalt. Him joining her camp was actually just for the sake of acquiring a spot. With this black dragon as backing, Yi Yuan's strength already completely did not lose to exalts. Blazing Fire's expression was incomparably ugly. Facing this black dragon, he did not have any certainty of winning. Black Wind entering Tier 9 was not just as simple as breaking through a major cultivation realm to Black Wind, completing the transformation from a little snake to becoming a true dragon in the end. This was a qualitative transformation. His strength would undergo a qualitative transformation too. Blazing Fire merely entered Dao Profound 10 years ago. If he really exchanged blows with Black Wind, he was likely still not a match. Yi Yuan, why did only you guys come out? Where are the rest? Asked Netherkill. At this time, Netherkill finally opened his mouth. His subordinates were all elites among elites. If Yi Yuan was able to come out, they should be able to come out too. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Other than us, they are all dead." When these words came out, everyone drew a cold breath. Although they had surmises in their hearts long ago, being informed of this news from Yi Yuan's mouth, they were still incomparably shocked. What they were shocked at was not that everyone died, but that the others all died and Cian's lot were actually completely unscathed. Furthermore, they seemed to have had a pretty good time. What in the world happened inside? Why didn't a single one of you die? Blazing Fire said with a grim expression. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Why? It's obviously because I'm formidable. Could it be that you don't think so?" Blazing Fire said with a cold smile. "Stop talking nonsense. Tier 9 Marshal. Artists can't enter into the dragon sovereign territory at all. Would dealing with your subordinates, that bunch of trash, still need Black Wind to make a move? Lord Blazing Fire, you're thinking too much." "Yeah." Yuan dismissed it lightly. "Humph. Big Brother Netherkill. This brat must have concealed many things. Furthermore, since they were able to come out, the abnormal activities inside the dragon sovereign territory must be related to them. Most likely Yi Yuan has long earned a boatload already." Blazing Fire said to Netherkill. "If it was other people, then forget it. But the 8 great slaughter generals under Netherkill's command were all Azura Arena's apex figures. They died inside too. How could Netherkill be willing to drop the matter? Just a black dragon. Even counting in one Cian, it was also merely just 2 Tier 9 powerhouses. On their side had 11 people. The moment these words were said, everyone's gazes looked towards Netherkill. Very clearly, his one sentence determined the development trend of the subsequent events. Cian was expressionless, but her heart pounded heavily. She never would have dreamed that her subordinates actually all came out alive. Although she did not know what happened inside, without a doubt, it had everything to do with Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan brought everyone out while those under the other exalts' command were completely wiped out. This was equivalent to offending everyone all at once. If she was ostracized by the other 11 exalts at the same time, how could she withstand it? Exalt Netherkill had yet to speak, but Yi Yuan came to Cian's side nonchalantly and said with a smile, "Lord Cian, these guys are eyeing our treasures. You have got to protect us. Come, give you all the treasures. You got to hold them properly." Cian had yet to react to it when Yi Yuan stuffed a high-grade holy artifact into Cian's hands. Also this. Yi Yuan stuffed treasure after treasure into Cian's hands, making everyone stupefied from watching. Did this brat break into a treasure vault? High-grade holy artifacts, Tier 9 medicinal pills, cultivation methods, a dazzling array of beautiful exhibits. Een almost could not hold them anymore. When the other exalts saw this scene, each and every one of their eyes turned red. Een looked at Yi Yuan blankly, her mind already unable to think. Was Yi Yuan mad? The logic of not revealing one's wealth, could it be that this guy did not know? This fellow obtained so many treasures, but actually did not hide and tuck them away and even flash them out for so many people to see. Wasn't this looking for a beating? However, the astoundment in Yin's heart simply reached a degree where it could not be any greater. These treasures, these exalts, could not obtain them even after several trips into the heavenly slaughter pit either. Yi Yuan just took a trip into the dragon sovereign territory. Disregarding that he toppled the entire place, he even brought out such a large pile of treasures. Een naturally did not know that these treasures were actually just a portion of what Yi Yuan acquired. The other people basically all had an article in their possession. As for himself, that went even more without saying. Big brother Netherkill, this blazing fire's gaze was incomparably scorching. If not because Yi Yuan's side strength was not weak, he would have long made a move to snatch. The other exalts were not much better either. They were all waiting for Netherkill to give an order. Huh? What are all of you using those sort of eyes to look at us for? Lord Een, you have to protect these things well, Yi Yuan said with a peculiar expression. Een finally came back to her senses at this time. She winked at Yi Yuan persistently, but Yi Yuan acted like he did not see it and still carried on talking without caring about others. Shao Kai and the rest broke into a cold sweat too. Yi Yuan was simply too rampant. Those opposite were all exalts. Wasn't playing like this seeking death? Right at this time, Netherkill finally opened his mouth. Een, since you obtained so many treasures, are you able to bring everybody along to the other ruin now? Netherkill's words made everyone stunned. What was the meaning of this? So many good stuff placed before their eyes. Were they not snatching? Yin's brain short-circuited for an instant too. But she came back to her senses very quickly and said with a nod. All right, since Big Brother Netherkill opened your mouth, Een will naturally comply with your wishes. Een also did not understand why Exalt Netherkill would let her off. So many treasures, anyone who saw it would be covetous too. She did not believe that Netherkill would be unmoved. Een could not help looking over at Yi Yuan. Seeing his completely harmless appearance, her temper immediately flared up out of nowhere. This guy had never discussed with her when he did things, scaring people dreadfully. Netherkill nodded and said, Yin's things? You guys don't have any more ideas? Her slaughter generals obtained them, that's their ability, and also Yin's own lucky chance. Whoever has any devious ideas, don't blame this exalt for not being courteous. All the exalts had stupefied looking at Netherkill in disbelief. Only Exalt Coldblood's gaze glinted for a moment but sensibly retreated to one side. He was not dumb. Yi Yuan definitely had some sort of reliance to dare take out so many treasures. And Yi Yuan's reliance was definitely not just that black dragon. Regardless of which angle one looked at, Yi Yuan was not a brave fool lacking in wisdom. If anyone were to make a move to go and snatch, they would definitely pay a terrible price. Yi Yuan being able to lead Yin's slaughter generals out without missing a single one was not so easily accomplished. At least somebody had to die in a horrifying place like the Yellow Springs Road, right? Yet, everyone was here right now. This by itself already indicated many problems. Netherkill was definitely wary of Yi Yuan too. That was why he would sensibly not make a move and use this as the price to make Een bring everyone to the other ruin. This Yi Yuan was too mysterious. Clearly just a brat who was not even at the phaseless realm, but he made them, these exalts, all incomparably apprehensive. Above the tall mountain, there were scattered rocks everywhere. Virtually nowhere to plant one's foot. This place was in destitution. Not even a blade of grass grew. No matter how one looked, it was a wasteland. Seein, this is the place you came last time? You aren't making fun of us, right? The Myriad Devil Ridge is merely a wasteland. Who knows how many people have come here before? You actually discovered treasures here. Blazing Fire questioned. This place was known as the Myriad Devil Ridge, but it was just a place where not even a blade of grass grew. Furthermore, this Myriad Devil Ridge was merely a very ordinary place within 10 miles. It was already uncertain how many people had come before. If there were any treasures, it would have been discovered long ago. So what if making fun of you? You gonna bite me? Seein had not even opened her mouth to speak when Yi Yuan directly shot back. A Blazing Fire. Blazing Fire was hot-tempered to begin with, being repeatedly provoked by Yi Yuan. He was long foaming at the mouth from anger already. Stinking brat. This exalt will tear your mouth. Come on then. I'll stand right here. Come over and tear me if you have the capability. Both parties were ready to jump at each other's throats, while Black Wind directly blocked in front of Yi Yuan, making Blazing Fire very gloomy. All right, listen to what Seein has to say, Netherkill said. Blazing Fire gave a cold snort, but could only go to one side and stew in his anger. He seriously could not understand why a proud Tier 9 Black Dragon would serve Yi Yuan, this kind of guy, as his master. Regarding Yi Yuan's unbridledness, Seein was helpless about it too. These 10 years, she had always been hiding her capabilities and biding her time, afraid of making too many enemies. Now things were great. The exalts were all offended by Yi Yuan. She also did not know where Yi Yuan's confidence lied. With just the likes of her and that black dragon, they were absolutely not a match for the others. But it was precisely because so that Yi Yuan appeared even more mysterious. Everybody, just follow me over. Seein did not say much either and just continued forward. Before long, Seein came in front of a slightly larger rock and said, "It's here." Finished talking, she actually walked straight towards the large rock. Right then, something inconceivable happened. Seein actually passed right through the large rock and vanished from sight. What a profound camouflage. I didn't expect that this Myriad Devil Ridge actually had a grotto hidden away in an altogether different world. An exalt exclaimed in amazement. This large rock was very inconspicuous. Even if passing by in front of it, it was also not possible to discover any abnormalities. They did not expect that. It actually linked to another place. Let's go in too. The group of exalts entered in a single file, all passing right through the large rock. Everyone only felt a blur before their eyes, and they actually arrived at a different world. This place had a picturesque landscape, vibrant greenery all over the place. Mountain ridges zigzagged like a long dragon, totally different from the Heavenly Slaughter Pit's bleakness. The Heavenly Slaughter Pit is an ancient battlefield. How can it have such a place? The scenery here is so beautiful. Having stayed for an extended time at the Azura Arena, I'm not used to such a place anymore. Screw it. As long as there are treasures, who cares what place it is? The scenery here made people refreshed in spirit. But what everyone was most concerned with was still the treasures. 10 years ago, I accidentally stumbled in here by chance. I saw the remains of a divine king and took his storage ring to be able to have today. But later, I searched the outer regions and also didn't find another corpse. Instead, I discovered a cave over there. It's just that that cave is blocked by dark, profound gold. I can't open it at all with my strength, so I had no choice but to withdraw out of here. Seein pointed in a direction and said, "Dark, profound gold." When everyone heard Sein's words, they could not help drawing a cold breath. Dark, profound gold was an extremely rare metal, possessing the attribute of devouring essence energy. Once it gets refined into a holy artifact, it could greatly weaken the opponent's attack. Such a treasure was actually used to block a cave entrance. Under Sein's lead, everyone came to that cave. Indeed, they saw a huge chunk of dark, profound gold. What a large chunk of dark, profound gold. Just this large piece of dark, profound gold. This trip is already not in vain. Somebody cried out. This cavern was 1 person long and wide. To be able to block such a large cave, one could imagine how large this chunk of dark, profound gold was. Only now did all the exalts understand why Ceen wanted to get Yi Yuan over. Although dark, profound gold was good, these exalts simply did not have the ability to push it away. Although Tao profound realm martial artists were strong, body refinement. Martial artists were extremely rare. Even though the exalts, essence energy cultivation realms were very formidable in terms of the fleshy body strength, they were 1,000,000 miles worse than Yi Yuan. Under the situation where essence energy was useless, clearly only Yi Yuan could move this lump of dark, profound gold. Yi Yuan, you guys have already obtained a lot of precious treasures inside the dragon sovereign territory. This dark, profound gold door will have to trouble you to get to work to remove it. At this time, Netherkill opened his mouth and said, to be able to make Exalt Netherkill use this sort of discussing tone to speak, Yi Yuan could be considered the first one. But Yi Yuan did not have any awareness of feeling overwhelmed by flattery and honor. He said with a faint smile, I can open the door, but this chunk of dark, profound gold belongs to me. The moment Yi Yuan opened his mouth, the other exalts became indignant. Yi Yuan, don't reach out for a yard after taking an inch. Such a large piece of dark, profound gold. That's a priceless treasure. You guys have already acquired so many precious treasures, and your greed is actually still insatiable. Exalt heavenly hedonist raised objections. But Yi Yuan smiled coldly when he heard that and said, what a joke! Listening to the meaning of your words, my treasures seem to all be picked up for free. Don't say that the grapes are sour because you couldn't eat them. If you're envious, come and snatch. Wanna open the door? No problem. The dark, profound gold is my condition. Either way, we've obtained quite a few treasures. Sufficient for us to digest for 10 years' time. No big deal in missing out on this chunk of dark, profound gold either. Yi Yuan's words put all the exalts on the verge of vomiting blood. This fellow simply exasperated people to death without paying for it. Yet you just couldn't do anything to him. So many people, but only Yi Yuan had the ability to open this dark, profound hold door. If he did not open, no one had any ways of entering either. Fine. The dark, profound gold belongs to you. Netherkill opened his mouth and said. The moment Yi Yuan heard it, he beamed widely and said, take a look, you guys. Learn a little more from elder brother. Even this door was stuffed up using dark, profound gold. Can the good stuff inside still be little? The exalts all looked at Yi Yuan with furious glares. But thinking carefully, it really seemed to be the case. To be able to use dark, profound gold to block the doorway, there must be some incredible things inside. Obtaining Exalt Netherkill's approval, Yi Yuan was not long-winded either, directly arriving in front of the dark, profound gold. Talk was cheap, but to really uproot this chunk of dark, profound gold, what kind of immense strength did that require? Dark, profound gold was extremely heavy in the first place. Such a large chunk of dark, profound gold was probably several tens of millions of pounds. Furthermore, this chunk of dark, profound gold was embedded firmly in the cave. Wanting to extract it was much harder than lifting it up. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath, placing both hands on the dark, profound gold, and suddenly exerted strength. Ha! The moment Yi Yuan's aura rose, his strength was overwhelming, both feet directly planting in the ground. Sensing this immense strength, the exalts also revealed looks of solemnness. If they did not employ essence energy protection and fought hand-to-hand combat, Yi Yuan's abnormal strength could blow them up with one punch. Receiving the influence of Yi Yuan's immense strength, the entire mountain started to quake violently. The dragon blood power within Yi Yuan's body abruptly erupted. His arms actually transformed into 2 dragon claws. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, the dark profound gold actually directly flew out. Boom! A huge noise transmitted over. The dark profound gold smashed out a huge crater on the ground, shaking until everyone's feet trembled. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help shuddering with fear. This Yi Yuan was simply a human-shaped monster. Such a large chunk of dark profound gold, he actually really uprooted it. Yet, everyone did not have time to be shocked when an abnormality occurred. The moment the cave opened, clouds of black gas surged out from inside the cave as if it burst through. Damn! Seemed to have gotten into big trouble, Yi Yuan said with an innocent face. The expressions of all the exalts changed drastically too. Each and every one of them was still looking forward to entering the cave to search for treasures. Who knew that such an abnormality would arise all of a sudden? Quickly run. The dark profound gold was used to seal demonic things. The dark profound gold being plucked out, the demonic things are already no longer under control. Blazing Fire immediately ran when he saw that things were not going well. Ha ha ha! We have been trapped here for 100,000 years. We finally see the light of day once more. At this time, masses of black shadows poured out from inside the cave, instantly surrounding everyone, sealing off all of the escape routes. When Yi Yuan saw this sort of situation, how could he still not get it? This was not some treasure land at all, but a place where the ancient eras powerhouses sealed the fiend race. These black shadows had the same aura as Jialan, except the fiendish qi magnitude on these guys' bodies were much weaker compared to Jialan. Recalling Si Yin's statement from before, a trace of understanding was produced in Yi Yuan's heart. Looks like that corpse was the powerhouse who sealed these fiends. Except, after sealing, he already reached the point where the oil gave out and the lamp was expiring too. That was why he died here. JJ, boy, were you the one who let us out? As a reward, you shall become my new fleshy body. A black shadow floated in front of Yi Yuan and was actually going to seize possession directly. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he immediately said excitedly, "Hooray! Hooray! I'm so honored to become your fleshy body." That fiendish shadow distinctly froze. He did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually have such a reply, but he did not think too much either, tunneling into Yi Yuan's body swiftly. JJE. Turns out that this boy is a moron. Mu Luo seizing possession of him is also considered helping to exonerate him. Mu Luo already found a fleshy body. We also got to hurry up and find our own fleshy bodies. This state will make our strength be greatly discounted. There are actually quite a few Dao profound experts. Letting them become our fiend slaves is very suitable. These fiendish shadows were all incomparably unbridled and thought nothing of the group of exalts at all. One fiendish shadow after another stood in the air. There were roughly around several dozen. Although these fiendish shadows' imposing manner could not compare to Fiend God Jialan, it was much stronger compared to those exalts. Plus, the numbers were many. Thinking nothing of them could be predicted. Alright, Mu Luo, since you've already finished seizing possession, hurry up and take care of those trash. It's our turn to go and seize possession. Fiend Shadow said to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's eyes were originally somewhat blank, but at this time he grinned widely and said, "You're calling me?" The Fiend Shadow could not help pausing when he heard that and blurted out, You, how is that possible? Where's Mu Luo?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. "Even Jialan couldn't seize possession of my fleshy body. Just the likes of trash like you guys want to seize possession of your Grandpa Ye's body too? Fools who overestimate your own abilities."
Impossible.
You've actually met Lord Jialan before? No way. Lord Jialan is an invincible existence. You could still survive until now when you've met him. The Fiend Shadow's words were full of shock. Yi Yuan pursed his mouth and said with a look of disdain, "Invincible? Is your fiend race also arrogant? Posturing got to have a limit too, alright? Lon, that guy was beaten by this little lord me, until he wet his pants in terror. He's healing his wounds at God knows which corner right now. That fiend shadow clearly did not believe Yi Yuan's words. Although fiend god, Jialon was not from the same era as them, these fiends, he was a fiend god, with strikingly high renown among the fiend race. Even separated by several 100,000 years, the awe-inspiring reputation of fiend god Jialon was still commended among the fiend race. Such an existence would be beaten until he wet his pants in terror by this brat in front of him who was not even at phaseless realm? Wasn't this rubbish? But fiend god Jialon had already been sealed for close to 1,000,000 years. Forget about the human race, even the low-level fiends did not know fiend god Jialon this name either. How did this brat know? The exalts were also endlessly shocked at this time. They clearly saw that fiendish shadow take possession of Yi Yuan, but it was gone without even letting out a fart. Yi Yuan, this brat was simply too terrifying. Boy, don't be insolent. This seat will come and take care of you shortly. Fiend Shadow's figure moved and sped towards the group of slaughter generals. Very clearly, there were risks for them to seize possession of Dao Profound realm powerhouses too, but phaseless realm martial artists, the Fiend Shadow, did not have any misgivings. Although the slaughter generals under the Exalt's command practically all died. Inside the Dragon Sovereign Territory, Cold Blood, Heavenly Hedonist, and Blazing Fire's slaughter generals still had quite a few. There were enough for them to seize possession. For a moment, the Fiend Shadow's howls pervaded the entire space. Want to seize possession? How can it be that easy? Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and suddenly unleashed a coiling dragon heaven. Devastating palm. Boom! The group of Fiend Shadows was clearly very formidable too. Fiendish Chi.
Suddenly erupted, blocking Ye Yuan's palm.
Heh. Brat. Your this bit of ability still can't hurt us. The Fiend Shadow said with a laugh. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, Is that so? The Fiend Shadow was currently flying in the air, but his figure suddenly plummeted down like he had suffered substantial injuries. Damn brat actually hid lightning attribute in his attack. The Fiend Shadow cried out miserably. Lightning attribute was the jinx of all fiendish things under the heavens. Although the lightning attribute Yi Yuan's origin magnetism spirit wood was carrying could not kill these Fiend Shadows, making them suffer some hardships, was still achievable. What are you still stoning there for? These guys are all Fiend Emperors. Once you let them succeed in seizing possession, not a single one of you can escape.
Ye Yuan shouted louder.
Only then did the group of Exalts come back to their senses, and collectively, making a move to attack those Fiend Shadows. Yi Yuan arrived in front of Shao Kai and the others with a flash and said in a solemn voice, I'll cover you guys. Hurry up and retreat out of this space. Those Exalts probably can't stop those Fiend Emperors. These people all had not fought with the Fiend race before and were completely unaware of the Fiend race's terror. The Fiend race was like cockroaches that could not be killed. Without heaven-defying means, they simply could not be killed. Although Yi Yuan could restrain them with the origin magnetism spirit wood, his strength was too weak after all. Wanting to kill so many Fiend Emperors, that was something virtually impossible. This battle, victory or defeat, was really hard to say. The moment the group of Exalts attacked, it was indeed great and momentous, suppressing most of the Fiend Emperors instantaneously. But the Fiend Emperors' numbers greatly surpassed the Exalts. There would always be that few fishes that slipped through the net, rushing towards those slaughter generals wanting to seize possession. Arg! 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 Wretched screams transmitted over repeatedly. Those slaughter generals succumbed one by one, releasing a final scream. But these Fiend Emperors were all very wary of Yi Yuan. Nobody dared to approach his side. The Fiend race's act of possession was incomparably tyrannical. In a blink of an eye, there were several powerhouses swathed in fiendish chi from head to toe. Clearly, they were already successfully taken possession of. The slaughter generals were mostly late-stage phaseless realm. After the fiend, emperors succeeded in seizing possession, each and every one of their auras skyrocketed, directly breaking through to Tao profound realm. JE, our fleshy bodies were suppressed until they rotted. How many years has it been since I've savored the taste of a physical body? A fiend emperor said with a weird laugh. When the fiend emperors obtained the fleshy bodies, their auras actually surpassed the group of exalts all at once. You humans are seriously too weak. All of you obediently become our fiend slaves. The fiend emperors that successfully seized possession rushed forward and clashed together with the exalts. The exalts' pressure immediately soared. Those exalts were not some goody two-shoes. They discovered very quickly that these fiend emperors were very fearful of Yi Yuan. Each and every one of them actually retreated as they fought, luring the fiend emperors over to Yi Yuan. They're despicable. And Run gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Black Wind, escort them away. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he said in a solemn voice, Yes, Master, be careful. Black Wind brought everyone along and hastily retreated outwards. Yi Yuan revolved the origin magnetism spirit wood with all his power, his entire body erupting with powerful lightning powers. His entire person was seemingly a walking lightning ball. Areas that he passed through, all the fiend emperors would avoid like the plague. Yi Yuan joined the group battle and pinned down quite a number of fiend emperors all at once, and actually turned the situation around in a short while. Muta, still not done yet? A fiend emperor said anxiously. On the sideline, fiendish chi billowed toward the sky. The fiend emperor called Muta had just finished taking possession when he erupted with a strength that astounded people. It was only to see him abruptly open both eyes and said with a hideous grin, Done. Let these guys become our fiend slaves. That boy seems to be somewhat strange. Entertain him well. Muta's figure suddenly moved. His entire person seemed like a war chariot, abruptly smashing into the fight. Bang! An exalt was directly hit by Muta's tremendous force, spewed out a large mouthful of blood, and flew out backward. Seeing this scene, all of the exalts' faces changed drastically. This Muta had at least middle-stage Tao profound realm strength. This guy had just finished taking possession and actually had such terrifying strength. Netherkill's eyes glinted, and he said in a deep voice, Retreat! Finished talking. Netherkill's figure retreated explosively and sped over towards the entrance. When the group of exalts saw that even Netherkill had retreated, how could they still dare to continue fighting? Each and every one of them was anxious to escape. Ha ha ha! Want to run? How can it be that easy? Stay behind obediently and be our fiend slaves. As Muta laughed loudly, his figure suddenly vanished from sight. His speed was actually even faster than Netherkill. Bang! It was an extremely strong collision. Netherkill was actually struck by Muta until he flew back. In one move, whoever was superior was immediately determined. Even Netherkill was pushed back in one strike. The exalts' faces revealed looks of despair. These fiend emperors were too strong. Arg! Arg! A series of miserable screams transmitted over. More and more fiend emperors successfully took possession. The strength of the fiend emperors over here became stronger and stronger, while the exalt side became increasingly weaker. A fiend emperor came in front of that exalt who was struck flying by Muta. Prior to this and plunged a surge of fiendish sense into his sea of consciousness. Before long, that exalt actually stood up and gave a bow to that fiend emperor, and said, This fiend slave has seen master. That fiend emperor laughed out loud and said, Ha ha! Good! Go and deal with that bunch of fellows for her. Remember, don't kill them. I want to make them all become fiend slaves. Yes, master. Watching that exalt become a fiend slave helplessly, the other 11 exalts all could not help feeling a chill down their spines, having a feeling of the fox, mourning the death of a hare. The fiend race's fiendish sense was too tyrannical. It did not permit them to resist at all before they were directly devilized. At this rate, wouldn't the fiend emperor side become stronger and stronger, while their side becomes weaker and weaker, unable to run even if they fled, unable to beat them if they fought too. What to do? Big brother Netherkill, fight it out with them. At this rate, everyone is dead. Blazing Fire shouted fiercely. Netherkill's gaze turned cold, and he said with a nod, "Fine. Now that the story's played out like this, we can only take a final plunge." The Netherkill, who prepared for a fight to the death, suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. A surge of murderous aura that swept away all obstacles, swept towards the fiend emperors. Seeing this scene, all the exalts felt a great boost in confidence. Netherkill was the one who was the most unfathomable among these people. Once he brought out his true strength, it was only right that he would not lose to these fiend emperors at the very least. Who knew that those fiend emperors thought nothing of Netherkill at all, and, instead, they burst into laughter as one said, "Ha ha! This one's strength is not bad. He's qualified enough to be our fiend slave, although the others are also tier 9 strength, they are still a little lacking." Facing such a berserk murderous air, Muta was not cowed in the least, and directly charged forward towards the murderous aura and was actually not affected at all. Boom! Under an attack, it was still Muta who took the absolute upper hand. When Muta attacked, the other fiend emperors did not idle as well, both sides directly tangling together in battle. But the current situation was far from good. The people on the fiend emperors' side became more and more and already occupied a crushing advantage. It was just a matter of time for the exalt side to lose. But at the same time, a fiend emperor pestered Yi Yuan. He was clearly quite fearful of Yi Yuan and did not dare to approach too close. But if Yi Yuan wanted to leave, he absolutely did not allow it to. Just like this, both parties were caught in a stalemate here. Bang! Another exalt was injured, then taken control of by a group of fiend emperors. Yi Yuan's expression fell slightly too. He did not expect that there would actually be so many fiend emperor powerhouses here. Could it be that he must bring out the sacred dragon token and vast heaven pagoda now? These two items were his final trump cards. Not reaching the 11th hour, they must absolutely not be exposed. Yi Yuan thought about it and still decided to wait and see. The fiend race was seriously too difficult to deal with. Although these fiend emperors were not as powerful as fiend god Jialan, they had only experienced 100,000 years of suppression. Furthermore, their treatment was completely different from Jialan's. Therefore, each and every one of their deterioration was not that severe. In contrast, these fiend emperors were more difficult to deal with. Speaking of which, if not for Jialan looking for trouble and wanting to seize possession of Yi Yuan back then, he would not have been severely wounded and sent away in defeat either. The soul-suppressing pearl's damage to Jialan was too great. Yi Yuan observed the battle by the side. His expression became increasingly ugly too. One exalt after another was taken control of by the fiend emperors, and became the other party's fiend slaves instead. Furthermore, after becoming fiend slaves, the exalt's strength actually soared by a large margin again. Under such circumstances, it was completely impossible for the exalt side to reverse the situation. Yi Yuan quietly revolved the incantation and was currently planning on bringing out the sacred dragon token. Right then, an unforeseen accident occurred again. Boom! A violent explosion sounded out and actually directly blasted the entire group of fiend emperors flying. Even the strongest Muta had no strength to retaliate in the slightest under this blow. Yi Yuan's expression changed. Focusing his eyes and looking over, he was surprised. He did not know why Netherkill's disposition changed drastically, all of a sudden, and this sort of transformation gave people a feeling of heart palpitation. "You guys are really useless. You can't even deal with a few fiend emperors. Since that's the case, it's useless to keep you guys too. Netherkill slowly said. Netherkill was floating in midair. The corners of his clothing was rustling, with violent, murderous air rampaging all over the place. His aura was extremely terrifying. The current Netherkill became like a completely different person from before, and actually gave people a feeling of unrivaledness. Even those fiend emperors also looked at Netherkill with somber expressions, and actually did not dare to attack anymore. Under the mask, that pair of eyes were seemingly able to shock people to the core, making people not dare to look him in the eye. Nurturing you all for so long, this seat bestowed upon you status and glory. It's time for you all to repay this seat. Netherkill slowly opened his mouth, but it made all of the Exalt's hearts tighten. Big brother Netherkill, what do you mean? Blazing Fire's expression was very ugly, and a hint of foreboding premonition birthed in his heart. You'll know right away. Netherkill slowly lifted his two palms. A tremendous suction force enveloped everyone. With Netherkill as the center, it formed an enormous vortex. The affected scope of this vortex virtually filled the entire space. Puwerk, a slaughter general who had not been taken possession of yet, exploded all of a sudden. He did not even let out a tragic cry. A stream of black gas gushed out from within his body, and it directly entered into Netherkill's body. Yi Yuan saw it clearly. That mass of black gas was precisely the hallmark of the slaughter concept. Poo, poo, poo. Very soon, a series of explosion sounds rang out. Time bombs seemed to have been planted within the bodies of those slaughter generals, exploding without any warning signs. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Streams of slaughter concept were like many streams of small creeks, finally converging into the great river. Ugh! Si-een suddenly moaned lightly. An anguished expression showed on her face, and she actually collapsed directly. But right at the instant she fell over, she was pulled into someone's arms by a broad arm. Focusing her eyes to look, who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan, you're fine? Si-een's head was splitting at present. It was as if there was a burst of qi inside her body, churning incessantly, her entire person on the verge of bursting. But looking at Yi Yuan's appearance, he was actually completely fine. Yi Yuan smiled and said, just some small trick. How can it be that easy to wanna make me, Yi Yuan, fall for it? Just what in the world is going on? Si-een endured the pain and asked. Yi Yuan's gaze looked over towards the all-powerful Netherkill and said with a cold smile, the Azura Arena slaughter concept is merely a hoax that has persisted for 30,000 years. And you all, these Exalts, are merely the hosts for the slaughter concept then other people are farming out to. Once they raise you guys to maturity, they naturally have to butcher. There was no free lunch in this world. Being able to obtain slaughter concept without needing to comprehend, how could this sort of bargain possibly occur? It was just that the Azura Arena did it very covertly. Outsiders had no knowledge of it all along, that was all. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Si-een could not help revealing a look of despair. In just this short while, those slaughter generals all perished from their bodies exploding, while the slaughter concepts converged into Netherkill's body. Netherkill's aura became increasingly stronger. But Yi Yuan knew that this was merely just the appetizer. These Exalts were the real feast. The slaughter concept in the Exalts were all 8 stars. Each and every one of their strength was incomparably formidable. Absorbing these Exalts' slaughter concept, Netherkill's strength would probably reach an unfathomable degree. Puwerk, a fiend emperor, finally could not endure it, and his fleshy body directly exploded. Ah, damn it, my fleshy body. That fiend emperor never would have thought that the fleshy body which he had just acquired would actually be gone so quickly. But the fiend race was indeed incomparably fearsome. Although their fleshy body was gone, they still transformed into a mass of fiendish shadow. Pooh, pooh, pooh. A surge of bizarre aura wandered inside the fiend emperor's bodies. Finally, all of them exploded. Yi Yuan took a look at Si-in and finally still let out a sigh and said, Si-in, if you trust me, open up your divine soul. No matter what I do, don't resist. Once something goes wrong, your soul will dissipate. Currently, Si-in's body was like it had swelled up. Her entire body was becoming round and plump like she was filled with air. Very clearly, she could not sustain much longer anymore as well. Among the group of exalts, her strength was the weakest. When it was the exalt's turn, she would definitely be the first to bear the brunt. Although Si-in did not have city-toppling peerless looks, she was also a beauty hard to come by. Her state made people feel pity and protectiveness endlessly. Of course, the reason why Yi Yuan chose to save her was not that he had a tender heart for the fair sex, but because he felt that she still belonged to the type that could be saved among these exalts. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, a glimmer of hope along with astonishment finally emerged in Si-in's eyes that had given up all hope. The entire Azura arena was a hoax, and the origin of this hoax was the absolute kill token. Yi Yuan had the absolute kill token on him too. Why was he totally fine? The secrets on this guy's body were seriously too many. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Si-in completely opened her mind. A strand of warm soul force flowed in. Yi Yuan plunged into Si-in's divine soul with ease and familiarity and started searching. Exploring other people's divine soul, this sort of thing was incomparably perilous to other martial artists. A single mishap would cause irreparable damage to other people's divine soul. Upon injuring the divine soul, if it was minor, their strength would be greatly diminished. If it was severe, they would become retarded, even die immediately. But Yi Yuan's attainments in the divine soul was the top-notch even when looking at the entire divine realm. His soul force wandered inside Si-in's divine soul with ease and familiarity, seemingly searching for something. Not long after, a black seed appeared in front of Yi Yuan. That seed had already germinated and actually started growing. This black seed was the main culprit. Back then, when Yi Yuan merged with the absolute kill token, this black seed also attempted to grow inside his divine soul but was blotted out by Yi Yuan. Quietly, Yi Yuan's methods were extremely covert. Even Netherkill could not possibly discover a trace of an inkling either. Seemingly noticing Yi Yuan, that seed seemed to have suffered a fright, abruptly releasing an attack at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh. His soul force swept out, dispersing this attack to nothingness. Sensing the difficulty to handle Yi Yuan, that seed actually transformed and became human-shaped. That appearance was actually no different from Netherkill. Brat. This seat advise you to not poke your nose into other people's affairs. Otherwise, this woman's soul will dissipate. Netherkill voiced a warning. Yi Yuan's soul force condensed and also transformed into human form and said, with a cold smile, a mere divine sense clone dares to threaten your grandpa. Yi? Want to exterminate her divine soul? You can very well give it a try. Humph. Since you want to fight it out to the death, then this seat will fulfill your wish. Netherkill snorted coldly. That body which materialized and formed erupted. With an extremely powerful soul force. It was actually going to destroy this divine sense clone and perish together with Si-in. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh, both hands firing out 100 spells as fast as lightning. A stream of gentle force wrapped this divine sense clone up. No matter how he exploded, he was also unable to harm Si-in the least bit. In the extreme recesses of the heavenly slaughter pit, a handsome man dressed entirely in black clothing suddenly snapped open both eyes, his brows involuntarily furrowing. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the void, looking towards the vast distance. His face was expressionless. It radiated awe without showing anger. After a long time, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Forget it. This seat has already reached the critical moment. This matter will be handed to him to Do. Finished talking, the black-clothed man slowly shut his eyes again. A wave of heinous, murderous air crept around his body. Looking at that strand of divine sense turning to nothing, Yi Yuan's brows knitted slightly too. Just a mere strand of divine sense had such power. Then how powerful was the original body's strength? Only he, Yi Yuan, could do this. If it was somebody else, it was absolutely impossible to eradicate the divine sense so effortlessly. That fellow's strength is becoming more unfathomable. Yi Yuan heaved a slight sigh, his soul force retreating like tidewaters, returning into his own divine soul. At this time, Si Yin's body recovered to that lithe and graceful appearance. Her gaze turned to look at Yi Yuan elegantly. Feelings of gratitude needed no words. She was still leaning in Yi Yuan's embrace, her posture indescribably ambiguous. She hurriedly straightened her body and was just about to give thanks to Yi Yuan, but her body suddenly turned stiff, feeling a prickle at her back. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "No need to care about him. He's currently busy with retrieving the slaughter concepts. How would he have time to come and care about you?" Without even guessing, one would also know that Netherkill definitely noticed something. That was why he would sweep his gaze over. But just as Yi Yuan said, he was currently busy digesting the reclaimed slaughter concepts and had no time to spare for other things at all. Pooh, pooh, pooh. People's bodies exploded one by one. Netherkill's aura became more and more terrifying. Very soon, the fiend emperors were actually completely killed off just like this. But Netherkill did not have the slightest intention of stopping. This time it was the Exalt's turn. A tragic scream sounded over. That Exalt, who was the very first to be devilized, directly exploded. Blazing Fire's face revealed an expression of despair. His body already swelled up like a giant balloon at this time, looking on the verge of exploding. He never would have thought that the one to kill him in the end was actually Exalt Netherkill. Why, Yi Yuan, save me. I know that you can save me. As long as you save me, I'll promise you anything. Blazing Fire barked at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at Blazing Fire calmly and said with a smile, "Save you? You wanted to kill me time and again and still want this little lord me to save you? You're thinking too much." Blazing Fire knelt down with a thud and said to Yi Yuan, "I am begging you. It was all me who had eyes but failed to see. I deserve death. I swear to the heaven, I absolutely won't anymore in the future. I beg you, save." With a burst, the arrogant Blazing Fire exploded into minced meat just like that. Seeing this scene, Si Yin shuddered in fear. In these 10 years, she and Blazing Fire and the rest schemed against each other. But now he died like that in front of her. This made her unwittingly have a feeling of the fox mourning the death of the hare in her heart. Why is it like this? I've never heard before that the Azura Sea would actually have such a thing. Who in the world is Exalt Netherkill? Si Yin muttered. She was full of suspicions right now and totally did not understand everything that was happening in front of her. But Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Then do you know why each time they entered the heavenly slaughter pit, there would be Exalts dying? Don't the Exalts get replaced by new ones a little too quickly?" Hearing these words, Si Yin was frightened inwardly and blurted out, "Could it be that they were all killed by Netherkill?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "That might not be so, but how they die isn't important. What's important is that after they die, the slaughter concepts would definitely return to Netherkill there." Si Yin sucked in a cold breath. This way, wouldn't they all be vessels for Netherkill to store and cultivate slaughter concept? At this time, that enormous vortex finally came to a standstill. Netherkill slowly floated down. The current Netherkill was already like a completely different person from before. Regardless whether was its strength or disposition, it all underwent an enormous change. The Netherkill in the past only looked a little older compared to the other Exalts. But at this very moment, His body gave off the air of a king, making people not dare to look directly. What made Seein surprised was that apart from him, there were actually still two exalts completely unscathed. One of them was Exalt Coldblood, while the other was the Exalt Heavenly Hedonist, who was in the same boat with blazing fire. Netherkill's gaze looked at that bunch of fiend emperors coldly. His eyes had unspeakable contempt. Are you all taking action yourselves, or making this seat send you on your way? The fiend emperors had just acquired fleshy bodies but were actually ruined by this one in front of them again. This made them incredibly gloomy. But as fiends, they would not fear humans at all. What a joke! You think that you're our match by destroying our fleshy bodies? You killed your own subordinates yourself. Now, are you a match for so many of us? A fiend emperor said with a cold sneer. Netherkill gave a cold snort and said, "Thick-headed things. Looks like you guys won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Netherkill was not seen to have any movements either. With a clink, his sword was unsheathed instantly. The piercingly cold killing intent virtually made people unable to open their eyes. Extreme Dao sword kill. When Yi Yuan saw Netherkill's sword slash, he could not help slightly revealing a look of surprise too. This slash was none other than precisely the second-level move in the Slaughter sword art which Yi Yuan acquired in the Azura shop previously. Extreme Dao sword kill. But this move unleashing from Netherkill's hands was much, much stronger. Compared to Yi Yuan, Netherkill absorbed the slaughter concepts of 8 exalts and so many slaughter generals. This supreme, true, intense degree of terror could be imagined. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Places the long sword passed through swept away all obstacles in the way, bringing out waves of miserable wails. Just one attack, the group of fiend emperors' auras all dropped drastically. Although it did not kill with a single blow, they clearly suffered serious injuries. Although the fiend race was strong, they did not have undying bodies. When the damage they received reached a certain degree, they would still die. Those fiend shadows all cried out miserably endlessly. They clearly did not expect that Netherkill was actually powerful to such an extent. Run. Quickly flee. This guy is too strong. In our current states, we're not a match at all. No idea who yelled out either. The group of fiend emperors turned around and wanted to flee outside. Netherkill gave a cold laugh and said coolly, "Escape? How can it be that easy?" Done talking, Netherkill unleashed another extreme Dao sword kill. This time, the killing intent was even greater than before. At the same time, a surge of bizarre force suddenly descended. All of the fiend emperor's figures all stagnated for that split second. Just this split second claimed their lives. Arg! A series of tragic cries sounded over. It was just that those screams became softer and softer and were finally gone. The group of fiend emperor powerhouses who had once commanded the ancient era was actually jointly slain by Netherkill and Yi Yuan just like this. Of course, if they were at their prime, forget about killing them, it was already pretty good for Netherkill to be able to escape. But they were suppressed for as long as 100,000 years and were long arrows at the end of their flight. Netherkill slew a horde of fiend emperors but had no joy nor sorrow. His gaze swept towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, show your trump card. I want to see if you're making an empty show of strength, or if you really have the ability to challenge this seat. Netherkill's gaze stared at Yi Yuan with a glint. Along the way, the reason why Netherkill exercised forbearance in every possible way was naturally that he could not figure out Yi Yuan's ace in the hole. Now that he absorbed a large quantity of slaughter concept, his strength soared by a large margin. When facing Yi Yuan again, his confidence was also much greater. Yi Yuan also looked at Netherkill. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of his mouth as he said coolly, "Should I call you Netherkill, or should I call you Sikongshang?" The moment these words came out, the remaining 3 exalts all had bewildered looks, but Exalt Netherkill's breath clearly stifled. "The 3 of you, leave for the time being," Netherkill said calmly. Exalt cold blood and exalt heavenly hedonist froze, but they still respectfully gave a bow towards Netherkill, saying, "Yes." Seine had already viewed Yi Yuan as her lifesaver at this time. She was naturally unwilling to let him stay in such a dangerous place.
Ye Yuan.
Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No worries. I think that Exalt Netherkill won't make things difficult for me, a junior, right?" Seine was still worried. But Yi Yuan already said it like this. She could not very well say any more either. She could only leave this space too. After the three people left, Netherkill's cold voice transmitted over, "Who are you?" This Yi Yuan was too mysterious. He clearly only had a strength that did not reach phaseless realm, but even he, this Exalt, could not see through him. In these 30,000 years, who knows how many martial artists had stepped into the Azura arena. But there had never been anyone who was able to escape the absolute kill token's control. But Yi Yuan did it. Not only did Yi Yuan accomplish it himself, but he could also actually even help Seine remove the control. Such means was simply inconceivable. Netherkill was all too clear regarding the absolute kill token. Once it was planted inside the martial artist's divine soul, it would become one with the divine soul, unable to be separated at all. He was seriously unable to imagine how Yi Yuan did it. Yi Yuan looked at Netherkill and said with a smile, "Who am I isn't important. What's important is that this chaotic devil sea is indeed being controlled by the darkness divine king. It's just that I'm very curious just what kind of existence the darkness divine king, Sikong Shang, is." Darkness divine king. He is the most mysterious one among the 10 great divine kings. In the entire divine realm, extremely few people had seen the darkness divine king before, if not for the heaven's secret tower announcing the 10 great divine kings. Probably only a handful of people in the world would know that there was still such an existence. Regarding where the darkness divine king was located, there were many varying opinions too. But among the divine realm's upper echelons, the most popular guess was that the darkness divine king was the chaotic devil seas hegemon. Regarding Sikong Shang, this name, Yi Yuan had heard it from his father, Ji Zhengyang. There was barely anyone who knew this name in the entire divine realm. Netherkill mused and only said after quite some time, "I'm not the darkness divine king." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Of course I know that you're not the darkness divine king in person. If the darkness divine king only had your strength, the chaotic devil sea would have long been eradicated by people. How could the chaotic devil sea be able to stand erect for as long as 30,000 years in the divine realm? If I didn't guess wrongly, you're just one of Sikong Shang's clone, managing the Azura arena on his behalf and collecting slaughter concept, that's all. What I'm curious about is that for 30,000 years was the darkness divine king Sikong Shang alone, or the name had been passed down for quite a number of generations. Divine king realm powerhouses, their longevity was from 10,000 years to 15,000 years. Logically speaking, it was impossible for one generation of darkness divine king to live for 30,000 years. But the chaotic devil sea had stood erect for 30,000 years. During the period, people who had ideas about the chaotic devil sea was probably not in the minority. If every generation of darkness divine king all had 10 great divine kings, strength, that was too terrifying. Such a legacy was too frightening. Netherkill mused once more and only said after quite a while again, "No comments. Just what objectives do you have for entering the chaotic devil sea?" Very clearly, the things that Yi Yuan knew was much more than he imagined. Rather than denying it outright in front of Yi Yuan, better to remain tight-lipped. Although Netherkill's voice was calm, the shock in his heart could not be any greater. The chaotic devil sea had always been famous for being mysterious. Only the divine realm's apex existences would know the tip of the iceberg of the chaotic devil sea. But Yi Yuan was clearly just a roughly 20-year-old youth. How did he know these secrets? What made him even more shocked was that Yi Yuan actually said his name. readily. Therefore, he must make clear Yi Yuan's intentions for coming. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, I only came for the Skanda, divine stone. Now, the Skanda divine stone has already come into my possession. I won't stay anymore either. We'll meet again another day. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and was actually going to turn around and leave. Humph! It's also not out of the question if you want to leave, but you have to first prove whether you have the qualifications to leave or not. Netherkill said at the back coldly. Yi Yuan turned around and said helplessly, Everybody each mind their own business. The chaotic devil sees secret. I'll keep my mouth tight as a jar. Why do you have to force me to make a move? It was not that Yi Yuan was conceited, but because Netherkill's strength was too formidable. Once he made a move, he must flash his trumps cards. Yi Yuan's trump cards were too outrageous. Unless there were no other alternatives, he did not wish to take them out. But looking at it now, Netherkill did not have the intention of letting him off. Humph! Only dead men will keep their mouths tight as a jar. Netherkill gave a cold snort. Extreme Dao Sword Kill was displayed once more. The might of Dao Profound Realm was what the present Yi Yuan could not withstand at all. The violent, murderous air was virtually materializing, locking onto Yi Yuan firmly, not giving him the slightest bit of opportunity at all. The reason why the slaughter sword art claimed to be able to cultivate to rival the boundary of the 10 great divine kings, because what one of the 10 great divine kings, the Darkness Divine King, used was this martial technique. Therefore, the power of this sword move could be imagined. Under this sword, forget about a heaven enlightenment realm martial artist. Like Yi Yuan, even middle-stage Dao Profound Realm martial artists had absolutely no chance of survival too. But right at this moment, a huge pagoda suddenly appeared between the two people. Boom! A loud noise transmitted over. The unparalleled extreme Dao sword kill cleaved directly on the vast heaven pagoda. The vast heaven pagoda actually did not budge an inch. Divine artifact. No, wait. It's a quasi-divine artifact. However, it's only half a step away from divine artifact. Netherkill said in fright. Netherkill's eyes were excellent. He discerned the vast heaven pagoda's grade with just one glance. Although it was not a real divine artifact, the title of a quasi-divine artifact was already sufficiently shocking, because in the present divine realm, nobody could refine quasi-divine artifacts at all. Over 100,000 years ago, after divine Dao dwindled to zero, only Feng Tian, this level of genius without peer in his generation, was able to refine the vast heaven pagoda, such a quasi-divine artifact. Of course, the reason why the vast heaven pagoda could succeed in refining was, more importantly still, because of the vast heaven steel. If it was Yi Yuan controlling the vast heaven pagoda, he naturally could not block Netherkill's staggering blow. But if Longtang was controlling, the situation was completely different. Longtang obtained Longzhan's final soul force, plus the help of the Skanda divine stone. He already recovered 60 to 70% strength. This kind of strength, using it to block Netherkill's attack, was more than sufficient. Yi Yuan's confidence lay here. You see, I already said don't fight, but you insist on fighting. Unless Sikong Shang comes in person, otherwise, you can't make me stay, Yi Yuan said coolly. After the shock, Netherkill's heart was filled with indescribable greed. Facing a treasure like the vast heaven pagoda, nobody would be unmoved. Even among the 10 great divine kings, the weapons in their possession were at most transcendent grade holy artifacts too. Quasi-divine artifact had never appeared before in these 100,000 years. Now that a quasi-divine artifact actually appeared, Netherkill's feelings of excitement could be imagined. No wonder you had such confidence. Turns out that you actually have a quasi-divine artifact as your trump card. Except, a quasi-divine artifact being placed in your hands is too much of a wanton waste of God's good gifts. The moment these words of Netherkill's were said out loud, his entire person suddenly vanished. boundless slaughter concept enveloped Yi Yuan inside. This was also one of the reasons why Yi Yuan was not willing to attack. The appearance of a quasi-divine artifact was too conspicuous. It was bound to stir up a sensation. When Netherkill saw the vast heaven pagoda, he did not beat a retreat in the face of difficulties. Instead, it gave rise to feelings of greed, wanting to make it his own. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and directly entered inside the vast heaven pagoda. With Long Tongue controlling it, he was not worried that Netherkill could do anything to him. Rumble. Violent attacks smashed onto the vast heaven pagoda without any blind angles. Yet, under the divine might of a quasi-divine artifact, Netherkill's attacks were clearly somewhat falling short of his desires. Netherkill unleashed all of his skills but was completely unable to breach the vast heaven pagoda's defense. Although Netherkill absorbed a large amount of slaughter concept, the vast heaven pagoda virtually had strength rivaling a divine king under Long Tongue's control. For Netherkill to want to breach its defense was a totally impossible thing. Netherkill, try peaceful means first before resorting to force. Looks like you're rejecting face when it's given. Inside the vast heaven pagoda, Yi Yuan snorted coldly. All of a sudden, the vast heaven pagoda radiated with a brilliant splendor. The pagoda body expanded rapidly all at once, akin to a large mountain, crushing down on Netherkill. A lofty mountain blotted out the sky and covered the sun. When Netherkill saw this scene, his expression could not help changing drastically, wanting to shake off the vast heaven pagoda's suppression. However, the might of the vast heaven pagoda was not so easy to cast off. He used all of the strength in his body before barely managing to shake off the vast heaven pagoda's suppression. Even so, the tremendous impact force still made him suffer heavy injuries. Truly asking for trouble. I already said you can't make me stay. Now you and I each hold a secret of the other party. Count it as evening up the scores. Like this, can I go now? Yi Yuan revealed his figure and said coolly, crack. Under this suppression, Netherkill's mask actually fragmented from it, becoming two halves and falling off. An elegant and handsome face in front of Yi Yuan. This face was actually somewhat familiar. But Yi Yuan, who saw Netherkill's true appearance, his brows knitted together. Want to go? How can it be that easy? The original body already knows the news of you possessing a quasi-divine artifact. I'm afraid it's already impossible for you to want to escape out of this heavenly slaughter pit, Netherkill said, calmly. Regarding these words, it was as if Yi Yuan did not hear it at all. His attention was placed fully on that face. Very few things could make Yi Yuan so shocked. However, this face really made
Yi Yuan astonished.
He looked at Netherkill. His expression turned complicated to the extreme. Yi Yuan's face revealed a bitter smile. Shaking his head, he said with a sigh, really didn't expect it. Really didn't expect. This dogfart heaven really likes to play jokes on people. When Netherkill saw Yi Yuan's appearance, he could not help having a bewildered look. Leave behind the quasi-divine artifact and then maybe the original body will give you a slim chance of survival, Netherkill warned. Yi Yuan looked at this face of Netherkill's and said despondently, looks like you already don't have a shred of your own consciousness already. Yeah, you already became a clone of Shang. How can you possibly have your own consciousness? Netherkill said in confusion. What on earth are you talking about? Do you think that the original body will let you off like this? Yi Yuan did not speak. Raising his hand, it was an extremely orthodox azure.
Deeper purple yang sword art.
When Netherkill saw this scene, he said scornfully, a martial technique, unleashed using true intent. Are you insulting me? Netherkill casually waved a hand and instantly turned Yi Yuan's attack into nothing. Yi Yuan did not show a surprised expression. Instead, he sighed and said, looks like you really don't have any memories at all. Yuwuya, oh Yuwuya. To think that you were a genius in your lifetime too. I didn't expect that you were reduced to such an end. Shang. Looks like our grudge is considered sowed. Talking towards the back, Yi Yuan actually revealed killing intent. That's right, this exalt netherkill in front of him was none other than precisely the founder of the Tranquil Cloud sect, Yu Wuya. Yi Yuan was also curious back then. Such a figure with boundless talent, why was his reputation non-existent after reaching the divine realm? He never would have thought that Yu Wuya actually fell in the Azure arena and became a clone of the Darkness Divine King, Sikong Shang. There were really no stories without coincidences. Yi Yuan never would have thought that after Yu Wuya ascended, he actually came to the Azure arena and became an exalt here. Back then, the Tranquil Cloud sect had the statue of founding ancestor Yu Wuya. He was completely identical with this exalt netherkill in front of him. Except, although the face was the same, the person was already not the same person. Even though Yi Yuan had not met Yu Wuya before, it was still thanks to Yu Wuya that he was able to comprehend a supreme true intent. Between the two people, there could be said to be the reality of master-apprentice. Furthermore, Yi Yuan had very deep feelings towards the Tranquil Cloud sect. Now that Yu Wuya was actually refined into a puppet by someone, the fury in his heart could be imagined. Although it was a common occurrence for geniuses to perish when Yu Wuya reached the divine realm, he was merely one of the most ordinary members. But this sort of thing happened to him. He could not accept it, no matter what. You're not making any sense, Netherkill said with a bemused look. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a sigh, "End it like this today. But you tell Sikong Shang, there will come a day when I'll come and find him to settle this score." Done talking, Yi Yuan turned around and wanted to walk outside. The present Yi Yuan's strength was too weak. Although Yi Yuan could suppress Netherkill with the vast heaven pagoda if facing the Darkness Divine King's main body, he did not have a glimmer of probability for success. The horror of the 10 great divine kings only the characters standing at the apex of the divine realm could understand. Saying they were divine kings, actually the 10 great divine kings were already far detached from the category of divine kings. Under the prerequisite that there were no deity realm powerhouses, the 10 great divine kings could be rated as invincible existences. With Yi Yuan's current strength, facing the existence of the 10 great divine kings was certain death. Netherkill looked at Yi Yuan's departing back view and actually did not chase after. He knew that even if he chased after, he could not keep Yi Yuan behind either. However, the original body was already at the final juncture. Could it be that he was going to helplessly watch Yi Yuan bring the quasi-divine artifact and leave just like this? Yi Yuan's eyes blurred, passing through to the myriad Devil Ridge. Cold Blood, Heavenly Hedonist, as well as Ci-En and the rest were all waiting outside. "Ha! Big brother, you're indeed incredible."
An Rennbootliking was
Licked halfway when he suddenly noticed that the expression on Yi Yuan's face was not quite right. Currently, Yi Yuan's expression was actually not that calm and collected appearance, but a face that wanted to kill people. Such a Yi Yuan it was still in Ren's first time seeing. Rumble. Right then, thick dark clouds suddenly billowed in the horizons. A gigantic black palm directly pierced through the void, surging forward towards Yi Yuan. Here, this palm seemed like a world-destroying palm, blotting out the sky and covering the sun with boundless might. Even if it was still at the distant horizon, everyone here already felt the terror of this palm. Crack, crack, crack. The scattered rocks on the myriad Devil Ridge were directly crushed to dust. For some time, sand and stone were flung all around, rock debris flying through the air. The entire land seemed to be trembling. Everyone dare not imagine what kind of sight it would be after this palm landed. This palm is too terrifying. Could it be a deity realm powerhouse? And no way, right? This palm landing is an apocalyptic calamity. What kind of existence did Boss Yi provoke? Could it be that we disturbed an old monster slumbering in the heavenly slaughter pit? The power of this palm is also too terrifying, right? Ci-En's slaughter generals sensed an incredible threat all crying out in shock, kicking up a fuss over nothing. If deity realm powerhouses only have this bit of strength, they can find a piece of tofu to go commit suicide with. Damn. Shang, you really think that you've stumped your grandpa Yi? While talking, Yi Yuan leaped up and actually charged towards that enormous palm. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help being tongue-tied. Although Yi Yuan's aura was imposing, under the terrifying might of the gigantic palm, it seemed so insignificant. Everyone could even feel that Yi Yuan was going to be pulverized to dust by the gigantic palm in the next instant. The huge palm came closer and closer, oppressing the entire space. Terrifyingly. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Si Yin's slaughter general strengths were lacking. Being overwhelmed by the palm force, they directly spewed out a mouthful of blood. At this rate, there was no need for the huge palm to land at all. They would all be utterly crushed to death. Under this palm, they did not have the slightest strength to resist at all. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh. The sacred dragon token already arrived in his hand. Goodness knows when. At this very moment, there was no way he could conceal his strength anymore. Even if divine essence was any more precious, forfeiting his life, it was also futile. With Shang attacking personally, the might of this palm was simply too terrifying. The terror of the 10 great divine kings, ordinary people were completely unable to imagine it. Back then, just the spirit-bristle divine kings one move, 9 suns burning heaven, slaughtered dozens of divine king powerhouses. This level of strength was simply daunting until it made people despair. If not for so, how could the 10 great divine kings be so revered by the divine realm's martial artists? Darkness divine king, Shang, was the most mysterious one among the 10 great divine kings. Outsiders simply had no way of finding out his strength. But no matter how poor his strength was, it also would not be much worse off compared to the spirit-bristle divine king. Although this palm was only unleashed across space by him and the power was not even 1% of his absolute height of power, the aura had already locked onto Yi Yuan from far away long ago. Such a palm, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to block it. Quickly run. If we're still here, we'll be affected by it. Si Yin shouted. Even if Si Yin did not speak, they would not dare to stay anymore either. They each displayed their movement techniques, wanting to escape far away from the heart of the storm. Rumble. The huge palm became closer and closer. The land actually cracked inch by inch. Under the power of this palm, the area within a radius of 10,000 miles actually had a massive crater struck out under this palm. Seeing this scene, Shao Kai and the rest all opened their mouths wide, unable to close their mouths for a long time. In the era where divine Tao dwindled to zero, could there still be people with such horrifying strength? They could not help looking at the Yi Yuan in midair, simply unable to imagine that he could actually still maintain standing in the air under such a palm. If it were them, they would have probably been long smashed into minced meat already. Even so, Yi Yuan was still pressed down by this palm. He was already unable to advance an inch further anymore. Conversely, he was directly pressed down towards the ground by the huge palm's power. A palm like this, how can it possibly be blocked? Boss Yi is in danger. This time, not that Enrun did not view Yi Yuan favorably, but that this palm was seriously too powerful already. Boom! The huge palm pressed down suddenly, directly crushing Yi Yuan into the ground. The surface of the ground directly had a massive deep pit pressed out by the massive hand. The people were unable to imagine that Yi Yuan, who was situated in the heart of the storm, could still survive. Heh. Yi Yuan, this brat was so arrogant. This time, Master personally took action, and he actually still dared to resist. With this, he's deader than dead, right? Cold Blood laughed mockingly as he said. His words had unspeakable ridicule. Master's strength. Outsiders simply cannot imagine it. Under this palm, there are absolutely no intact eggs. Yi Yuan, this brat, was cocky throughout the journey. He finally received retribution. Heavenly Hedonist also concurred. The two of them had both suffered considerable losses at Yi Yuan's hands. Most importantly, Yi Yuan was clearly only heaven enlightenment realm, but his strength was terrifyingly powerful. Even if they wanted to take revenge, they had the heart but were lacking in strength too. Now that their master personally took action, they were naturally incomparably excited. What's going on? All of a sudden, Coldblood's expression changed. They sensed that a frightening aura was currently welling up from underneath the earth. That enormous black palm was actually showing signs of unsteadiness. Under this aura, boom! A scorching ray of light shot up towards the skies from under the huge hand, directly shattering the massive black palm. After that, it carried an unparalleled aura and charged straight for the horizons, speeding like the wind in the direction the gigantic palm came from. That was an azure-colored huge dragon soaring above the 9 heavens. That image was too shocking. In a blink of an eye, the huge dragon disappeared. The Sikong Shang at the extreme recesses of the heavenly slaughter pit suddenly sensed a terrifying surge of aura spreading over following his gigantic palm. His brows furrowed, but he stood up from meditation. Roar! The enormous dragon shuttled through space, directly arriving in front of him. Sikong Shang's expression changed, but he lightly tapped a finger out, instantly erupting with a terrifying essence energy undulation. Boom! The enormous dragon scattered and disappeared with a loud bang under this finger. Yet, Sikong Shang's expression was very ugly. His gaze could not help looking over towards the abyss not far away. It was only to see a terrifying aura indistinctly transmit out from the depths of the abyss. It was as if there was something that was startled. I didn't expect that this brat is actually carrying the dragon race's divine artifact. Once this matter is settled, it looks like there's a need to take a trip outside. As he said, he looked in the direction of the abyss again and said with a frown, "That fellow was startled. How troublesome. Now I have to expend much more effort for no good reason again. This punk is seriously detestable." Inside the deep pit pressed out by the huge hand, Yi Yuan slowly crawled up, the clothing on his body already in tattered scraps. His aura was also very disorderly. But when Coldblood and Heavenly Hedonist saw this scene, their blood ran cold, not daring to even breathe heavily. Divine artifact. It was absolutely the might of a divine artifact. Yi Yuan actually had a genuine divine artifact in his hands. What was even scarier was that Yi Yuan could actually unleash the true power of a divine artifact. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to survive under this palm of their master. The two people exchanged a glance, both reading the incomparably shocked expression in the other party's eyes. There was a ripple in space. The Exalt Netherkill wearing black clothing finally came out from that space. Yi Yuan glanced at him coldly and said, "Tell Sikong Shang, today's palm I'll be sure to return it one day." In Great Xiang region there were 2 cities famous throughout the divine realm, Vast Sun City and Bright Moon City. These 2 great cities were both rank 1 holy lands. Their strength was tremendous, but the distance between these 2 cities was merely 10,000 miles away. This distance, phaseless realm experts could travel more than a dozen times within half a day. Although these 2 cities each governed several major territories, the 2 cities were extremely close apart. The Zhou family and Yu family, these 2 families, had already had God knows how many years of legacy. They had always been like birds of a feather. These 2 families were united in marriage for generations. Their relationship was also intricate and complex. Legend has it that these 2 families' ancestors produced deity realm powerhouses before. Their foundations were extremely deep, but later on, because their bloodline gradually thinned, they declined little by little. Of course, even so, once the 2 great families joined hands, they were an extremely terrifying existence too. Even super holy lands were not willing to overly offend these 2 families teaming up either. At this moment, on a street in Bright Moon City, there were 2 young people, a man and a woman who were currently strolling around and sightseeing. The girl looked all around and strolled everywhere. But her interest was not very high, while the guy did not talk either. He just slowly followed by the girl's side. Suddenly, the girl seemed to have thought of something and ran over to hug the young man's arm, saying affectionately, "Big brother, tell you something. I ran into a youngster when I was at the EC city. His age was roughly around mine too, but his formation's Tao strength is probably even above yours. Back then, the super transmission array was spoiled. It was he who finished repairing it single-handedly. I'm afraid your title of number 2 genius in the formation's path will have to change owners." The young man did not show a visibly moved expression on his face. He just said indifferently, "Just repairing a super transmission array. It isn't something of a big deal. In the entire divine realm are Dawn Heavenly Palace's Ding clan admitting to be number 3. Absolutely nobody dares to admit to be number 2. Among the young generation apart from Zheng Xie, Ding Shua, fear no one. Xiu, stop racking your brain in vain. When Bright Moon City's matters are settled, you'll follow me back to Dawn Heavenly Palace. Obediently. You're not allowed to go anywhere." This brother and sister pair were actually the Ding clan brother and sister. Born in the super holy land, Dawn Heavenly Palace. That Ding Xiu was precisely that girl Yi Yuan encountered back then at the EC city. The Dawn Heavenly Palace's Ding clan's formation's Tao strength was illustrious. In the entire divine realm too, they were fully deserving of being the number 2 in the world. Number 1 was naturally the Grand Yen Divine King Lu Linfeng of the 10 Great Divine Kings. Before Lu Linfeng came roaring into existence, the Ding clan's formation's Tao strength had always been the divine realm's pinnacle existence. And the Zheng Xie out of Ding Shua's mouth was none other than precisely Lu Linfeng's head disciple. Hearing Ding Shua's words, Ding Xiu pursed her lips and said unhappily, "Humph, arrogant fellow. Grandfather frequently says that there is always someone better and heavens beyond heavens. We mustn't be arrogant and conceited. I think you didn't listen to his words at all." Ding Shua glanced at Ding Xiu and said nonchalantly, "Grandfather said this because he met the Grand Yen Divine King, and I have never been arrogant and conceited. At least with Zheng Xie around, I'll never be conceited." Ding Xiu flung off her big brother's arm and said with a disdainful look, "Stinking big brother, you're arrogant. I dare say that that young man's formation's Tao strength definitely isn't inferior to yours. I really hope that you meet him in the Bright Moon competition. After that, humph humph." This time Ding Shua did not refute. He was utterly disdainful to refute. The Ding clan had a foundation of profound learning inherited for generations. In terms of foundation depths, even the Grand Yen Divine King could not compare either. This divine realm, only one Grand Yen Divine King appear in these 100,000 years too. After the Grand Yen Divine King, Ding Shua believed that the Ding family would climb to the peak anew. His lifelong rival, Zheng Xie, he would definitely trample underfoot. His grandfather lost to the Grand Yen Divine King. This humiliation needed him, Ding Shua, to wash away. As for this punk who repaired the super transmission array, he did not take it to heart at all. Long ago, when he was at Tier 7, he could already repair Tier 9 array formations. The present Ding Shua, his strength was even more unfathomable. What was amazing about repairing a transmission array? He did not deny that the divine realm had many formations Tao genius. But he, Ding Shua, was the strongest genius. He. Ding Xiu suddenly cried out, using a finger to point in a direction. Ding Shua followed the direction his younger sister pointed at and looked over and saw a 20-plus-year-old youth bringing a group of people currently walking on the streets. "You're saying that he's that person you were talking about earlier?" Ding Shua said rather surprisedly. Ding Xiu nodded and said, "That's right. He's called Yi Yuan." Ding Shua swept a glance over Yi Yuan, then lost interest. A brat who isn't, even at phaseless realm, is actually lusting after swan flesh too. What a joke. But Ding Shiyu's eyes swiveled around at this time. A scheme developed, only to see her figure move, instantly dashing out several hundred feet away, fleeing in Yi Yuan's direction. Then, with a bang, Ding Shiyu actually seemed to have directly collided into a wall and was no longer able to advance anymore. Ouch! Ding Shiyu winced in pain, smashing until a lump came into her throat. Tears. About to fall down. She could not help letting out a pitiful cry and fell over. Onto the ground. Ding Shua said coolly, "You can't escape. Stop racking your head in vain." Who knew that Ding Shiyu did not care at all. She suddenly shrieked at the top of her voice, "Yi Yuan, help! Yi Yuan, help!" Yi Yuan heard someone calling him and could not help turning his head to look. He recognized Ding Shiyu with one glance, and his brows could not help furrowing slightly. He and Ding Shiyu were only chance acquaintances. But Ding Shiyu was clearly being put on a spot by someone at this time, making him to look on with folded arms. He could not do it. The Yi Yuan, who did not know the inside story, chose to attack immediately. When Ding Shua saw that Yi Yuan really attacked, his expression involuntarily darkened. He sped towards Ding Shiyu with a large stride forward, wanting to restrain Ding Shiyu first. At the same time, his two hands were like phantom images. He actually condensed an array formation en route. Such a level of attainment aroused a wave of applause from the onlookers. This young man has such formidable formations Dao attainments. Just this one move already has the air of a master. Do you not recognize? This boy is Dawn Heavenly Palace's Ding family's formations Dao genius Ding Shua. That young man only has peak 9th level. Heaven enlightenment strength. He actually dares to get into a conflict with him. Isn't that seeking death? Heh. There's a good show to watch now. Now that geniuses have gathered in Bright Moon City. Such spectacles will probably happen often. Yi Yuan was several thousand feet away from Ding Shiyu. Ding Shua was only several hundred feet away from Ding Shiyu. Yet, Yi Yuan's dashing speed was extremely fast and actually reached first. Despite moving later. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed. They did not think that this unassuming heaven enlightenment realm brat's speed was actually so fast. When Ding Shua saw this scene, he could not help sneering coldly as he said, "So what if your speed is fast? Aren't you still going to meet with a rebuff?" At the same time, his array formation already condensed and formed. Ding Shua was extremely confident in his formation's Dao attainments. He believed that by relying on this array formation, he was absolutely able to make Yi Yuan suffer a huge loss. To dare meddle in the Ding family's affairs was simply looking for a thrashing. Yet, in the next instant he was utterly stunned. Yi Yuan actually disregarded his array formation, directly passing through. From inside his array formation, swoosh, Yi Yuan grabbed Ding Shiyu and left with a flash. Ding Shua had a dumbfounded look and could not help being stupefied where he stood looking at this scene in a daze. As the Ding family's future sect master, Ding Shua had always thought highly of himself and was extremely confident in his formation's Dao. At least among the junior generation, no one was able to contend with him in formation's Dao at all. Furthermore, he could sufficiently contend with any genius martial artist by
Religne aux formations Dao atteindment.
But the scene that happened earlier was seriously too demoralizing. The array formation he set up actually could not cause the least bit of hindrance to Yi Yuan, as if it was thin air. How was this possible? Ding Shiyu being held in Yi Yuan's arms. Her gaze looked at Yi Yuan, extremely idolizing him. Yi Yuan's formation's Dao strength was indeed much stronger than Big Brother's. Although she said so earlier, she actually did not really think that Yi Yuan was more formidable than Big Brother in her heart. However, she did not expect that Yi Yuan's formation's Dao strength was actually so frightening. The array formation Big Brother laid down, he actually directly disregarded it. Upon landing, Ding Shiyu hastily pulled Yi Yuan and left Quickly go, quickly. Go. If we don't go now, he's going to capture me. But Yi Yuan was ignorant of the inside story and even thought that Ding Shuo was a lecher who abducted Ding Xiu. Ding Xiu wanted to drag him away, but he refused to leave, saying indifferently, "No worries with me around. Nobody can capture you." Seeing Yi Yuan's presence of mind, Ding Xiu became anxious instead. Dragging Yi Yuan, she said, "He's not alone. There are still experts who are going to arrive very soon. If we still don't go, it will be too late." Yi Yuan had not spoken yet when Ding Shuo already came back to his senses at this time. He actually somewhat turned anger from embarrassment at this time. With a wave of a hand, a lantern actually appeared in his hand, only to see him suddenly pour in large amounts of essence energy into the lantern. That lantern immediately released a dazzling light. Yi Yuan pushed lightly, pushing Ding Xiu to see inside, and opened his mouth. "Help me take care of her." In a twinkle, the light condensed and formed into a terrifying array formation, shutting Yi Yuan inside. That's the Dawn Heavenly Palace's Ding family's top-grade holy artifact, Myriad Net Magic Lantern. It's said that the Ding family's old ancestor imprinted 10 types of Tier 9 array formations into the lantern with great magic powers. As long as one used essence energy to deploy, they could release them. It's a top-notch holy artifact of the formation path. The moment this lantern appeared, someone immediately recognized it. Lantern-shaped magic artifacts were too easy to recognize. Furthermore, this Myriad Net Magic Lantern was extremely famous. The moment it appeared, it stirred up a wave of commotion. They all did not expect that the Ding family actually placed such a formidable, top-grade holy artifact in the hands of a young junior. When Ding Xiu saw this sight, her expression could not help changing drastically too. She did not expect that her big brother was actually for real deploying the Myriad Net Magic Lantern, and could not help worrying for
Ye Yuan.
She was just about to open her mouth, but saw Si-in lightly patted her shoulder, saying with a light smile, "Relax, Yi Yuan will be fine." Si-in had witnessed before Yi Yuan's means. Even the Darkness Divine King, Sikong Shang, could not do anything to him. How could a Ding family's junior trap him? When they witnessed Yi Yuan's means back then, the group of people including Si-in were all dumbstruck with amazement. Yi Yuan was actually in possession of a divine artifact. That was a divine artifact. After the group of people came out from the chaotic Devil Sea, they signed a soul contract with Yi Yuan, serving Yi Yuan as their master. Yi Yuan removed the absolute kill token's control on Shao Kai and their bodies too. They all saw the sacred dragon token in Yi Yuan's hands. Even if they did not do so, Yi Yuan would not possibly let them leave either. Divine artifacts were of utmost importance. Yi Yuan did not wish for news to leak out. As for the chaotic Devil Sea there, Yi Yuan was not worried. Sikong Shang's original body was unable to come out definitely because of some special circumstances, and he knew that Yi Yuan had a divine artifact in possession. He definitely would not spread it. Otherwise, how would he seize the divine artifact from Yi Yuan's hands? Exiting the chaotic Devil Sea, Yi Yuan rushed to Bright Moon City right away. Calculating according to the time, Yu Mingli's time was likely running out. If he did not come, Yu Mingli would die beyond a doubt. But Ding Xiu panicked and still wanted to go and make her big brother stop. However, it was already too late. The array formation already activated. Ding Shuo was clearly truly enraged, wanting to rely on this array formation to kill Yi Yuan. TSK. Tier 9 array formation. A high-rank Tier 8 array master actually laid down a Tier 9 array formation. That boy is in danger now. Looking at this array formation's appearance, it should be the Ding family's Tier 9 Grand Array, Jade Light Extreme Shadow Formation. That is an extremely powerful killing array. This boy could have pissed anyone off, but he just had to mess with the Ding family's Ding Shuo. Isn't this courting death? I heard that the Ding family's old ancestor relied on this set of array Formation to compete in magic powers with the Grand Yen Divine King. And he was only slightly inferior too. This boy is probably going to suffer a great deal. There were quite a few people who recognized the goods among the onlookers, saying out the origins of the Jade Light Extreme Shadow Formation readily. Back then, when the Ding family's old ancestor just entered the Divine King realm, he relied on this set of array formation to battle in magic powers with Lu Linfeng before. The result naturally could be imagined. Except, the power of this set of array formation was beyond all doubt. Using it to deal with a Heaven Enlightenment realm brat wasn't the outcome be capturing with ease? Yet, the Yi Yuan inside the Grand Array was incomparably calm. As if this horrifying Tier 9 Grand Array was like air. A measly Jade Light Extreme Shadow Formation, if Ding Zhanghua came to deploy it, I'd really be somewhat fearful. But as for you, still far too lacking, Yi Yuan said with a light smile. The moment these words came out, everyone was dumbfounded. Where did this boy come from? Not scared of twisting his tongue when talking. Big. Who was Ding Zhanghua? That was the Ding family's old ancestor. Making the Ding family's old ancestor personally deploy a Tier 9 array formation to deal with a Heaven Enlightenment realm brat, wasn't it using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? How could they know that Ji Qingyun's attainments in the formations Dao in his past life already did not lose out to Ding Zhanghua by much? In formations Dao, apart from Lu Linfeng, there really were no more than a handful able to harm him. Even if Ding Zhanghua was a little stronger than him, wanting to use array formations to kill Yi Yuan was virtually something impossible. And in this life, Yi Yuan's attainments in formations Dao improved a step further. If he could reach the Divine King realm, Ding Zhanghua would probably not be his match anymore. Therefore, Yi Yuan saying these words did not have any elements of exaggerating at all. He was just stating a fact. Ding Shua's expression was also incredibly ugly. He berated furiously. Insolence. Is grandfather's name what you can say directly without honorifics? I originally just wanted to teach you a good lesson. Looks like not showing you a thing or two properly, you really don't know how the word death is written. Ding Shua's essence energy urged. The Jade Light Extreme Shadow Formation suddenly activated. Pale yellow profound light suddenly ran amok, barreling towards Yi Yuan. A hint of a mocking smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. His figure started swaying bizarrely. His footwork was extremely profound, leaving the audience wholly enraptured. After 10 breaths, Yi Yuan actually already exited the Grand Array by some means somehow, although the Jade Light Extreme Shadow Formation was extremely powerful. With Ding Shua's strength, even if he deployed the Myriad Net Magic Lantern, he could not unleash 1% of this Grand Array's power. Using it to deal with Yi Yuan was still too early. When Ding Shua saw this scene, his expression could not help changing drastically as he said in shock, how is this possible? Humph! Abducting people on the streets. Have Ding Zhanggua's descendants already fallen into such a mess? Finished talking, Yi Yuan suddenly slashed a sword out. Violent killing intent. Instantly locked onto Ding Shua. This move was precisely the first stance of the slaughter sword art that Yi Yuan acquired at the Chaotic Devil Sea. The killing song of the sword. Yi Yuan's slaughter concept already reached the level of Great Circle of 6 stars. Coupled with the killing song of the sword, this level of profound martial technique, the power could not be underestimated. Ding Shua was still in shock currently. Suddenly seeing Yi Yuan attack, it was already too late to want to set up a formation. Seeing this scene, Ding Shiyu could not help being horrified as she screamed, Yi Yuan, don't. That's my big brother. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he secretly cursed inwardly. But the sword chi already arrived in front of Ding Shua. Ah! Ding Shiyu closed her eyes painfully, not daring to watch the scene that followed next. Right then, a beam of light descended from the sky and instantly arrived in front of Ding Shua, colliding together with Yi Yuan's killing song of the sword. This ray of brilliance was extremely powerful. It actually annihilated the killing song of the sword instantaneously. The hairs on Ding Shua's entire body broke into goosebumps. His legs involuntarily turned soft, and he almost plopped down onto the ground. In the air, a middle-aged man stood in high up in the air. The gaze he looked at Yi Yuan with was very unfriendly. He said in a solemn voice, "Junior, you dare to murder people on the streets. Do you not have any respect for my family?" Yi Yuan was originally still rejoicing that this person saved Ding Shua and that he did not cause a blunder. But the other party's words made Yi Yuan greatly enraged. Saying these words was obviously being partial to Ding Shua. This was clearly bullying that Yi Yuan did not have a background. Yi Yuan's expression turned cold, and he opened his mouth and said, "You family? Who does the Yu family think they are?" That middle-aged man's expression turned cold. Powerful Tao, profound realm. Pressure instantly cloaked downwards, wanting to put pressure on Yi Yuan. What an unbridled punk! To actually dare be so insolent in my bright moon city. Do you really think that this emperor doesn't dare to do anything to you? The other martial artists immediately felt their bodies weigh down. This pressure crushed them until they could not breathe. Yet Yi Yuan's expression was calm in the midst of his pressure. It was as if nothing had happened at all. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Enough crap. If you have the capabilities, just bring it on. This bit of paltry skills still can't do anything to your grandpa Yi." The middle-aged man did not expect that Yi Yuan actually had no response to his cultivation realm pressure at all. The expression on his face involuntarily became even uglier. "Stinking brat, I'll take you down first, then tear that mouth of yours. See if you're still able to be so cocky or not." The middle-aged man was provoked by Yi Yuan until he was smoldering with rage, and was about to make a move. Ding Xiu, seeing that the situation was not good, hurriedly blocked in front of Yi Yuan and said to the middle-aged man, "Uncle Yunfeng, please calm your anger. This incident is a misunderstanding. It was all Xiu's fault. Uncle Yunfeng, please don't make things difficult for Yi Yuan. He did it all to help me. That's why he attacked Big Brother." Ding Xiu put on a bold face at this time too. Regardless whether it was Ding Shua's side or Yi Yuan behind, these two gazes were like two thorns, pricking at her body. She wanted to borrow Yi Yuan's strength to shake Ding Shua off earlier, but she did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength greatly exceeded her imagination, nearly breeding a great calamity. Recalling it at this time, Ding Xiu was filled with lingering fear after the event too. If not for Yu Yunfeng making it in time, Ding Shua would have already become a deal soul under Yi Yuan's sword at this time. Then she would probably never forgive herself in this lifetime. When Ding Xiu came forward, Yu Yunfeng could not help stopping in his tracks. He was indeed looking on account of the Dawn Heavenly Palace's face earlier. That was why he had scornful words and jeering sneers towards Yi Yuan. The Dawn Heavenly Palace was a super holy land. Their strength was far from what Bright Moon City could match, and the Ding family line status in the Dawn Heavenly Palace was transcendent. The Ding family's brother and sister, their statuses could be imagined as well. When Yu Yunfeng rushed here, he instinctively thought that Yi Yuan only came to blows with Ding Shua for the Ding Xiu's sake. Except, he did not think that Ding Xiu would actually step forward to speak on Yi Yuan's behalf. With this, his existence appeared extremely awkward. Humph! Even so, he made impertinent remarks towards my Yu family. It's hard to escape punishment too, Yu Yunfeng said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan pushed Ding Xiu aside and said with a cold smile, "This young master, I want to take a look at how you're planning on punishing me." Ding Xiu did not expect that Yi Yuan was so unwavering, not lowering his head in the slightest when facing a Dao profound realm powerhouse, and could not help panicking inwardly. Yi Yuan made a move all for her sake. She could not watch Yi Yuan get captured by the Yu family no matter what. "Yi Yuan, can't you say a word or two less?" Ding Xiu pulled Yi Yuan and winked continuously. Yet, Yi Yuan shot her a fierce glare and said crossly, "Our business we'll settle in a while. Right now, go to one side for me." Yi Yuan usually did not cause trouble, but he never feared to get into trouble before either. If he really fell out with the Yu family, worst comes to worst, he would stir up a storm in Bright Moon City. Who was afraid of whom? Ha ha ha. Good. Truly, heroes come from among the youngsters. This emperor wants to take a look today at how much capability you, this child, have. Yu Yunfeng laughed wildly. His eyes suddenly shot wide open. An invisible attack directly shot into Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. It's the Moonlight Heavenly Eye. Although Yu Yunfeng's Moonlight Heavenly Eye bloodline is thin, unleashing it with his Tao profound realm strength, it can absolutely directly exterminate that brat. Moonlight Heavenly Eye, that is an extremely terrifying divine soul attack. It's simply impossible to guard against. This boy is truly steadfast to actually dare provoke the Yu family. Although he has some means, he's bringing about his own destruction. Even members of the Yu family might not be able to awaken the Moonlight Heavenly Eye bloodline. For Yu Yunfeng to be able to awaken the bloodline, he was clearly a genius figure in the Yu family. Except, such an attack was simply child's play to Yi Yuan. "You, how can you be fine?" Yu Yunfeng said in disbelief. Yu Yunfeng's certain kill attack actually did not have any effect on Yi Yuan at all. This made his countenance change drastically. Yi Yuan looked at Yu Yunfeng with a smile that was not a smile and said, tauntingly, "Moonlight Heavenly Eye, is it? Your bloodline power is too thin. Want to kill me with just this bit of degree of ocular power? You're too naive." Everyone looked at Yi Yuan with eyes like they were looking at a freak. This brat was seriously too abnormal. Yu Yunfeng was a well-known figure among the Yu family's third generation. He stepped into the second-level Tao profound realm at a young age. Coupled with the Moonlight Heavenly Eye, his strength approached third-level Tao profound. But now, he unleashed the Moonlight Heavenly Eye and actually could not do anything to a Heaven Enlightenment realm brat. This was also too nonsensical. Yu Yunfeng's expression changed and he said, "Could it be that you have a divine soul attack blocking top-grade holy artifact on you?" Top-grade holy artifacts that blocked divine soul attacks were very seldom seen and also very precious. But what Yu Yunfeng did not know was that Yi Yuan's treasure was much more valuable compared to some top-grade holy artifact. The soul-suppressing pearl was something that even fiend god Jialan was exceedingly fearful of. How could it be what top-grade holy artifacts could compare to? Yi Yuan said coolly, "Stop making wild guesses. With your strength this young, master, I still don't take it seriously at all. Now scram further away for this little lord. Don't be an eyesore here." Yu Yunfeng was angered until his face was livid with rage. In Bright Moon City, there had never been anyone who dared to be so arrogant before. This place was clearly Bright Moon City, but Yi Yuan actually reversed the roles of host and guest, making Yu Yunfeng get lost. Everyone was speechless. This Yi Yuan was simply an example of being conceited and insolent on account of his ability. Relying on that he had some capability, he actually did not place even the Yu family in his sights. Geniuses like this would often suffer a great deal. Good. Very good. A measly little Heaven Enlightenment realm is actually rampant to such an extent. Really bullying that my Yu family has no one. Indeed, Yu Yunfeng was truly infuriated this time. He actually took out a talisman and ignited it with essence energy. Whoosh! An ear-piercing sound rang out. That talisman actually flew up high in the air and combusted. This combustion was extremely eye-catching. Clearly sent out a signal. Seeing this scene, Ding Shiyu's expression could not help changing greatly. This time, the matter had really gotten out of hand. She only did not wish to return home at first but did not expect that things would end up in such a state. Yi Yuan, quickly leave. The Yu family is powerful and influential. They are not people you can resist, Ding Shiyu hurriedly said. Yu Yunfeng sneered coldly when he saw the situation and said, "Brat, don't run if you have the balls. The Yu family's prestige is not something people can just provoke." Actually, Yu Yunfeng was really somewhat apprehensive of Yi Yuan already. The moonlight heavenly eye was his ace in the hole. Yi Yuan actually had no reaction in the slightest. His natural disposition was prudent. That was why he sent out the family's signal. Very soon, there would be even stronger people arriving. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of running at all. He said calmly, "Run? Why do I have to run? Now that the situation has gotten out of hand. If Yu Jianqiu doesn't come and invite me personally, I won't go to the Yu family. Instead, I feel that you have to be prepared to be punished by the Yu family." The people on the streets were going to collapse. This Yi Yuan's bragging simply reached the skies. Who was Yu Jianqiu? That was the present Yu family's leader, a genuine, divine king powerhouse. Such an existence would come out and receive a heaven enlightenment realm.
Brat.
Yi Yuan naming Ding Zhanghua, then Yu Jianqiu, those who did not know would even think that he was a major faction's leader. Only the top characters of the various major forces dared to directly call out these people's names. Even 8th level Dao profound realms did not dare to address them like so either. At least they would have to add honorifics. Yu Yunfeng said with a cold smile, "What a joke! Who the hell do you think you are? To even make family head come and receive you personally? Truly ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth." Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and did not have the intention of refuting it. Seeing this scene, Yu Yunfeng could not help feeling uncertain deep in his heart. Could it be that this brat really had some mysterious plan, or he had a powerful background? How was this possible? The Divine Realm's junior generation geniuses today, Yu Yunfeng knew very well in his heart. There was no Yi Yuan at all. This brat was already putting up a bold front. While talking, several figures arrived with a howl. At present, geniuses gathered in Bright Moon City. Clashes like today were naturally unavoidable too. The Yu family's Dao Profound Realm experts, quite a number of people was sent out on patrol in order to avoid causing some major trouble. "What happened, Yunfeng?" said a middle-aged man with a frown. Regarding Yu Yunfeng firing the family's signal, he was clearly rather displeased. Currently, the factions in the city were messy and convoluted. If there was an incident, it was best to control within a small scope. Once the family's signal was fired, it would surely draw even more people's tension. At that time, once it was not handled appropriately, it would set off a chain of reactions. Some major forces were what even the Yu family could not afford to provoke as well. Seeing the arrivals, Yi Yuan could not help revealing a hint of a smile on his face. Who Yu Yunfeng was, Yi Yuan did not remember him at all. His status in his previous life was too transcendent. When he came to Bright Moon City, Yu Yunfeng was far from being worthy. He naturally would not have an impression. In front of the youngest peak alchemy emperor, Yu Yunfeng only had the right to observe far away. But this one in front of him, Yi Yuan had some impression. This person was a little older than Yu Yunfeng but was the same generation as Yu Jianqiu, who was also Yu Yunfeng's uncle, Yu Jianfeng. Coincidentally enough, back then when Yi Yuan came to Bright Moon City, it was this Yu Jianfeng who was in charge of his daily life. The two people had some contact. Yu Yunfeng whispered a few words by Yu Jianfeng's ear. Yu Jianfeng's brows involuntarily knitted together, his gaze looking at Yi Yuan piercingly. "Young man, although my Yu family isn't a top family clan in the divine realm, we're also not what anybody can insult. Do you want to give an explanation to this Yu Jianfeng said solemnly. Currently, the people surrounding and watching were getting more and more. This matter became very sensitive. If they could not make Yi Yuan apologize, the Yu family's prestige would reach rock bottom and become a laughingstock for the divine realm's various major forces. What Yu Jianfeng wanted was just an opportunity to disentangle from the awkward position. Yi Yuan stood proudly. His imposing manner when facing Yu Jianfeng was still fearless as he said coolly, "Explanation? What explanation? Today's matter had nothing to do with your Yu family in the first place. But the moment Yunfeng came, he was biased towards Ding Shuo without distinguishing black from white. Isn't he bullying me because my background isn't as powerful as his? The Yu family handling affairs like this, wouldn't it cast a chill over the hearts of all heroes in the world?" Yi Yuan's words stirred up a wave of commotion in the crowd. Martial artists were divided into different grades and ranks. It was naturally impossible for the Yu family to take an impartial stance. But this sort of thing was hard to say openly in public. Otherwise, there would be too many people offended. After all, the geniuses martial artists with strong backgrounds were just a small minority. Yu Jianfeng secretly cursed slippery little fellow. One sentence actually seized the initiative of public opinion. Being together with Ding Shuo, Yi Yuan was indeed in the disadvantaged group. These words very easily aroused the same feelings in the vast majority among them. This way, for the Yu family to want to make a move against Yi Yuan, they would have to be careful. A single misstep would drag the Yu family's reputation through the mud. Public clamor could melt metals. Accumulated defamation ruins a man. Although the Yu family did not fear these people, this had an immense influence on the Yu family's reputation. Yunfeng was indeed a little rash in handling this. But that's also seeing that you drew the sword to kill people, that's why he would misunderstand. But making impertinent remarks about the Yu family is your wrongdoing. Yu Jianfeng was old-handed as well, clinging hard to Yi Yuan, insulting the Yu family. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "Ding Shuo took out the myriad net magic lantern wanting to kill me. I don't believe that Yu Yunfeng did not see it. At that time, why didn't he come out and stop it? When I retaliated, it became murdering people on the streets and scorning the Yu family. If other people are unreasonable, Yi Yuan will be even more unreasonable than others. What does scolding your Yu family a few words count for?" Yi Yuan had long known that Yu Yunfeng was present back then. It was just that he did not expose it. If Yu Yunfeng handled the case impartially at that time, Yi Yuan would just turn a blind eye to it. But he called Yi Yuan to account the moment he came up, thoroughly enraging Yi Yuan. Ding Shuo did not speak by the side the entire time. Hearing these words of Yi Yuan's, his face reddened to the ears. He even used the myriad net magic lantern and was actually nearly killed by Yi Yuan still. This was simply an unprecedented humiliation. After today, he would likely become a laughingstock to all. Yu Jianfeng's brows knitted, immediately feeling incredibly vexed. Yi Yuan's heart was like a clear mirror. Furthermore, he was incomparably stubborn. Wanting to make him lower his head was probably not such an easy matter. If he really could not, then there was only using martial strength to make him submit. A cold light glinted in Yu Jianfeng's eyes. How could it escape Yi Yuan's eyes? Yu Jianfeng was 5th level Dao Profound Realm. Even in the Yu family, his status was also rather high. However, Yi Yuan did not care at all. Looking at Yu Jianfeng with a smile. That was not a smile, he said. Yu Jianfeng, no matter what, it was also your Yu family who handled matters unjustly first. But you want to make a move. Now, is it? Yu Jianfeng's face fell. Being spurred on by Yi Yuan like this, he could not very well make a move. This brat was really troublesome to deal with. Who knew that? Yi Yuan continued. Looks like your Yangqiao meridian injuries are already pretty much healed. Yu Jianfeng's entire body trembled, his gaze staring fixedly at Yi Yuan, his eyes showing a very doubtful look. Several years earlier, Yu Jianfeng had his internal organs wounded by his opponent during a family clan's operation. Although his injuries recovered later on, the power of his moonlight heavenly eye had been greatly affected. Members of the Yu family, as long as they possessed the moonlight heavenly eye, their greatest reliance was on ocular powers. Yu Jianfeng's ocular powers suffered impairment. The blow to him could be imagined. The family clan's alchemy emperor elder diagnosed it. Turns out that his Yangqiao meridian was damaged. Hence, it resulted in his ocular powers getting damaged. It was just that diagnosing was easy, but a radical cure was extremely difficult. Yu Jianfeng sought treatment from many alchemy emperors before. Nobody was able to treat his Yangqiao meridian injuries once and for all the way, until Yi Yuan came to Bright Moon City. During that period of time when Ji Qingyun came, Yu Jianfeng waited upon carefully the entire time, putting his heart and soul into it. Ji Qingyun was naturally able to make out his thoughts and casually gave him a prescription, letting him slowly nurse his health. In these few years, Yu Jianfeng's injury was indeed almost healed. The power of the moonlight heavenly eye also recovered to its peak state. Yi Yuan could be said to have given a new lease on life to Yu Jianfeng. This matter was very likely to affect his position in the family clan back then, so it had always been carried out in secret. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually spilled it out. How could this not make him shocked? Yi Yuan looked at him and continued to say unhurriedly, "It's a pity, oh what a shame." Talking until here, Yi Yuan suddenly shut his mouth and said nothing, showing an appearance of closely guarding a secret. Yu Jianfeng's face fell, and he said coldly, "Pity about what?" Yi Yuan looked at Yu Jianfeng with a ruminating look and said, "Didn't you want to make a move to capture me? Why are you still asking so much for?" "Uncle Feng, don't listen to him talk nonsense. This brat's background is unknown, befogging the minds of people here. Maybe he's here to make trouble. Capture him first, then talk." Yu Yunfeng interrupted. Yu Jianfeng stopped him from speaking with a hand gesture. Drawing a deep breath, he said, "Young man, what do you know?" Uttering these words actually had a bit of a tone of seeking advice. Yi Yuan had an indifferent appearance as he opened his mouth to say, "During these several years, do you occasionally have situations where essence energy is lacking? Every time you sit quietly and meditate, do you frequently get cut short without rhyme or reason?" The moment Yu Jianfeng heard, his expression could not help changing greatly. What Yi Yuan said was actually not the slightest bit off. "You? How do you know?" Yu Jianfeng said with great astonishment. But Yi Yuan waved his hands and did not speak anymore. Yu Jianfeng froze and knew that Yi Yuan was deliberately inciting him here. Want to make him say the words at the back. He must let him vent this anger first. But hearing Yi Yuan's tone, his body really seemed to be somewhat amiss. Furthermore, it shouldn't be a small matter. These little problems, he initially did not pay particular attention either. But recently, these conditions seemed to show a trend of worsening. He had no choice but to take it seriously. Martial artists looked powerful, but once something went wrong with their bodies, it was even more troublesome than ordinary people. Yu Jianfeng drew a deep breath and bowed low towards Yi Yuan, saying, "This, you had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. This matter was indeed Yunfeng's transgression. I apologize to little brother on his behalf. If little brother is free, could we go to my humble abode to have a chat? This, Yu apologizes to you on his behalf." When these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. Yu Jianfeng was a figure who grasped authority over major issues. He actually paid such great respects to a brat still wet behind his ears. This was simply unimaginable. The gloomiest one had to be Yu Yunfeng. He relied on Yu Jianfeng's arrival, thinking that he got Yi Yuan for sure. Who knew that a few fleeting words of Yi Yuan's made Yu Jianfeng lay down his arms and surrender. Now it became his fault. But Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "Don't give me that crap. Make Yu Jianqiu come and invite me. Otherwise, no way. Don't use that sort of expression to look at me. I can tell you directly that the problem in your body is absolutely not a minor thing. As for whether you believe or not, it's all up to you." Hearing these words, Yu Jianfeng's heart could not help palpitating. The things that Yi Yuan said previously were too accurate. He had no choice but to believe it. Except wanting Yu Jianqiu to come and receive Yi Yuan, this was also making things too difficult for people. "Uncle Feng, talking nonsense with this punk for what? This brat is Definitely talking rubbish. Capture him first and grill him under torture. He'll confess everything. Yu Yunfeng rebuffed. Yu Jianfeng's expression turned cold, and he reproached, "Shut up for me. This matter was originally your fault. Hurry up and apologize to little brother." Yu Yunfeng froze, not expecting Yu Jianfeng to set fire onto him. For a moment he was actually at a loss on what to do. "What are you still in a daze for? Is it possible that you want to receive the family's punishment?" Yu Jianfeng's words were even colder, as if Yi Yuan was the one who was his kin, interrogating under torture? What kind of joke was this? To be able to see through the recurring illness in his body, this sort of existence would not be an existence who was that easy to provoke no matter what. At least ordinary alchemy emperor powerhouse, if they did not carry out pulse reading, they could not tell that his body had an underlying illness at all. Such a figure, once he really offended him to the core, there would not be any more leeway to salvage it. Hearing family punishment, these two words, Yu Yunfeng involuntarily shuddered. Gritting his teeth, he said to Yi Yuan, Little brother, this matter was all Yunfeng's fault. I hope that you will forgive me." Yu Yunfeng was very depressed. Today was not only him losing face completely, but the Yu family's face was also utterly thrown away. Just what medicine did Uncle Feng eat wrongly? A brat talking nonsense here. He actually believed it to be true. Yi Yuan nonchalantly darted him a glance and said, "I said before, you have got to be prepared to be punished. This is merely just the beginning." Done talking, he turned to Yu Jianfeng again and said, "The words I said before, I'd never take them back myself. Today, Yu Jianxiu must come." Seeing Yi Yuan so serious, Yu Jianfeng was displeased in his heart too. But he also knew that Yi Yuan could not be offended and could not help being put on a spot. "Little brother, the bright moon competition is at hand. Family head has endless matters to busy with. He seriously can't make the time." Yu Jianfeng said with difficulty. Yi Yuan looked at him and suddenly smiled and said, "Go find him, he'll come. Just say that the person saving his daughter's life came." Yu Jianfeng's expression changed, and he cried out in shock, You are that young man called Yi Yuan." He originally wanted to call him a brat, but when the words reached his mouth, it changed to young man. These few years, Yi Yuan, this name reverberated like thunder in the Yu family. Could this brat has lost his mind? What kind of person is Lord Yu Jianxiu? How can he possibly lower his dignity to come and meet a junior? Even if this brat really has some background, it's also impossible for Lord Yu Jianxiu to come. If he came, the Yu family would lose all of its face. Today, it's really getting more and more lively. I want to take a look at just how the Yu family cleans up the mess. Yi Yuan stood on the streets calmly, giving no thought to everyone's widespread comments at all. However, the people watching the show were getting more and more refusing to budge. Like this, it would be harder and harder for the Yu family to wind up the matter. Yi Yuan burned half of Bright Moon City's skies with a torch. If Yu Jianxiu deigned himself and bent the knee to come and meet in person, Bright Moon City would really not be able to lift its head in front of the outstanding heroes under the heavens anymore. By the side, Yu Jianfeng's world was turned upside down in his heart. He totally did not expect that this young man before his eyes was actually that Yi Yuan who made the Zhou family dusty and dirty in the face. 2 years ago, Zhou Yan secretly went to find trouble with the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. In the end, he was put into a coma by someone and returned to the Zhou family. This matter had once stirred up massive waves in Vast Sun and Bright Moon, these two cities. After Zhou Yan was brought back, the Zhou family's elders raised a clamor at one point, saying that they wanted to exterminate the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Then later, this incident was left unsettled just like that. The whys and wherefores of it outsiders did not know, but the Yu family was perfectly clear. Zhou Jia discovered that Zhou Yan was actually injured by the Sole martial divine king. 10 great divine kings that was absolutely an existence which the Zhou family could not afford to provoke. And a puny little lower realms aboriginal youth was actually linked in many ways with the sole martial divine king. How could the Zhou family dare to act rashly without careful consideration? The Yu family knew about Yi Yuan's existence very early on, but regarding Yi Yuan being able to treat Yu Mengli's illness, they did not believe at all the way until Zhou Yan returned in defeat, after which the incident gave them hope. But so many years had passed, Yi Yuan did not show up all along. This made the Yu family involuntarily anxious about a favor, and worried lest they should lose it. Although Yi Qing had the azure spirit heart fusing fluid these 2 years, Yu Mengli's body still deteriorated steadily. Yu Jianfeng also did not think that Yi Yuan actually turned up at this time, except he did not expect that both parties actually met in such a way. Just as the people were discussing animatedly, a series of hoarse neighing sounds came from the sky. Everyone looked over and discovered that a war chariot was currently flying over from a distance. This war chariot's momentum was extremely shocking. Its entire body emitted a bright bronze color, giving people an intense sense of oppression. Judging from the imposing momentum, this war chariot was clearly a transcendent grade holy artifact. It's the 8 Extremities War Chariot. The Yu family actually dispatched the 8 Extremities War Chariot. This 8 Extremities War Chariot is Yu Jianxiu's ride. Furthermore, it's the symbol of status. Only when the most honored guests come to visit will Yu Jianxiu personally drive the chariot out to welcome. Could it be that there's some big shot currently on the way? The appearance of the 8 Extremities War Chariot immediately caused an uproar in the crowd. This war chariot was a transcendent grade holy artifact. Its combat strength was shocking, but more importantly, it was the Yu family's courteous reception towards the most distinguished guests. Even for divine king powerhouses, the Yu family might not dispatch this war chariot to welcome too. At present, right during the period of the Bright Moon competition, quite a number of divine king powerhouses would come and attend the ceremony. Sending out the 8 Extremities War Chariot at this time was very clearly in order to receive some important person. Yi Yuan looked at the 8 Extremities War Chariot from a distance, a hint of a smile flashing by the corners of his mouth. This 8 Extremities War Chariot, he was not foreign to it. Back then, when he came to Bright Moon City, Yu Jianxiu personally rode precisely the 8 Extremities War Chariot out to receive him. Times have passed and circumstances have changed to think that Yu Jianxiu drove the chariot to come and receive him once more now. Of course, other people would not think that the 8 Extremities War Chariot was here to receive him, using the 8 Extremities War Chariot to come and welcome a heaven enlightenment realm boy. How is this possible? Deserving of being the head of a family, indeed have some boldness when doing things, Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. By the side, Si Yin's eyes flickered, and she said softly, "Young Master Yi, you don't think that the 8 Extremities War Chariot is here to receive you, right?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. "Otherwise, what do you think?" The 8 Extremities War Chariot speed was extremely fast. In a blink of an eye it arrived above the street sky. Everyone looked left and right, wanting to find that big shot, but they could not find it at all. On the chariot, a middle-aged man in fine clothing with a handsome face like carved jade had his clothes fluttering, the air of an expert out and out. "Master Yi, Jianxiu has waited bitterly for many years. You finally came to Bright Moon City. This one has prepared some weak wine. Can Master Yi come up and have a chat?" A deep voice sounded out. The middle-aged man was actually inviting a person called Master Yi up. The people below looked here and there, all searching for that Master Yi. However, how was anyone able to be called Master Yi in existence? Even though Yi Yuan raised a hue to make Yu Jianxiu come, they completely did not believe that Yu Jianxiu would personally drive the 8 Extremities War Chariot here to welcome Yi Yuan. Yet Yu Jianfeng and Yu Yunfeng, the uncle and nephew pair, were both incomparably astounded at this time. They never would have thought that family head actually gave Yi Yuan such a highly courteous reception. Even when vast Sun City's Zhou family's family head came to visit, it was absolutely impossible for Yu Jianxiu to mobilize the 8 extremities war chariot too, but facing Yi Yuan he actually used it. Si Yin similarly looked at Yi Yuan with incredible astonishment. She did not think that Yu Jianxiu was really here to receive Yi Yuan. It was only to see Yi Yuan slowly got up and flew over toward the 8 extremities war chariot with a leap. Seeing this scene, everyone was all stunned. This brat, does he really think that he's something? Even if family head Yu really agreed to come and meet him, it's also impossible to drive the 8 extremities war chariot, right? What a joke! A heaven enlightenment realm brat also dares to accept the name of master? Family head Yu coming out personally is merely a coincidence. He really took it seriously. Haha, this boy is simply a clown. Family head Yu is currently receiving an honored guest. He actually ran up to make a spectacle of himself. For a moment, the mocking voices rose one after another. Although Yi Yuan clamored to make Yu Jianxiu come all the way, they totally did not believe that Yu Jianxiu would personally ride the 8 extremities war chariot here to receive Yi Yuan. The 8 extremities war chariot had once received many important personages before, but these big shots, there had never been one who was lower than Divine King Realm before. Who did Yi Yuan think he was? Yet, the scene of Yi Yuan being annihilated by the 8 extremities war chariot did not occur. At this time, Yu Jianxiu actually got down the chariot and went to greet Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at Yu Jianxiu and said coolly, "This facade of family head Yu's is done a little over the top." Yu Jianxiu's gaze was profound, currently sizing up Yi Yuan, rather surprised. In his heart, Yi Yuan was very young, but he did not have the least bit of young man's impulsiveness on him. On the contrary, when Yi Yuan was facing him, he actually had the bearing of an expert. Yu Jianxiu's sovereign disposition was accumulated for months and years on, and yet, when Yi Yuan was standing opposite him, his aura was actually not weak in the slightest. This scene made him feel very discordant. Yu Jianxiu said smilingly, "Master Ye's alchemy strength is unparalleled. However solemnly I welcome you is not too much. This place isn't a venue to speak. Master Yi, please board the chariot for a chat." Yi Yuan slowly nodded his head. Lifting his leg, he directly entered inside the 8 extremities war chariot. But Yu Jianxiu did not enter inside right away. He nonchalantly threw down an instruction. "Feng you nearly caused big trouble today. Go to the disciplinary hall yourself to receive punishment." On the 8 extremities war chariot, the atmosphere was rather odd. After entering the war chariot, Yu Jianxiu's behavior was completely different from the zealousness from before. Cold until it made people somewhat chilly. As for Yi Yuan, he poured himself a cup of wine and drank it all by himself, casually, without the slightest feeling of aloofness. Bright Moon City's specialty product, Waning Moon Falling Petals wine. Not bad. Not bad. It's a shame that this wine is only middle grade. Furthermore, its age is somewhat lacking. Family head Yu is so stingy. Yeah. Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh. Waning Moon Falling Petals wine was a top-grade fine wine on the same level as the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew. Only by using Bright Moon City's soaring Moon Immortal flower could it be distilled. However, Yu Jianxiu clearly would not take the immortal grade Waning Moon Falling Petals wine used to entertain distinguished guests to come and
entertain Yi Yuan.
Yi Yuan, you really gave such a big gift. Upon arriving at Bright Moon City, you threw it into pandemonium, and you still want this Yu to personally come out and receive you. Although Yu Jianxiu's words were calm, it faintly contained killing intent. But Yi Yuan did not care at all. Looking at him, he said indifferently, Bright Moon City's hospitality, this Yi has also had a taste of it. When can this snobbish shortcoming be fixed? You arriving, I already gave you face and cooperated with you to act out a play. Otherwise, making me board this 8 Extremities war chariot isn't such an easy thing. Yu Jianqiu's eyes narrowed slightly and revealed a glimmer of cold light. Clearly, his tolerance had reached the limits. Yi Yuan's words were too arrogant. The 8 Extremities war chariot was not what anybody could get on.
Ye Yuan.
A junior being able to get on the 8 Extremities war chariot was already an incomparably glorious thing. This guy actually still dared to create difficulties. Yu Jianqiu putting up such a grand lineup earlier, the goal was in order to raise Yi Yuan's status, making him become mysterious in the assessment of the public. This way, Yu Jianqiu's personally coming out to receive would naturally not appear to lower his status. Before departing, he even deliberately announced Yu Yunfeng's punishment in front of the common people, indicating that today's incident was just Yu Yunfeng's individual fault and had nothing to do with the Yu family. This blame, Yu Yunfeng shouldered it alone. Yu Jianqiu resolved the Yu family's awkwardness with a lift of his hand. He was indeed a mighty ruler with a bold vision. It was just that his displeasure towards Yi Yuan went without saying. Therefore, after boarding the 8 Extremities war chariot, he naturally would not show Yi Yuan any good attitude. Humph! Age is not old, but your tone isn't small. Could it be that boarding my 8 Extremities war chariot brought shame to your status? Don't forget, you're just a lower realms bumpkin, Yu Jianqiu said with a cold snort. Just getting on a lousy war chariot, what's the big deal? Other people care. But I, Yi Yuan, don't care. Yi Yuan said coolly. Speaking in terms of Yi Yuan's peak alchemy emperor status, him boarding the 8 Extremities war chariot was giving the Yu family face. It was just that circumstances have changed with the passage of time. Yu Jianqiu did not know that the one sitting opposite him was formerly the alchemy genius who had the divine realm at his beck and call. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Yu Jianqiu could not help being speechless. This brat was too arrogant. He completely did not place him, this rank one holy land's leader, in his eyes. Those who did not know would even think that Yi Yuan was some formidable divine king powerhouse. Enough nonsense. Lier's illness, you're really confident about it?
Guan.
Xingzi has come and helped Lier to diagnose before. Even he was at a loss on what to do as well. Yu Jianqiu said with a grim look. Yi Yuan said coolly, Quan Xingzi, that old man is complacent with his own laurels, not worth mentioning. If he was able to cure it, that would be strange. But speaking of which, this bright moon competition, what's the meaning of it? How can your daughter's lifetime happiness be determined with such a careless method? Yi Yuan had just entered the city but heard of the matter of the Bright Moon competition too. Numerous young talents gathering in Bright Moon City was actually in order to vie for Yu Mengli. The first place of the Bright Moon competition would marry Yu Mengli. As dowry, Bright Moon City would open up a spot and let the future son-in-law enter the vast sun Bright Moon realm. Yu Mengli was indeed an unparalleled beauty. It was just that the news of her days being numbered had long spread already. Those young geniuses coming here was probably not for Yu Mengli's sake at all, but for that chance to enter the vast sun Bright Moon realm. What meaning did such a martial competition to find a spouse have as well? Yu Jianqiu shot him a fierce glare and said, It isn't your turn to come and worry about the Yu family's affairs. Don't say that I don't give you a chance. If you're sincere towards Lier, then defeat all of the young talented men during the Bright Moon competition. When Yi Yuan heard this, he involuntarily turned stuff and he actually became immersed in his thoughts. Seeing this scene, Yu Jianqiu sneered coldly in his heart. This brat wanted to score outside of his league. Now, upon hearing that he had to deal with the outstanding young geniuses under the heavens, he immediately shriveled up. Lier's heart was entirely tied to Yi Yuan. How could he, as her father, not tell? It was just that he felt that Lier had entrusted to the wrong person. Now, yet Yi Yuan's current thoughts were completely poles apart from what Yu Jianqiu had on his mind. The reason why he was in a daze was that he did not think Yu Jianqiu actually thought that he had designs on Lier, but regarding Yu Mengli, Yi Yuan indeed had a feeling which he could not put into words. This sort of feeling was completely different from when he was facing other girls. Yi Yuan involuntarily recalled the matter of Yu Mengli sneaking a kiss on him. Back then, recalling it now, he actually felt his heart palpitate with excitement. Could it be that he actually fell for Yu Mengli? In his previous life, Yi Yuan put his whole body and mind into alchemy. And this life, his greatest goal was to take revenge on Ji Kanglin. So he, consciously or unconsciously, refrained himself from thinking in this area. Originally, Yi Yuan thought that he only had feelings of gratitude towards Yu Mengli. But looking at it now, it seemed like it was not simply so. Except what the conclusion was, Yi Yuan did not have a clear answer in his heart too. Good that you're afraid. If you can really treat Lier, the Yu family naturally will not treat you unfairly. Except if you're using this as a chip to come and obtain Lier, that's impossible. However, I'll say the nasty things first. If you can't treat Lier, I'll make you regret ever being born in this world, Yu Jianxiu said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan collected his thoughts. Drinking a mouthful of waning moon falling petals wine, he said coolly, Lier's illness, you don't have to worry, but organizing this bright moon competition is really incomparably foolish. After Lier's illness is cured, her cultivation will advance at a tremendous pace. Before long, no one in your Yu family will be her match anymore. Yu Jianxiu said in a deep voice. Humph, sounds nicer than it is.
Li's
days are numbered. You also disappeared these 2 years. Furthermore, your cultivation realm is too low and can't refine the soul-separating pill at all. Even if you really came, what's the use? Lier is born with the moonlight, heavenly eye physique. The strength of her ocular powers is one of a kind in the Yu family. If she really leaves like this, it will be a tremendous loss to the Yu family. What do you know? Hearing these words, Yi Yuan was actually inexplicably frustrated in his heart. Yu Jianxiu's meaning was actually treating Yu Mengli as a tool to carry on the family line, because descendants of the innate moonlight heavenly eye physique, there was a 30% chance to be of the innate moonlight heavenly eye physique too. Even if they were not, the descendants' ocular powers were also much stronger compared to ordinary people. It was precisely because of this that Yu Jianxiu would be willing to give up a spot to enter the vast sun-bright moon realm, and also had to find a proud son-in-law for himself. Leave Lier's illness to me. The Yu family cancel the bright moon competition this time. Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up. It was just that his gaze became somewhat icy. But Yu Jianxiu said, impossible. Currently, geniuses have gathered in bright Moon City. There are many forces that even the Yu family can't afford to provoke as well. Wanting to cancel the bright moon competition is already not possible. Still, that sentence, if you can win in the bright moon competition, this emperor will marry Lier to you without another word. Yu Jianxiu's words had some intention of giving tit for tat. But this could not be blamed on him either. Now the bright moon competition was already an arrow fitted to the strong. Not up to the Yu family to not release anymore. Yi Yuan's expression turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, the geniuses you're talking about, could it be Zhou Yan they all? Forget it, it's up to you to organize the bright moon competition too. Whoever wins, just come and challenge me. These words were said domineeringly. Yi Yuan's meaning was that those so-called geniuses were not worthy of exchanging blows with him at all. Yu Jianxiu turned stiff, and he said in a deep voice, simply presumptuous. What right do you have to get a different treatment from the rest? Furthermore, you, a heaven enlightenment realm, what qualifications do you have to accept other people's challenge? Yu Jianxiu, I think you shouldn't be mistaken. Right now, I'm not discussing with you. I'm only informing you. Doing so is already giving your Yu family face. If not looking on account of Lier's face, I'd have directly brought her away. Heh, don't look at me with this sort of expression in your eyes. If I want to bring Lier away, you can't stop it at all. As for the reason, I think. You know, Yi Yuan said coolly. Yu Jianxiu looked at Yi Yuan coldly, revealing a cold light. This brat, facing him, this head of the Yu family, he dared to be so unbridled too. But Yi Yuan being so confident actually made him somewhat cautious in taking action. He was naturally aware of what Yi Yuan was referring to. If the sole martial, divine king wanted to bring Lear away, no one could stop it at all. Clearly, this was also where Yi Yuan's confidence lied. Yi Yuan had an arrogant appearance, totally not placing Yu Jianxiu in his sights at all. This could not help thronging people with thoughts. To the Yu family and the Zhou family, they speculated Yi Yuan's identity before, and they felt that the greatest possibility was that Yi Yuan was Zhong.
Isenes illegitimatson.
Otherwise, how could a puny little heaven enlightenment realm possibly make one of the 10 great divine kings take action? Furthermore, Yi Yuan was exceptional in both the soul and martial arts. His alchemy strength was unparalleled, simply carved from the same mold. Thinking up to here, how would Yu Jianxiu still have doubts? Fine. This emperor promises you. You're so wildly arrogant, looking down on the divine realm's outstanding heroes. I want to take a look at how much capability you have. Yu Jianxiu said coldly. Being needed by a junior, Yu Jianxiu felt as awful as having eaten a fly. Except, he ultimately had no choice but to agree to Yi Yuan's demand. The Yu family was Bright Moon City's de facto controller. The total area of the manor and courtyard was extremely vast. Currently, beside a small lake with exquisite scenery, several figures were currently admiring the landscape and chatting. Oh Lier, Yenner has grown up together with you since young and has eyes only for you. The Zhou family and Yu family have been connected through marriage for generations. Why do you refuse to get together with Yenner? A middle-aged woman did her best to persuade the young girl beside her. Earnestly, this young girl was none other than precisely Yu Mengli. Auntie, don't make things difficult for Lear anymore. The bright moon. Competition this time. I'll defeat all the geniuses and use my own strength to prove that I'm the one who's most worthy of Lear. Furthermore, as long as I win, I can help the Yu family keep the spot to enter the vast sun bright moon realm. Zhou Yan was present too, except he already cut in halfway without waiting for Yu Mengli to reply. He was severely wounded by the soul martial divine king the last time he went to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. The Zhou family expended a huge price before obtaining the method to let Zhou Yan regain consciousness from the soul martial divine king there. But Zhou Yan's talent was indeed very heaven-defying. Experiencing the serious injury this time, not only did his strength not regress, it advanced instead, and actually directly broke through the shackles of Tao Profound Realm, stepping into the ranks of Emperor Realm in one stroke. So this time that was why he was full of confidence, wanting to trample all the geniuses underfoot. The middle-aged woman's name was called Zhou Qianru, Zhou Jia's cousin. She married Yu Jianxiu's brother Yu Jianke. Therefore, Zhou Yan called her Auntie. The Zhou Yan, after breaking through to Tao Profound Realm, his edge seemed to be much more restrained, and he was also much more level-headed. It was just that he was still determined to get Yu Mengli. Lier, in the past, you turned your nose up at Yenner. That was because he was young. This time, he grew wiser with each setback and is already much more mature. Marrying him, the Zhou and Yu two families will be even more closely related. Wouldn't it be better? Zhou Qianru continued to persuade. Zhou Yan said, Auntie, don't say any more. Since Lear said that she wants to marry the strongest genius, then I'll become that strongest one. The two people sang in chorus. Yu Mengli actually did not even have room to interject. Actually, the initiator of the Bright Moon competition this time was still Yu Mengli. Back then, Yu Jianxiu was too relentless, insisting on her marrying Zhou Yan. But Yu Mengli refused to no matter what and said to Yu Jianxiu, if I, Yu Mengli, have to marry, I got to marry the strongest young genius too. Therefore, that was why there was the Bright Moon competition this time. In a twinkle, 7 to 8 years passed. The agony of Yu Mengli's divine soul-tearing already became more and more out of hand. The frequency of outburst also became greater and greater. Even with the azure spirit heart fusing fluid, she could not hold on much longer either. However, Yi Yuan did not show up all along. But Yu Mengli did not lose faith in Yi Yuan. She knew that Yi Yuan would definitely come and save her. Aunt, the bright moon competition is already a foregone conclusion. What's the point of saying these? If Zhou Yan can take first place and come back, I'll keep my promise, Yu Mengli said coolly. Her complexion was very pale, her brows furrowed slightly, looking very haggard. But even so, it still could not block her charm. The current Yu Mengli instead had a kind of sickly beauty, making people feel even more protective towards and more willing to care for. This, I'm afraid it won't be easy. With Yi Yuan around, first place definitely won't fall into another's hands. Behind Yu Mengli, a youth in azure clothing opened his mouth. This azure-robed youth was Yi Qing. 7 to 8 years had passed. Yi Qing's aura was way more powerful compared to before. At present, he was already faintly going to break through to tier 9. Erupting with deep accumulations was likely talking about Yi Qing's situation. But Zhou Yan did not get angry. He said with a faint smile, Yi Yuan, even if he's any more powerful, he has to arrive at Bright Moon City before the Bright Moon competition too. Said that he has already disappeared for many years. Yeah, a lower realms bumpkin only ascended for several years' time. How much can his strength increase? Perhaps he hasn't even reached heaven. Enlightenment realm now, Zhou Qianru said disdainfully. Yu Mengli's brows furrowed and she said with displeasure, Aunt, Lier's illness already can't endure much longer. Could it be that you wish to see Li, or leave this world here and now? Zhou Qianru's heart thumped, not expecting to overshoot the mark, and hurriedly said with a smile, Lier, isn't there a misunderstanding? Auntie naturally hopes that you recover soon, but just now was just considering the facts as they are, that Yi Yuan merely ascended for around 6 to 7 years. Even if his talent is any more monstrous, his progress also has to have a limit, right? Is that so? This auntie, I'm afraid that this Yi will have to disappoint you. At this time, a young profile slowly walked out. That tone had indescribable mockery. Lightning. Asterisk. Seeing that figure which made her long very much for Yu Mengli was actually somewhat dazed for some time. Nobody knew just how Yu Mengli lived through these past few years. The agony of the divine soul tearing was what the average person could not
imagine.
Whenever Yu Mengli was so overwhelmed with pain that she wished she was dead, that tall and straight figure would always appear in her mind. It was Yi Yuan who gave her the courage to carry on living. A beautiful shadow moved slightly and already wrapped around Yi Yuan's waist. I finally waited until you came. Very calm, not that much fluctuation in emotion, and also would not complain. Cheerfully like ordinary girls. Yu Mengli had always been a fairy maiden who was otherworldly. It was just that this simple and short one sentence already embodied all of longing, suffering, hesitation, perseverance, holding on until the clouds parted to see the bright moon, was all inside this one sentence. Yi Yuan came, that was enough. Everything else was not important. Being hugged by a beautiful woman, Yi Yuan actually gave rise to a very satisfying feeling. He could not help secretly heaving a sigh and also reached out to embrace Yu Mengli. I came, everything will be over, Yi Yuan said softly. Cough, cough. Behind Yi Yuan, several coughs suddenly transmitted over. Yu Mengli was startled before noticing that behind Yi Yuan was actually Father. Yu Jianqiu looked at Yi Yuan at the back, his gaze rather hostile. But Yi Yuan paid no attention to his gaze and continued to hug Yu Mengli. He did not have the intention of letting go. Zhou Yan's face turned green. His gaze looking at Yi Yuan was filled with resentment. He grew up together with Yu Mengli since young and could be said to be in a
favorable position.
Yet, Mengli, this bright pearl was grasped in Yi Yuan's hand at present. When had Mengli ever been like this towards him? Zhou Yan's jealousy and hatred towards Yi Yuan in his heart was already unable to use words to describe. But the moment he thought of the sole martial divine king, he could not help shuddering from the bottom of his heart. You're Yi Yuan? You're actually already peak 9th level heaven. Enlightenment. How is this possible? At this time, Zhou Qianru's astonished voice shattered the somewhat peculiar atmosphere of the scene. She still predicted prior to this that Yi Yuan at most would not surpass heaven enlightenment realm. But when Yi Yuan stood in front of her, he was actually peak heaven enlightenment realm already, only a single step away to be able to step into phaseless realm. This kind of cultivation speed was truly a little too horrifying as well, right? At this time, Zhou Yan also discovered Yi Yuan's cultivation realm already, his pupils involuntarily constricting. The Zhou family guessed that Yi Yuan was very likely the sole martial divine king's illegitimate son. Could it be that this conjecture was true? He knew that when Yi Yuan had just ascended, he only had a strength that just entered the divine traversing realm. This had merely been 6 to 7 years' time. Yi Yuan actually broke through 3 major cultivation realms in succession. This kind of cultivation speed was too terrifying. Recollecting at that time when he met Yi Yuan for the first time, Yi Yuan was still just an ant-like existence in front of him. But when a mere 7 to 8 years had passed, Yi Yuan actually showed a trend of catching up from behind. This gave Zhou Yan an immense sense of pressure. A lower realm's aboriginal, if he did not have the aid of a divine realm's major power, how could he possibly cultivate so quickly? Humph! So what if peak heaven enlightenment realm? With your strength, it's impossible to win in the bright moon competition. Yi Yuan, if you're a man, fight it out to see who's the winner in the bright moon competition. Zhou Yan issued a letter of challenge to Yi Yuan in front of everyone. The current Zhou Yan was like a rooster in heat. Him issuing a challenge to Yi Yuan was already the final grace that he could maintain.
Ye Yuan, you.
Mengli looked at Yi Yuan, rather embarrassed. This bright moon competition was even fixed up by her to drag the time. She did not expect that it would entrap Yi Yuan in the end. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said smilingly, "Lier, what you said is right. Your man is naturally the strongest. Zhou Yan, don't blame me for not giving you the chance. Want to challenge me, you have to beat everybody in the bright moon competition. Otherwise, you won't even have the opportunity to challenge me." Zhou Yan froze and said with a snicker, "Yi Yuan, you're also too conceited, right? The divine realm's geniuses are innumerable. Even if your cultivation speed is amazing, you don't even rank in the top 100. What right do you have to let me challenge you?" Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and could not even be bothered to explain it. "Well, Yener, I already promised Yi Yuan, the victor of tomorrow's bright moon competition will fight with Yi Yuan for the qualifications to enter the vast sun bright moon realm." Yu Jianxiu spoke up. Zhou Yan turned rigid, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Uncle you aren't joking, right? Yi Yuan, what qualifications? Does he have to obtain such a treatment?" This decision of Yu Jianxiu's was simply too preposterous. Yi Yuan was just a heaven enlightenment realm martial artist. Letting him face off with the victor of tomorrow's bright moon competition, wasn't it making a joke? Yu Jianxiu's face fell slightly, and he said, "You know that Yi Yuan has this qualification." Hearing these words, Zhou Yan's heart could not help tightening. Could it be that speculation was actually true? All right, enough crap, all disperse.
Lieritresa Inas Brooks no dalai.
I have to start taking Lier's pulse. Yi Yuan said coolly. "You? Really going to treat Lier's illness?" "According to what I know, wanting to treat Lier illness requires refining the soul-separating pill, right? That medicinal pill is what even alchemy emperor powerhouses can't refine. You're merely heaven enlightenment realm and can refine the soul-separating pill. Zhou Yan said with a look of contempt. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile that was not a smile. This pill formula was given to Lier by me. Only I can refine it. As for cultivation, realm, what you said is right, I indeed can't refine the soul-separating pill right now. Zhou Yan smiled coldly when he heard that and said, See, I knew it. Even if it's your own pill formula without peak alchemy venerable strength, don't even think about this medicinal pill at all. Alchemy venerable, is it? Alright then, it's too easy for me. Zhou Yan was just about to scoff in contempt when suddenly, his expression changed greatly. A horrifying energy crept out. This stretch of sky suddenly dimmed. In the sky, two types of colors of tribulation clouds condensed and formed very quickly. Dual-colored heavenly tribulation. Yi Yuan actually broke through at a word of disagreement. Yi Yuan, are you insane? Transcending tribulation like this will make the Yu family become a wasteland. Yu Jianqiu said in a solemn voice. The power of Yi Yuan's heavenly tribulation was very horrifying. Yu Jianqiu was also incomparably shocked in his heart when he saw it. When ordinary people transcended tribulation, most would make ample preparations and find an empty field in the wild to transcend tribulation. But Yi Yuan was actually transcending his tribulation in front of everyone. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, Refining the soul-separating pill requires the power of lightning. This heavenly tribulation's power is most suitable. Everyone wait calmly. I'll be right back. Done talking. Yi Yuan leaped and headed straight up to the ninth heaven. Yi Yuan was actually going to face the heavenly tribulation in mid-air. Crack, crack, rumble. Horrifying dual-colored heavenly tribulation hurtled down, heading straight for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan gave a loud roar and actually forcefully withstood this blow. His fleshly body was middle stage tier 8 and did not fear the power of this heavenly tribulation at all. As for the soul tribulation, Yi Yuan was even less worried. With the soul-suppressing pearl around, he had nothing to worry about at all. Rumble. Bolts of heavenly tribulation hurled down as if it was the fury of heaven. But Yi Yuan was akin to strolling idly in a courtyard being immersed inside. Finally, a final bolt of terrifying heavenly tribulation fell down. Everyone's eyes went wide. Yi Yuan actually went to grab the lightning of heavenly tribulation bare-handedly. Yi Yuan's essence energy spewed wildly, but the lightning in his hand was unbelievably violent, wanting to kill Yi Yuan off for good. It was just that Yi Yuan did not care about the lightning's violent force at all. With his left hand pulling out a greenish-black small bottle and drawing. With his essence energy, he directly stuffed the lightning into the small bottle. Hiss! So strong. Who is that? How can transcending phaseless realm heavenly tribulation have such horrifying power? Did you see it? He sealed the lightning barehandedly just now. This heavenly tribulation is completely like playing around to him. What he transcended was a dual-colored heavenly tribulation. Transcending lightning tribulation and soul tribulation together is extremely perilous. But this boy is also too freakish, right? When Yi Yuan was transcending tribulation at the Yu family, the might was extremely great. It naturally aroused much attention, especially the scene of him bare-handedly grabbing heavenly lightning. It made everyone unbelievably shocked. For some time, Yi Yuan actually became the idol of many of the Yu family's juniors. When Zhou Yan saw this scene, his expression became incomparably ugly. He thought that by breaking through to Dao Profound and achieving Emperor realm, it was already sufficient to shake Yi Yuan off. But looking at it now, it was not that easy at all. Yi Yuan's breakthrough to the phaseless realm was simply too effortless. Without incomparably daunting strength, who dared to transcend tribulation? Like him, although Yu Jianqiu was calm on the surface, he was likewise incomparably shocked in his heart. He had only heard of his name all this while, and his impression of Yi Yuan was not good. A bumpkin used who knows what kind of method to beguile his daughter, if not looking on account of the soul martial divine king's face. the Yu family would have long made a move to kill Yi Yuan. But now, Yu Jianqiu finally knew why Yi Yuan dared to be so wildly arrogant. He was not just relying on Zhong Zizhen's awe-inspiring fame. He himself similarly had incomparably fearsome strength. Finishing transcending the tribulation, Yi Yuan strolled down leisurely, his entire person's aura rising substantially. When he arrived in front of everyone again, he actually gave people a mystifying feeling. The phaseless realm, lawless and phaseless, the entire person had a sensation of merging into heaven and earth. This was the manifestation of having extremely profound comprehensions toward heavenly Tao. However, Yi Yuan's situation was clearly much more intense compared to ordinary martial artists who had just entered the phaseless realm. This indicated that Yi Yuan's comprehension toward heavenly Tao was far above ordinary first-level phaseless martial artists. Now I can refine the soul-separating pill. Facing everyone, Yi Yuan said coolly. Zhou Yan's expression changed. Then he immediately sneered coldly and said, if initial stage phaseless realm can refine the soul-separating pill, then wouldn't those alchemy emperor powerhouses become a joke? The difficulty of refining the soul-separating pill had obtained goodness knows how many people's confirmation in these 7 to 8 years' time. Clearly just a tier 8 medicinal pill, but numerous alchemy emperors just could not refine it. Even someone as powerful as Quan Xingzi likewise lost under this measly little tier 8 medicinal pill. Furthermore, the pill formula Yi Yuan gave you Mengli, the notes were very detailed. Areas where refining the soul-separating pill needed to pay attention to, he marked each one of them. Yet, there was still no one able to refine it. Yi Yuan was very calm. He just said coolly, in front of me they are indeed a joke. What a wildly arrogant youth, simply ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. This soul-separating pill came from your hands, but even alchemy, emperor powerhouses can't refine it. If you, a puny little initial stage, phaseless realm can refine it, it's probably because the pill formula you gave has issues, right? Zhou Qianru suddenly spoke up with a cold smile. The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed. Zhou Qianru's deduction was perfectly logical and reasonable, making they all unable to refrain from having suspicions towards Yi Yuan. No reason that a medicinal pill which even peak alchemy emperors could not refine, an initial rank alchemy venerable could refine it, right? This sort of situation simply did not conform to common sense. Seeing everyone's reaction, Zhou Qianru became even more pleased with herself. She looked at Yi Yuan with a cold smile and said, you used a fake pill formula and deceived Li'er for so many years. Truly malicious. Or perhaps Li'er's illness wasn't that serious in the first place. You used some trick in between to aggravate her illness? Then you lend a helping hand so as to make Li'er follow you wholeheartedly. The expressions of the Yu family's members became increasingly ugly. Especially Zhou Yan, his gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was even filled with killing intent. Setting up a 10-year hoax, cheating Li'er's heart, Yi Yuan simply deserved death. Yi Yuan, you're really dark and scheming. All of us were kept in the dark by you, Li'er. Don't get swindled by this abominable guy. Zhou Yan gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Yi Yuan looked at him like he was looking at an idiot, and said coolly, 5 days later, I'll publicly refine the soul-separating pill. All of the alchemists who have refined the soul-separating pill before you all can invite them here to attend the ceremony. Whether the pill formula I gave have problems or not, it will naturally be clear at a glance at that time. The moment these words came out, everyone was incomparably stunned. Every alchemist treasured their own belongings. They were like that towards pill formulas and similarly like so towards refining method. Publicly, refining the soul separation pill, this would display Yi Yuan's refining process in front of the world, receiving everyone's review and approval. Those who have refined the soul separation pill before were all alchemy emperor powerhouses. They could not refine the soul separation pill, but if The pill formula really had problems, they would be able to tell. Perhaps Yi Yuan had the means to deceive one or two people. But so many alchemy emperors observing the ceremony. Even if he had exceedingly high abilities, he could not deceive them either. If not for having absolute confidence in his own alchemy skills, Yi Yuan absolutely would not dare to do so. Also, this auntie's imaginative powers are still quite rich. But using this sort of method to sow discord between Lier and me, I can only say hopelessly foolish, Yi Yuan said scornfully. Zhou Qianru's expression changed and was going to open her mouth and refute, but she heard Lier slowly say, "Aunt, Lier trusts Yi Yuan. If there's still anyone able to save me in this world, this person is without a doubt Yi Yuan. He won't deceive me. Also, regardless who wins the Bright Moon competition in the end, the one who obtains the final victory will definitely be Yi Yuan." Yu Mengli's words were like a whip strike, lashing fiercely onto Zhou Yan's heart. This trust, he had never gained it before. But Yu Mengli and Yi Yuan were merely acquainted for 10+ years. In between even had 6 to 7 years' time they were apart. On what basis did she trust Yi Yuan like that?
Lier, VVHY.
Just what the hell is good about this brat? Zhou Yan asked, with his entire body trembling. Lier looked at Zhou Yan and said calmly, "Zhou Yan, my heart you won't understand it. So give up." Indeed, nobody could understand Yu Mengli's heart. Many years ago, from that moment she saw Ji Qingyun, her heart had been tied to him. Nobody else could enter. Yet, Ji Qingyun's demise made her heart like dead ashes for a time. What she did not expect was that she went to the lower realms to distract herself from her worries, but ran into Yi Yuan miraculously. And this youth actually gradually superimposed with that person, making her dead heart slowly revive. To Yu Mengli, nothing was more beautiful than this. However, what truly made Yu Mengli unbelievably joyous was still that sentence Yi Yuan just said earlier. "Your man is naturally the strongest." Could it be that she finally obtained his acknowledgement? The stars in the sky above shone brilliantly. A bright and clear moon hung at the corner of an orderly arrangement of houses along a street. Bright Moon City's moon was different from other places. Looking from here, the moon was always round and did not have cycles of waxing and waning. Bright Moon City got its name from here. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back. Lifting his head to look at the moon, he sighed emotionally. 300 years a cycle. Vast sun and bright moon. The two cities are finally going to have the sun and moon shining together again. The sun-moon heavenly pupil already hasn't appeared for 100,000 years. Wonder if this time anyone in your two families will succeed or not. However, I feel that Lier, you have very high hopes. Lier fell behind slightly by half a step. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, her beautiful eyes flickered, and she opened her mouth to say, "You seem to be very familiar with the vast sun and bright moon two cities." Yi Yuan turned around, looked at Yu Mengli, and said with a light smile, "You don't have to approach the subject in a roundabout manner to find the answer. I can tell you, your conjecture is correct." Yu Mengli's entire body trembled, her eyes revealing a look of not daring to believe it. It was not that the result was unexpected, but Yi Yuan's candidness that made her somewhat taken by surprise. When at the Endless World, Yu Mengli wanted to find the answer once, but Yi Yuan did not give her a chance at all. After returning to Bright Moon City, she gradually thought it through instead. Yu Mengli was able to confirm that she had really fallen for Yi Yuan. But today, when Yi Yuan told her the answer so casually and played it down, she was somewhat seized with panic instead. Yes, it was seized with panic. This youth in front of her was really that lord. If Yi Yuan was Yi Yuan, Yu Mengli would do her best to love him. But when Yi Yuan was not Yi Yuan, she did not know what kind of an attitude to use to face him. The mentality before and after was completely different. That lord was an apex figure standing high above the masses in the divine realm. an existence which she needed to look up to. But Yi Yuan was merely just a lower realm's measly little aboriginal. Yet these two people actually really coincided together miraculously. Why did your excellency tell me this? The calm and collected Yu Mengli finally lost composure this time. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "Didn't you always wanted to know very much? Since you want to know, I'll tell you." Yu Mengli fell into a daze, not expecting that the reason was actually so simple. After the surprise, a hint of sweetness trickled past in Yu Mengli's heart. This matter was of utmost importance. It might even affect the divine realm's situation in the future. To Yi Yuan, this was a colossal secret too. Once it was exposed, it would even draw a fatal disaster. But he still told her. But in the past, Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "In the past, my heart was uncertain. Now my heart is already moved." Yu Mengli's delicate body trembled, but still somewhat doubted the words she had just heard. Her eyes shocked to the core. A strong arm gently took her into his arms and said, "Lier, you know that I'm carrying a blood feud, so some things I don't think about them and dare not think either. But that instant when you hugged me, I discovered that I already can't lie to myself anymore." Yu Mengli did not speak, but Yi Yuan could distinctly feel that she was trembling in his embrace. "Milord, I'm so happy." After a long time, these few words transmitted out from his embrace and was actually somewhat choking with sobs. Under the bright moon, two people hugged, with no words in the middle of the night. No idea how long had passed either, Yu Mengli said softly in Yi Yuan's embrace. "Milord, call me Yi Yuan. The past have faded like smoke. In this life, the name Yi Yuan will inevitably shake the divine realm," Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Yu Mengli nodded her head slightly and corrected herself. "Yi Yuan, the spirit snow divine king she." Yi Yuan fell silent, and finally let out a sigh and said, "Me and Spirit Snow, perhaps we weren't meant to be. Compared to her, I care about you more." Yi Yuan sensed that the Yu Mengli in his arms hugged him even tighter. Another moment of silence. This time it was Yi Yuan who opened his mouth. "First, Lier, you should know my matters. Honestly speaking, I also don't know just what kind of existence I'm facing. But I think that Ji Kanglin is probably not the most terrifying one. Maybe." Yi Yuan did not finish saying when a delicate finger was already placed on his lips, preventing him from continuing. Yu Mengli slowly got up and met Yi Yuan's eyes, saying sincerely, "Yi Yuan, you don't know how happy I am right now. When I saw Milord's elegant bearing, back then I was already smitten by Milord. I swore back then to only marry Milord in this lifetime. When I heard the grievous news being spread over I felt like the world was going to collapse. It was also starting from then that the innate battle soul physique awakened, making me suffer the agony of the divine soul tearing from time to time. Later I brought Yen'er to the endless world to distract myself. Even in my dreams, I never thought that I could meet with you again either. I thought that this is the so-called fate that people talked about, right? Therefore, no matter how arduous the road ahead is, Lier vows to travel together with you." Yu Mengli's gaze was incomparably firm. She wanted to use her actions to defend this hard-earned fate. "Thank you, Lier," Yi Yuan said excitedly. Lier had an outwardly soft and inwardly tough personality. Things that she decided even 8 horses could not drag it back. Apart from this, she was also so considerate. No matter what, she would think of Yi Yuan's standpoint, to consider problems. Perhaps it was precisely because of these that she moved Yi Yuan's heart. 5 days later, the Yu family's martial arts practice field was packed full of people. At this time, the practicing field became an enormous pill refining room. The Yu family was an ancient alchemy family too. Many members of the Yu family had alchemist backgrounds. Therefore, the Yu family's alchemy emperor powerhouses were quite a few. At this time at the practice field, just the alchemy emperor powerhouses were as many as 20 to 30. The soul-separating pill originated from this young man's hands? It looks like he has merely just stepped into alchemy venerable realm. Family head said that the soul-separating pill might be incomplete or was tampered with, but this old man had refined many times and didn't discover any areas that were amiss. Me too. If say this young man can use some sort of method to hoodwink us, these old fellows, then his alchemy Dao attainments are also too scary. At present, Yi Yuan was currently being surrounded in the center of the field. A group of alchemy emperor powerhouses was making frivolous remarks about him. These people had all refined the soul-separating pill before, but not a single person discovered that the soul-separating pill had issues. But Zhou Qianru's words still fermented in the midst of these people. After all, a Tier 8 medicinal pill that so many alchemy emperors could not refine, this was also too strange. Right at this time, a powerful aura descended from the sky. Everyone raised their heads and looked. They saw the 8 extremities war chariot descending from the sky. It's Lord Quan Xingzi. Family head actually invited Lord Quan Xingzi to come and attend the ceremony. Everyone said in astonishment. As a peak alchemy emperor, the Alchemist Association's vice-chairman, Quan Xingzi's status in the divine realm was exceedingly high, and today he actually personally came to the Yu family to attend the ceremony for the sake of a puny little Tier 8 medicinal pill. This was also too strange. Except, they did not know that Quan Xingzi had also attempted to refine the soul-separating pill before, but the result was a failure. He was also very curious what kind of Tier 8 medicinal pill it was that even he actually could not refine it too. From the 8 extremities war chariot down came an old man with a skinny face. The old man had a sage-like appearance, looking to have the air of a great master. This old man was well known in the divine realm. Behind the old man even followed a young man. He did not look old, but his cultivation realm was not low. He already reached peak phaseless realm. From this young man's badge, one could tell that he was actually already a peak alchemy venerable at a young age. Getting off the war chariot, the young man's gaze when he looked at Yi Yuan was filled with contempt and thick enmity. Lord Quan Xingzi, honorable nephew Liang Yuan, this way please. You. Jianxiu's attitude was very courteous. Quan Xingzi nodded his head but opened his mouth to say, "Just a second. Family head Yu, I'm very interested in this little friend Yi Yuan. Can you allow this elderly self to have a few words with him?" Yu Jianxiu smiled and said, "Of course. Go ahead, Your Excellency." At this time, Yi Yuan was currently resting with his eyes closed.
Quan Xingzi
Slowly came before him and opened his mouth to ask, "Little friend Yi Yuan, this elderly self is the Alchemist Association's vice-chairman, Quan Xingzi." Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes and said calmly, "I know." Quan Xingzi froze, not expecting that Yi Yuan actually had such an attitude. With his status, even when alchemy emperor powerhouses saw him, they would also have to bow down and greet. But this little guy in front of him actually dismissed him with 2 words. "Brat, what kind of attitude is this? You are still not paying respects when you see my master." Liang Yuan was indignant and immediately voiced out to reproach. But Yi Yuan did not even take notice of him. He said indifferently, "Those attending the ceremony go over there and sit. If there's nothing, don't interrupt my meditation." In the divine realm, the Medicine King Hall and Alchemist Association were sworn enemies. Before the Ji father and son died, the 2 houses fought for God knows how many years. Although the Alchemist Association was powerful and influential, the Ji fathers and sons' alchemy Dao strength were too heaven-defying. To really estimate it, they were roughly evenly matched in strength. The Alchemist Association was incomparably overbearing, wanting to control all of the alchemists in the world, and the Medicine King Hall's existence was a major threat to their authority. So back then, the Alchemist Association tried to suppress the Medicine King Hall. This Quan Xingzi naturally took part in it too. Seeing the Alchemist Association's people, it would be weird if Yi Yuan could show a good attitude. When Liang Yuan saw that Yi Yuan's attitude was haughty, he immediately blew his top. He was just about to give him a scolding but was stopped by Quan Xingzi. Ho-ho. Looks like little friend has some misunderstanding towards this old man. But some things, this old man still has to ask, Quan Xingzi said. Yi Yuan said indifferently, ask away. May I ask, little friend, where this soul-separating pill formula came from? Does little friend really have the confidence to refine it?
Quan Xingzi
opened his mouth to ask. This question you asked is ridiculous. If I can't refine it, could it be that I deliberately called so many people over to make a spectacle of myself? For the origin of the pill formula, no comment.
Ye Yuan laughed mockingly.
Quan Xingzi could not help being stifled when he heard that. Nodding his head, he sat down on the seat of honor. This Yi Yuan was clearly very hostile towards him. It was just that he could not understand it. He had never met Yi Yuan before, so why was he like this? The group of alchemy emperors all exchanged glances. This Yi Yuan was also too presumptuous, right? What kind of status did Quan Xingzi have? He actually dared to talk like this. Was he not afraid of the Alchemist Association's boycott? One had to know that after the Medicine King Hall changed banners, the Alchemist Association became the alchemy world's sovereign. Once the Alchemist Association carried out a boycott towards an alchemist, then this person would be very tragic. It was just that Lord Quan Xingzi was good-tempered and would not stoop to Yi Yuan's level. After an hour, Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and slowly stood up. Everyone suddenly felt a blur in front of their eyes. Yi Yuan actually became like a different person. On his body actually had the air of a great master. Even those alchemy emperors sighed at their inferiority too. An old and shabby incense burner appeared in Yi Yuan's hand. Seeing this incense burner, everyone could not help being dumbfounded. They were wondering what kind of medicinal cauldron Yi Yuan would bring out. They did not think that it was actually a dilapidated incense burner. This thing could also refine pills? Ha! This brat is indeed trying to impress people by doing something sensational. If a lousy incense burner can refine pills too, that it would truly be the biggest joke in the world. Liang Yuan burst into laughter. The surroundings where Yi Yuan was refining had a noise-isolating array formation set up. He could not hear Liang Yuan's mocking. He held the incense burner on the palm of his left hand and bit a finger on his right hand. A drop of fresh blood dripped onto the incense burner. Instantaneously, a terrifying aura undulated out. The smile on Liang Yuan's face instantly turned stiff right there. Quan Xingzi shot to his feet and cried out in shock. Dragon Sovereign Cauldron. How is this possible? How can the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron possibly be in his hands? Seeing his master lose composure like so, even if Liang Yuan was any dumber, he would also know that the origin of the worn-out incense burner in Yi Yuan's hand was extraordinary. Master, what is the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron? Forget about Liang Yuan, even those alchemy emperors did not know the origins of the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron either. Quan Xingzi drew a deep breath and cleverly concealed the scorching heat in his eyes and opened his mouth to say, in the ancient era, an exceedingly powerful alchemy god powerhouse had once appeared in the Dragon Clan before. Before he achieved deity realm, what he used was the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron. This Dragon Sovereign Cauldron accompanied him for half his life. The Dragon Sovereign Cauldron looks just like a small incense burner normally. But once it encounters dragon blood, it will immediately transform to become a top-tier medicinal cauldron. Everyone all drew a cold breath. They did not think that the origin of the shabby incense burner in Yi Yuan's hands was actually so great. The medicinal cauldron of an alchemy god. Even if it was just the medicinal cauldron before becoming a deity, the power was also unimaginable. A dumbfounded look showed on Liang Yuan's face. He was still mocking Yi Yuan. Before this, did not expect that in a twinkle he had his face utterly smacked. Master, just what grade is this dragon sovereign cauldron? Liang Yuan asked. Quan Xingzi fell silent for a moment and opened his mouth to say, if it must be classified, the dragon sovereign cauldron can absolutely squeeze into the ranks of transcendent grade holy artifacts. However, the power of the dragon sovereign cauldron should be even stronger than transcendent grade holy artifacts. Hiss! The group of alchemy emperors sucked in cold breaths. Their eyes, when looking at that tiny little incense burner in Yi Yuan's hand, were filled with intense heat. To an alchemist, the medicinal cauldron was everything. In his past life, Yi Yuan's equipped sword was merely a top-grade holy artifact, while the limitless cauldron was an extremely hard to come by transcendent grade holy artifact. Yi Yuan actually had a transcendent grade holy artifact medicinal cauldron in his hands. How could they stay calm with this? In a twinkle, the dragon sovereign cauldron expanded several times and was already not much different from ordinary medicinal cauldrons, while at this time the dragon sovereign cauldron's dilapidated appearance already completely faded away. Dragon chi revolved around the entire medicinal cauldron. Medicinal fragrance filled the air. Inside the medicinal cauldron, transmitted out powerful undulations of array formations. Without a doubt, the dragon sovereign cauldron was a transcendent grade holy artifact. In a corner, Yu Mengli's gaze when looking at Yu Mengli was filled with worship and affection. This man, even if he lost his previous life's halo, he was still so dazzling to the extent it pricked the eye. Yi Yuan slowly came in front of the operating platform. Several dozen stalks of spirit medicine were placed on the operating platform, only to see him wave his sleeves grandly, sweeping those several dozen stalks of spirit medicine into the air. Boom! Yi Yuan abruptly slapped a palm out. An intense tremor emitted in the air. Those several dozen stalks of spirit medicine were directly turned to dust. Quan Xingzi had just sat back down and recovered from his shock of seeing the dragon sovereign cauldron. Seeing Yi Yuan shatter the spirit medicines to dust, he suddenly stood up. Again, shattering medicine and condensing the embryo. Quan Xingzi cried out in shock. Not just him, all of the alchemy emperors were incomparably shocked. They did not recognize the dragon sovereign cauldron, but they all knew shattering medicine and condensing the embryo. Shattering medicine and condensing the embryo was a method to extract and refine the medicinal embryo. Talking about it was simple, but alchemists who were able to do it were a meager lot. Crushing the spirit medicines to dust with one palm, this was nothing difficult. Shattering medicine and condensing the embryo, the hard part was essence energy control, not allowing the spirit medicine's medicinal strength to flow away. The difficulties involved, even for alchemy emperor powerhouses who were very experienced old-timers, it was very hard to accomplish it too. Yi Yuan was merely 20 over years of age, and he could actually accomplish shattering medicine and condensing the embryo. How could this not astound them? Shattering medicine and condensing the embryo, this method was not flaunting technique, but that this kind of extraction and refining method made it easier to form the pill and refine high-quality medicinal pills. Shattering the spirit medicines, then integrating them together this way was more beneficial to the distribution ratio between the various spirit medicines, and having sufficient contact. This way, during the refinement process, the loss of medicinal strength would be even lesser. The fusion between the various spirit medicines would also be easier. But this kind of method, if one's level of skill was not up to par, it was very easy to lose medicinal strength and make the medicinal pill even harder to refine instead. Therefore, alchemists who dared to shatter medicine and condense the embryo were all undoubtedly people who were extremely experienced and had unparalleled strength. Shattering medicine and condensing the embryo at an age like Yi Yuan's was virtually impossible to succeed. This brat isn't deliberately posturing, right? How can shattering medicine and condensing the embryo be so easy to accomplish? An alchemy emperor praised. After the shock, everyone was all somewhat scoffing in contempt towards Yi Yuan's actions. Liang Yuan took these voices into his ears, and deeply felt that way too. This brat was definitely intentionally posturing to show off skill. In a while, when he refined a useless pill, see if he still dare to be so cocky. But in a corner, Yu Mengli was secretly laughing in her heart. If even Yi Yuan could not accomplish shattering medicine and condensing the embryo, then nobody in this world could do it. That one currently refining pills was Qingyun Zi. The Yi Yuan who entered a pill refining state was already completely focused. Without distracting thoughts. Everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him, only to see his hands' actions as swift as lightning, drawing in those shattered until virtually could not be seen spirit medicine fine powder. Together, very soon, a sparkling and crystal clear medicinal embryo appeared on his left hand. Done with these, his right hand did not pause in the slightest, drawing a circle high in the air. The cleansing sandal sacred flame immediately condensed to form a fire ring. Yi Yuan's right hand made waves-like movements. That fire ring gradually started to surge, rumble. On top of that fire ring, another fire ring actually condensed and formed once more. Cleansing sandal sacred flame. 9-story pagoda. This boy is simply God. Like 9-story pagoda is an extremely profound fire-controlling art. Even you and I are unable to accomplish it too. This fire-controlling art requires repeated tempering. Even if one trained for 100 years, they might not be able to learn the rudiments either. This boy is just around 20 years old. How in the world did he do it? The crowd of alchemy emperors' cries of shock rose one after another, being utterly astonished by Yi Yuan's fire-controlling means. It was only to see the fire rings in Yi Yuan's hand pile on one layer by one layer. It became the shape of a pagoda very quickly. Rumble. Yi Yuan formed an incantation with his right hand. The 9-story pagoda directly sunk into the dragon sovereign cauldron. Instantaneously, the dragon sovereign cauldron started seething with excitement. Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest. Lightly pushing with his left hand, the medicinal embryo entered the dragon sovereign cauldron, following which Yi Yuan's body was akin to a wandering dragon, revolving around the dragon sovereign cauldron and firing in spells non-stop. The movements of his hands and feet were extremely profound. With this, cries of alarm sounded out again. 8 diagrams wandering dragon secret art. It's the 8 diagrams wandering dragon secret art. How can he possibly grasp such a profound refining method? Starting from when Yi Yuan stood up, the group of alchemy emperors was seemingly like a bunch of primary school students watching a master's exhibition match, being shocked by Yi Yuan's performance unceasingly. First was shattering medicine and condensing the embryo, then the Tier 8. Cleansing sandal sacred flame, the 9-story pagoda fire-controlling art, and, lastly, this 8 diagrams wandering dragon secret art. Thoroughly set them ablaze. A roughly 20 years old young man. How could he possibly have such profound alchemy skills? This scene was simply unbelievable. The 8 diagrams wandering dragon secret art was one of the divine realms. Pinnacle most refinement methods. Those able to grasp this refinement method were all the divine realm's pinnacle most existences. How did Yi Yuan acquire? Furthermore, his refining method was even extremely well practiced. This was simply too inconceivable. Yu Jianxiu's eyes flickered, faintly having some surmises in his heart. Could it be that Yi Yuan really had extremely deep ties to the soul martial divine king? Otherwise, how could a 20-years-old brat possibly have such attainments in alchemy? His gaze involuntarily looked towards his daughter, but saw that Yu Mengli was long mesmerized from watching. Yu Jianik could not help heaving a sigh. His daughter had always been cold. When had she ever displayed such a young girl's side before? Yi Yuan's state was getting better and better. The maneuver of his hands and footwork became increasingly profound. Gradually, a strange kind of atmosphere undulated out. Those present were all alchemy emperor powerhouses. They detected this aspect very acutely. Yi Yuan entered the legendary realm to be able to exhibit the 8 diagrams Wandering Dragon secret art to the legendary realm. How heaven-defying an alchemy Dao attainment did this require? All the alchemy emperors exchanged glances, seeing the astoundment in the other party's eyes. This young man's attainments in the alchemy path was seriously too terrifying. Quan Xingzi's eyes were glued onto Yi Yuan's actions as if wanting to see through him completely. He really wanted to know why he could not refine the soul-separating pill. But the Yi Yuan in the legendary realm, each move and each stance all had a feeling of being an ensemble of nature. This sort of feeling already gradually aligned with heavenly Tao. One could say that Yi Yuan had already gradually touched the pinnacle realm of alchemy Tao. Under such a state, refining out any kind of medicinal pill would also not be strange. He wanted to know, but he could not perceive why. Quan Xingzi's alchemy strength left no room for doubt. Even when Yi Yuan was at his prime, wanting to beat Quan Xingzi was not something that easy either. But this soul-separating pill was different. It was a pill formula that Yi Yuan took out. How the duration and degree of heating between the spirit medicines should be grasped, only Yi Yuan himself knew. Furthermore, this sort of thing could be understood but not expressed with words. Although it was just a Tier 8 medicinal pill, the difficulty of refining was indisputable. Even with Yi Yuan's pill formula, this medicinal pill was also not what ordinary people could refine. In a blink, half a day's time passed. This half a day, the alchemy emperors all stared at Yi Yuan refining the pill without blinking. But they did not feel the least bit weary and dreary. On the contrary, each and every one of their faces all had agitated looks like they had obtained the most valuable treasure. This level of masterclass refinement was not that easy to come across. Right at this time, Yi Yuan gave a loud cry, "Condense!" All of a sudden, the dragon sovereign cauldron emitted an incomparably resplendent brilliance, piercing until people could not open their eyes. Not long after, the splendor faded away, and Yi Yuan's figure appeared. So fragrant! Is this the fragrance of the soul-separating pill? A thick medicinal fragrance wafted out along with the wind, tunneling into everyone's nostrils and refreshing the mind. On the table, a crystal ball-like medicinal pill lied in a jade container. Quietly, when the group of alchemy emperors saw the medicinal pill, all of them revealed astonished looks. Transcendent grade soul-separating pill. An alchemy emperor exclaimed in shock. These alchemy emperors could not even refine a defective product, but this initial rank alchemy venerable youth before their eyes actually refined a transcendent grade soul-separating pill. This was also too freakish, right? Soul-separating pill, although it was just a Tier 8 medicinal pill in terms of refining difficulty, it was absolutely harder than the vast majority of Tier 9 medicinal pills. From a certain degree, it was even harder to refine than high-grade Tier 9 medicinal pills. Otherwise, how could Quan Xingzi, this peak alchemy emperor, possibly be unable to refine it? Bang! Yi Yuan lightly moved his body a bit, but his feet gave way, and he almost tumbled to the ground. Luckily, he held on to the table. That was how he did not fall down. Yu Mengli's expression changed. Arrived beside Yi Yuan with a large stride, and supported him. "Yi Yuan, are you all right?" Yu Mengli asked concernedly. Yi Yuan shook his head and said feebly, "I'm fine, just a little drained." With Yi Yuan's present cultivation realm, refining the soul-separating pill was indeed rather forceful. Furthermore, during the refinement process, he suppressed his soul force to initial rank alchemy venerable the whole time. This way would make his pressure skyrocket. Actually, Yi Yuan's present soul force magnitude already far exceeded initial rank alchemy venerable. If he erupted with full force, refining the soul-separating pill also would not be so arduous. It was just that some things were not appropriate to show in front of so many people. especially with Quan Xingzi, this sly old fox present, slightly giving himself away a little would be found out. Therefore, during the refinement process, Yi Yuan had constantly exercised extreme caution. The medicinal pill is already completed. I wonder if anyone has any doubts. Yi Yuan said to the audience. None. A flawless refinement. Honestly speaking, seeing little brother Ye's pill refinement, this elderly self feels like so many years of living were considered to have been utterly wasted. An alchemy emperor shook his head and said, refinement technique, ratio of spirit medicines were exactly the same as on the pill formula. Even if there's really any underhanded activities, very sorry, pardon this old man for not being able to perceive it. Another alchemy emperor said, if we really have to say, then it's that our skills are not there yet. Little brother Ye's alchemy skills simply take people's breath away in amazement. This old man admires it. I wonder if Lord Quan Xingzi has any thoughts. Utilizing the 8 diagrams Wandering Dragon secret art to the legendary realm, if these alchemy emperors still could not perceive the disparity, then they would be a bunch of fools. Some medicinal pills could not be refined based solely on the pill formula. When the medicinal pill's composition was complicated to a certain degree, what alchemists contended in was refinement skill as well as understanding towards medicinal theory. Very clearly, in these aspects, their disparity with the initial rank alchemy. Venerable Yi Yuan was too great. Quan Xingzi gave a very meaningful glance at Yi Yuan and slowly opened his mouth to say, there's naturally no problem. Truly didn't expect that little friend's pill refining skills are actually so transcendent. Having seen little friend's refinement, this old man thought of another genius alchemist. The group of alchemy emperors was startled. Someone opened his mouth to say, could what your excellency be talking about be Lord Qin Yunzi? When Yu Mengli heard this name, her heart involuntarily pounded, her expression becoming ugly. Fortunately, the rest of the people's expressions were very ugly too. Yu Mengli's expression did not have any areas which drew people's attention. And Yi Yuan, it was as if they were talking about another person, an expression of indifference towards honor or humiliation. Quan Xingzi nodded his head and said, although the Medicine King Hall isn't on particularly good terms with our Alchemist Association, Qin Yunzi's alchemy Dao attainments are indeed remarkably startling. But I observed that little friend Ye's alchemy skills will likely be even above Qin Yunzi's in the future. All of the alchemy emperors were taken aback and could not help looking towards Yi Yuan with extremely astonished gazes. These words coming out from the mouth of the Alchemist Association's Lord Vice Chairman. The weight was extraordinary. This was extremely high praise and honor towards Yi Yuan. This sentence of Quan Xingzi's was sufficient to let Yi Yuan's name shake the divine realm. Yi Yuan smiled and said, alchemy Dao, is it? This is just my part-time occupation. This Ye's pursuit is the paramount martial path. If Senior wishes to invite me to join the Alchemist Association, please save your breath. The moment these words came out, the group of alchemy emperors was collectively dumbstruck, including Quan Xingzi. Part-time occupation could even have such standards. Then wouldn't they, all these full-time alchemists, have to find a piece of tofu to commit suicide and be done with it? Posturing was not postured this way, exasperating people to death without paying for it. Yet they did not know that to Yi Yuan this was his genuine thoughts now. No matter how formidable his alchemy path strength, it could not help him take revenge either. Only by taking his revenge could he place all of his body and mind on alchemy. The Liang Yuan beside Quan Xingzi already did not know what he should say at this time. The haughty look right at the start had already completely disappeared from him. Observing Yi Yuan's pill refinement process, it didn't only shock his heart, but also his entire being. His age was even quite a bit older compared to Yi Yuan. But the disparity between the two people was simply comparing a firefly to the bright moon. Yi Yuan's one sentence repelled Quan Xingzi back. The final result was naturally departing on a sour note. That night, Yi Yuan's condition already recovered to its peak state, and he brought Yu Mengli away into close seclusion. Through the ceremony, Yu Jianxiu became even more firmly convinced regarding that conjecture. Perhaps Yu Mengli following Yi Yuan would really be a pretty good choice. Being connected by marriage with the 10 great divine kings was something that many family clans did not even dare to think about. The 10 great divine kings' existence was too special in the divine realm. Furthermore, according to what Yi Yuan said, if Yu Mengli's illness could obtain a fundamental cure, her future accomplishments would be immeasurable. Perhaps the Yu family would still have to rely on Yu Mengli in the future. Thinking this way, Yu Jianxiu did not have that much psychological resistance. Regarding the two people staying together in a room, and also just turned a blind eye to it. As for whether Yi Yuan could triumph over the bright moon competitions, champion or not, that was not what he could control. But to really talk about it, he was still pessimistic about Yi Yuan. After all, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was still a little too low. Participating in the bright moon competition this time were quite a number of major factions juniors. Among them were some who stood out above the masses, who already broke through to Dao Profound realm. First level Dao Profound versus first level Phaseless. Yu Jianxiu seriously could not think of what kind of means Yi Yuan would use to win. Yet, Yi Yuan did not have too much happy thoughts about staying together in a room with Yu Mengli. Yu Mengli's state was actually already very terrible. These few years, Yu Mengli had been using the Azure Spirit Heart fusing fluid to nourish her divine soul all along. The Azure Spirit Heart fusing fluid was able to bolster up the divine soul, but it was precisely because so that the two types of spirit physique scramble would be even fiercer. Each time it flared up, Yu Mengli would also be in great agony. Yi Yuan looked at Yu Mengli and said with a light sigh, "It's been hard on you these few years." But Yu Mengli said with a smile on her face, "Meeting you, this pain is all sweet memories." People, no matter how powerful, they would all have a soft side. In the past, when Ji Qingyun died, Yu Mengli's heart was like dead ashes too. If she did not encounter Yi Yuan, maybe she would have quietly died in the endless world. But a chance encounter let her find the driving force to carry on living once more. This was also why she could hold on until now. If there was no Yi Yuan, even with the Azure Spirit Heart fusing fluid, Yu Mengli would also absolutely not survive until now. These few years have passed. I believe you have also researched the ink flow spirit dividing art considerably too, right? Yi Yuan asked. Ink flow spirit dividing art was the divine soul splitting art that Yi Yuan imparted to Yu Mengli back then. Yu Mengli nodded slightly. This close to a decade's time, Yu Mengli had basically given up on cultivating, her cultivation realm remaining at a standstill. When she had free time, she would study this ink flow spirit dividing art. This technique is very profound. It can actually divide the divine soul into two and let each grow by itself. It's simply inconceivable. Lier studied for 10 years and still have many areas that I'm unclear, Yu Mengli said. Yu Mengli was naturally gifted with exceptional intelligence. But wanting to learn this divine soul mystic art inside out was not easy. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The ink flow spirit dividing art was obtained by me in an ancient record. It's an ancient divine Tao secret art. It's a shame that ancient record was only an incomplete copy. This divine soul mystic art is heavily incomplete. So when cultivating ink flow spirit dividing art, the risks are extremely great. Hence, when I gave you this mystic art back then, I repeatedly exhorted you not to cultivate it. A single mishap and you would end up with an outcome of your divine soul extinguishing." Yu Mengli revealed a look of realization and said, "So that's how it is. No wonder when I researched it, I keep feeling that it's hard to understand. Actually, when I obtained this mystic art back then, I planned to cultivate it too. But before that, I had to think of ways to restore this mystic art. Sadly, before this thing started, I met with an extermination calamity." Yi Yuan sighed and said, Yu Mengli's body stiffened up when she heard it, although Yi Yuan said it calmly. The blow that incident back then was to an alchemy emperor powerhouse, who had reached the acme of perfection, could only be imagined. She could feel how heavy a burden Yi Yuan was shouldering on him. Her eyes became slightly wet as she said softly, Yi Yuan, I hope that I can carry the load together with you and proceed forward. Yi Yuan gently wiped away the tears for her and said with a faint smile, I've never thought of drawing support from others before. However, you're an exception. Someday Yi Yuan will definitely take you along and reach the peak, and will assault the transcendent deity realm. Yu Mengli was incredibly touched and nodded her head repeatedly. But this mystic art is incomplete. How should I cultivate? Yu Mengli said, uncertain. Yi Yuan smiled and said, before meeting you, this mystic art has always slumbered in my memories. I never thought of it at all. But after meeting you, I started to set about to restore this mystic art. Yu Mengli said in surprise, You really restored it? This ink flow, spirit dividing art, is an ancient divine Tao secret art. Yu Mengli's astonishment was written fully on her face. These 10 years, the thing she did the most was studying the ink flow spirit dividing art. But facing this incomplete cultivation method, it was a little overwhelming to even understand, let alone talk about cultivating. But Yi Yuan actually only used 10 years' time to restore an ancient divine Tao secret art to its original state. How monstrous a talent did this require? Divine Tao cultivation methods, not one was not abnormally abstruse. Those whose talents were slightly lacking could not even achieve learning the rudiments. An incomplete mystic art, the difficulty of cultivating soared even more exponentially, let alone talk about restoring the cultivation method. But Yi Yuan actually restored this cultivation method. How could this not shock her? Actually, it isn't as terrifying as you imagine. Although this ink flow, spirit dividing art is an ancient divine Tao secret art, it's only the section beneath the deity realm. Connecting it carefully, it can still be restored, Yi Yuan said coolly. Yu Mengli looked at Yi Yuan with a look of worship and sighed in admiration. My lord is truly a genius. Just this one matter is sufficient to cause a stir. In the divine realm, Yi Yuan touched on the matter casually, but Yu Mengli was not some naive little girl. Although she was not an arrogant individual, she was still quite confident in her own natural endowments. If not because of the spirit physique triggering, resulting in the divine soul tearing, she would definitely have stepped into Tao profound realm now. Already, she used 10 years' time but did not even figure out the ink flow spirit dividing art, while Yi Yuan used 10 years' time to restore this mystic art thoroughly. The disparity involved could not be measured with distance. But the more it was so, the prouder Yu Mengli was. This was the Lord Qingyun Ziai she idolized. Being able to restore a cultivation method was the most normal thing, resulting in, when she was talking, she would unconsciously use honorifics. Yi Yuan smiled and opened his mouth and said, all right, now I'll explain this cultivation method for you in detail. Even if the ink flow spirit dividing art is restored, cultivating it is also very dangerous. Splitting the divine soul, even the 10 great divine kings don't dare to rashly attempt it either. Yu Mengli nodded her head and started to put away her thoughts and listened to Yi Yuan's explanation attentively. When Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli were in close seclusion, Bright Moon City was in a mess. The cause was that the Yu family added a new rule to the Bright Moon competition. The champion of the Bright Moon competition would contend for the only spot with Yi Yuan. For some time, the entire Bright Moon City burst into an uproar. Who the hell is Yi Yuan? Why should he obtain such preferential treatment? The geniuses who came to Bright Moon City this time, the truly formidable ones, are those few. I've never heard before of anyone called Yi Yuan. Wonder where this guy popped out from. Investigate for me. Must dig out just who the hell this Yi Yuan is. Ferret him out. This young master. I guarantee that I won't beat him to death. The entire bright moon city seethed with excitement. Chaotic information started flying everywhere. Some said that Yi Yuan was a certain major power's last disciple, whose strength had already reached Dao profound realm, and was incomparably fearsome. Some said that Yi Yuan was some distant relative of the Yu family. Because he and Yu Mengli were betrothed when they were young, the Yu family was forced to set this rule. All in all sorts of versions of rumors flew everywhere. But without exception, this never-seen-before Yi Yuan was a peerless genius whose combat strength was off the charts. To dare clash alone with the victor, this guy had to be formidable even if he did not want to. A drunken dream in Bright Moon City's top-notch winehouse, where waning moon-falling petals wine enjoyed widespread renown. At this time, 3 young men were currently drinking alcohol at the top level. These young people were all of striking appearances. One look and it was clear that they were top experts. Hehe, a rookie who just broke through to phaseless realm is actually going to clash with the champion. Did you Jianxiu eat the wrong medicine? Said a young man. Zhang Yankai, regardless of whether or not it's confronting that rookie, you have no hope. Yu Mengli is mine by Hans, said a young man who called himself by Han. Who doesn't know how to boast? If you have the capabilities, showcase your true abilities on the stage. You're by Han's cold moon late autumn. I really want to experience it a little, Zhang Yankai said with a cold smile. Rest assured, I'll let you witness it. Bai Han did not show the least bit of weakness. All right, stop fighting. Each of us has our own trump cards. Before going up the stage, nobody knows who'll win or lose either. But I heard that Shua Bufan has also taken fancy on the vast sun bright moon realm's qualifications this time. Hearing this name, Zhang Yankai and Bai Han's expressions changed. On the arena came waves of rumbling sounds. The battle situation was abnormally intense. Although the bright moon competition only had one spot, the allure was too great. Therefore, the young martial artists who registered this time were several tens of thousands of people. What was currently taking place at the moment was only the preliminary selections. The contestants were divided into several tournament regions to carry out several rounds of battle. The 16 people decided in the end would undergo the last final onslaught. Hence, each and every one of these genius martial artists who bragged and boasted of being formidable unleashed out all of their might in order to charge into the finals. This period of time, there was already news that spread. Yu Mengli was currently receiving a mysterious expert's treatment and was very likely to recover her health. The moment this news appeared, those genius martial artists were all like they were injected with stimulants. One had to know that Yu Mengli was an unparalleled beauty famous in the divine realm. In terms of beauty, only the Spirit Snow Divine King who remained reclusive could rival her. They did not even need to think about the Spirit Snow Divine King. But Yu Mengli was within grasp. As long as they won the Bright Moon competition, to be able to bring a beauty back and also obtain the qualifications to enter the vast sun bright moon realm, this kind of temptation was sufficient to drive the genius martial artists crazy. The preliminary selections were already underway for 5 days' time. The geniuses fought in chaotic battles. The battle situation was incomparably intense. But after 5 days had passed, the situation also gradually cleared up. Super Holy Land Sky Pool Celestial Empire's successor, Zhua Bufan, became the top favorite to seize the championship. Second only to Zhua Bufan was Vast Sun City's Zhou Yan. In addition, rank 1 Holy Land Crimson Cloud Sect's successor, Bai Han Big Dipper Holy Land's successor Zhang Yankai, as well as Spirit Crane Holy Land's successor Tang Yu, so on and so forth, were also favorites to take the championship. These genius martial artists were all first-level Dao profound experts without exception. To be able to step into Emperor Realm at their age, they were absolutely all first-rate existences. These young men would become the Divine Realm's new generation's powerhouses in the future. These people's strength should all be almost on par. As for who could win in the end, it might still have to depend on live performance. But with so many genius martial artists, there was bound to be some dark horses that pop out. What made people the most surprised was that there was actually still a phaseless realm martial artist among the top 16. That was a youth dressed in black clothing. His face was handsome, but that pair of deep eyes told everyone that this person was not to be trifled with. Where this did Lin Chao pop out from? Heard that in his last fight he defeated a rank 1 Holy Land's genius martial artist and advanced. On his data wrote that he came from the Divine Martial Hall. But what kind of faction is this Divine Martial Hall? Never seemed to have heard it before. Reckon that it's just a small faction. This Lin Chao being able to advance is actually good luck as well. His tournament region actually doesn't have Dao profound realm geniuses. Otherwise, it would definitely have nothing to do with him anymore.
Makasensa.
There was a rank 1 Holy Land's Dao profound realm genius, who was unlucky and got put in the same group as Zhou Bufan. The result was abysmal. The final 16 people who were decided, the vast majority were actually within expectations. But a dark horse like Lin Chao became everyone's topic of conversation. Lin Chao stood on stage and looked at everything below the stage coldly, sneeringly coldly in his heart. Yi Yuan, when you see me you'll definitely get a huge shock, right? This time I'll personally defeat you and then make you watch me marry your woman. If Yi Yuan was here, he would recognize that this Lin Chao was precisely the Endless World Purple Mansion sex Lin Chao. Back then, he was beaten to serious injuries by Yi Yuan and dying. In the end, he disappeared. It was unexpected that he would actually show up in the divine realm now. But the current Lin Chao's strength already could not be mentioned in the same breath. Not showing himself for many years, his cultivation realm actually already surpassed Yi Yuan's, reaching peak phaseless realm. In the arena match previously, he defeated a rank 1 Holy Land's young genius with ease. It was evident that his strength was likely much stronger compared to even his cultivation realm itself. Of course, the Bright Moon competition this time, the top favorite was still Zhou Bufan. The foundation of a super holy land was not what ordinary people could
imagine.
Even existences like the 10 great divine kings did not dare to rashly provoke a super holy land either. Zhou Bufan, this super holy land's successor, his strength was naturally extraordinary. However, Lin Chao, who was only at the peak 9th level phaseless realm, seemed to think nothing of him. At this time, the Yu Mengli who cultivated the ink-flow spirit dividing art, the divine soul in her sea of consciousness actually transformed into a mass of chaos. 1. Lier, now it has reached the most critical moment, splitting the divine soul. This process is very painful, and it is also very dangerous. Consume the soul-separating pill first. When your divine soul splits into 2, it will restore your 2 damaged divine souls with the greatest speed, and ensure that you tide over the most dangerous juncture. In order to prepare for the worst, my soul force will enter your sea of consciousness to assist you.
Ye Yuan
Said with a solemn expression. Splitting the divine soul, even a powerhouse like Yi Yuan needed to be very cautious as well. A moment of carelessness and it would be the outcome of the soul dissipating. Yi Yuan had the help of the soul-suppressing pearl and would not have any problems. But Yu Mengli did not. Hence, Yi Yuan also made perfectly sound preparations, attempting to lower the risk to the minimum. Yu Mengli drew a deep breath and nodded her head slightly as she said, "All right, I'm starting." Yu Mengli started splitting her divine soul according to the ink-flow spirit. Dividing art's incantation. Right at the start, the feeling of pain that penetrated to the depths of the heart engulfed her entire body like lightning. Ugh! At this time, Yu Mengli's divine soul was not being torn at by 2 kinds of spirit physiques, but truly tearing apart. This sort of agony was 100 times stronger than the ripping. Yi Yuan's expression was also very ugly. he said in a solemn voice. The fighting spirit is aroused by the first roll of drums, depleted by the second, and exhausted by the third. Lier, you mustn't give up halfway. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Yu Mengli no longer hesitated. Revolving the ink flow, spirit dividing art desperately. That cloud of chaos gradually divided into two like cells dividing. At the same time, the soul-separating pill's medicinal strength finally unleashed its effect. A bout of gentle energy gradually wrapped the two clouds of bisected chaos up and started restoring with all its might. But right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that Yu Mengli's ink flow, spirit dividing arts revolving got slower and slower. Yi Yuan's expression changed. He knew that Yu Mengli almost could not hold on anymore. This sort of tearing pain was simply what normal people could not
Imagine. Persefer, Lier.
Ye Yuan shouted.
Yet, Yu Mengli's consciousness already gradually blurred, completely unable to hear Yi Yuan's words anymore. At this rate, Yu Mengli would die for sure, although he had long anticipated that this hurdle was not easy to cross. Yi Yuan did not think that it was difficult to this sort of extent. Yi Yuan knew that Yu Mengli was tormented by the two types of spirit, physiques all year round. Her divine soul was actually already incredibly weak. Using the ink flow spirit dividing art would cause a massive load on the divine soul. But Yi Yuan had no other options as well. If she still did not use the ink flow spirit dividing art, Yu Mengli's condition would become increasingly worse. Damn it! Yi Yuan clenched his teeth. A boundless soul force charged towards Yu Mengli's chaos divine soul and frenziedly repaired the damage brought about by the tearing. However, it was still trying to put out a cartload of burning logs with a cup of water. Yu Mengli's consciousness became more and more feeble. That bisected chaos gradually became faint and was actually going to utterly dissipate. Yi Yuan's soul force poured towards Yu Mengli without heed for his own life, attempting to salvage the deteriorating situation. However, Yu Mengli's life was trickling away at high speed at this time. Even if Yi Yuan desperately plugged it up, he was powerless to turn the tides too. Damn it! Soul-suppressing pearl, aren't you very powerful? Quickly save Li. Yeah. Yi Yuan was very anxious and could not help cursing. At this very moment, the only method Yi Yuan could think of was the soul-suppressing pearl. Yet, no matter how he swore, the soul-suppressing pearl did not have any reaction. Very soon, Yi Yuan's soul force was exhausted fully, while Yu Mengli's divine soul became increasingly fainter, already on the verge of disappearing. Yi Yuan could not care about anything else. His divine soul tunneled into Yu Mengli's sea of consciousness with a whoosh, fusing together with her divine soul. He poured his own divine soul's origin power crazily into Yu Mengli's divine soul, only in hopes of being able to save Yu Mengli. Pouring in origin power was equivalent to burning his own divine soul. Even if he could save Yu Mengli, it would be very hard for himself to survive. Yi Yuan was using his own life as the price to save Yu Mengli here. Sure enough, under this virtually insane action of Yi Yuan, Yu Mengli's divine soul finally recovered some vitality and condensed together once more. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan could not help being overjoyed. His origin power poured into Yu Mengli's divine soul with even less heed for his life. For a moment, the two people's divine souls started to mix together in perfect harmony. Ugh, Yi Yuan, what are you doing? You don't want your life anymore? Finally, Yu Mengli recovered some consciousness and discovered Yi Yuan's crazy action, and involuntarily turned pale with fright. She was very clear what Yi Yuan doing this signified, but Yi Yuan did not care at all. He beamed radiantly and said, "Letting me watch you die, I can't do it. Don't care about me, carry on revolving the ink flow spirit dividing art and divide the divine soul quickly, otherwise, the two of us will die." Yu Mengli clenched her teeth tightly. Her heart was dripping blood. She never thought that cultivating the ink flow spirit dividing art, the final result, was actually like this. If she had long anticipated this conclusion, she would have rather died than cultivate it. But she knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. If she was indecisive, the two of them would have to die. What she could do now was to finish the divine soul division as soon as possible. This way, Yi Yuan would no longer need to pour origin power into her. Yu Mengli's tears were like they broke the dam, flowing down unceasingly. As tears ran down her face, she revolved the ink flow spirit dividing art, accelerating the divine soul's fission. At this very moment, the pain of the divine soul splitting could not match up to a 1/10,000th of her heartache. Yu Mengli felt like somebody was carrying a knife and gouging out her heart's flesh blade by blade. Gradually, Yu Mengli's divine soul became increasingly thicker, while Yi Yuan's divine soul became fainter and fainter. His life was rapidly fading away. Suddenly, Yu Mengli's entire body trembled. Her divine soul finally split into two. The soul-separating pill and Yi Yuan's origin power was repairing her injuries. Frenziedly, Yi Yuan, quickly stop. Yu Mengli felt like she was almost suffocating, shouting herself hoarse. That illusionary divine soul of Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "No need to worry, Lier. I don't believe that it's able to watch me die." Yu Mengli froze. She had yet to figure out what was going on when she suddenly felt a blur before her eyes, and she suddenly ended up in darkness. Arriving at this stretch of dark space, Yi Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief, separating himself away from Yu Mengli's divine soul. "Yi Yuan, are you all right?" Yu Mengli was still a mass of chaos currently. No, wait, it should be two masses of chaos. That voice originated from within the chaos. Yi Yuan's body was already incomparably faint, as if it could dissipate at any time. "Arriving here, we should both be safe already. Quickly revolve the ink flow, spirit dividing art, and restore your main body," Yi Yuan said. Although she did not understand what was going on, Yu Mengli still complied. Right at this time, motes of fluorescent light appeared inside the dark space, akin to a resplendent galaxy, simply too beautiful to take in all at once. Very soon, Yu Mengli recovered to her original body's appearance, and actually became the appearance of two Yu Mengli, only to see Yu Mengli reciting the incantation silently. One of the figures directly scurried into the other body, and actually fused into one. Seeing the situation, Yi Yuan forced a smile and said, "Heh, finally. Succeeded. In the future, you won't have to suffer the pain of the divine soul tearing anymore." But Yu Mengli did not care about this. She went forward to support Yi Yuan, and rebuked, "You were too reckless, expending so much origin power at all. Once you'll die. If you die, what's the point of me living alone?" When Ji Qingyun, Yu Mengli was already overwhelmed with grief to the extent of wishing to die. At that time, she still did not have anything going on with
Yi Qingyun.
Now that she obtained Yi Yuan's acknowledgement, it was considered secretly, pledging herself for life. If Yi Yuan died, she would definitely follow and depart without the slightest hesitation. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "I said before, we're going to reach the peak together. If you die first, even if I roam the divine realm unhindered, what's the point? Although I wasn't very certain, I know that it will save me. Just that I never thought that it would actually drag you in too." Yu Mengli's eyes flickered, and she said curiously, "What on earth is it? Where are we? It seems like our divine souls are imprisoned. This place is the soul-suppressing pearl space. As for what the hell it is, I don't know how to say it either. However, it should be a very remarkable divine item," Yi Yuan said. At this time, those countless fluorescent light actually moved and swarmed towards Yi Yuan here. The fluorescent lights directly landed on Yi Yuan, and actually let his body condense anew. Seeing this inconceivable sight, the Yu Mengli, who was always calm, could not help opening her mouth wide. "This? How magical! These fluorescent lights are actually able to replenish your origin power," Yu Mengli said in wonder. The divine soul's origin power was akin to the martial artist's blood essence, the most essential existence. Furthermore, once the divine soul's origin power was depleted, it was even harder to replenish than blood essence. Yi Yuan virtually exhausted his origin power in order to save her and already reached the point where the oil ran out and the lamp was expiring. Possible to die at any moment. But these fluorescent light actually directly replenished Yi Yuan's origin power back. This scene was too magical. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "This is nothing. The last time my divine soul was practically torn into shreds, and the soul-suppressing pearl helped me to restore it." Yu Mengli was startled and had a deeper understanding toward this soul-suppressing pearl's miraculousness. It was just that she did not think that Yi Yuan actually encountered such a dangerous incident before. Yi Yuan saw that she was curious and recounted the matter of running into fiend god Jialan in the boneyard, making Yu Mengli endlessly shocked. There's actually really a fiend race in this world. The fiend god coming into being a storm of great bloodshed is probably going to be stirred up in the divine realm, Yu Mengli said worriedly. Yi Yuan nodded his head, but said with a bitter smile, "What's giving me a headache now is how should we go out? The last time I was trapped for a full 1 year's time. 1 year. Then when we go out, wouldn't the flowers have turned yellow?" Yu Mengli said in shock. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Either way, I can't control this space at all. When we go out is entirely its call." Yu Mengli could not help being speechless and had a clearer understanding regarding this soul-suppressing pearl's magicalness. She knew that Yi Yuan's means were immensely formidable. In terms of attainments in the field of divine soul, he was the divine realm's top person. Even he could not do anything as well, showing that this soul-suppressing pearl's origin was definitely extraordinary. Crack, crack. Inside the dark space, all of a sudden, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Bolts of lightning pervaded within the entire area of space and actually formed an ocean of lightning. Seeing this scene, Yu Mengli's expression became incomparably ugly. "What powerful lightning force!" Yu Mengli said solemnly. Yi Yuan said, "If my conjectures are correct, if we can withstand these bolts of lightning baptism, we should be able to get out." Yu Mengli froze and said in astonishment, "These bolts of lightning are much more powerful compared to even heavenly tribulation. Going inside our souls will disintegrate."
Ye Yuan similed.
His figure moved, and he directly entered the lightning ocean. Ugh! The moment he entered the lightning ocean, Yi Yuan's entire body was immediately enveloped by over a dozen bolts of lightning, putting his whole body in a paralyzed state, and he could not resist exhaling in pain. Yi Yuan did not dodge nor avoid. He just allowed those bolts of lightning to encircle him. When Yu Mengli saw the scene, she involuntarily shuddered. However, she took a deep breath and also plunged into the lightning ocean. Swoosh, swoosh. Lightning instantly enveloped Yu Mengli, making her had a feeling as if her soul was about to dissipate. But seeing Yi Yuan grit his teeth and persevere, Yu Mengli's stubborn temper flared up too, and actually gritted her teeth and endured it without making a sound. No idea how long had passed either. Yu Mengli felt like her divine soul was already feeble to the extreme, really on the verge of dissipating. But right at this moment, she suddenly felt those lightning force directly enter inside her body and actually started nourishing her divine soul. Very soon, Yu Mengli sensed that her divine soul was rapidly recovering. She suddenly snapped open both eyes, only to see Yi Yuan currently a little way off, looking at her with a wide grin. "How is it? Do you feel that your state is unexpectedly good?" Yi Yuan said, with a smile. Yu Mengli was startled and could not help examining her divine soul, discovering to her amazement that her divine soul was much stronger compared to before. What's going on here?" Yu Mengli said in shock. "This seems to be a kind of tempering. As long as we pass the test, there will be unexpected harvests." Yi Yuan said. Unconvinced, Yu Mengli said, if we're unable to pass the test, would our souls really dissipate? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, seems like it won't, but as long as we don't pass the test for a day, we'll always be trapped here. Yi Yuan had the experience of being baptized by will suppression before. Combining with the lightning ocean this time, he summed up some rules of the dark space. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and said with a smile, this lightning ocean, the deeper in we go, the greater the impact on the divine soul. As long as we work together with one heart, what would it even matter? Yu Mengli's face reddened slightly. Nodding her head, she reached out her hand and held onto Yi Yuan. The two people headed towards the depths of the lightning ocean side by side. The bright moon competition top 16th battles drew countless people's attention. Zhuo Bufan left people far behind in the dust, overcoming all difficulties along the way, and already took the lead to obtain the final spot. And the other spot was emerging between Lin Chao and Zhou Yan. One could say that Zhou Yan and Lin Chao, these two people, were both dark horses of the bright moon competition this time. Before this, Zhou Yan had only just broken through to Tao Profound Realm. Among these genius martial artists, he could be said to be at the bottom of the barrel, but he relied on the vast Sun Flameheart pupil, took by Han down and obtained the semifinals qualifications. As for Lin Chao, he was even more a dark horse among dark horses. Everyone all thought that he was lucky, and that was how he could enter the top 16. No one expected that his strength was actually unexpectedly daunting. Facing Tang Yu in the first round, Lin Chao actually only used 10 moves to defeat the opponent and entered the top 8. Against Zhang Yankai in the second round, Lin Chao similarly only used 10 moves. 2 rounds, both used 10 moves, defeating 2 first-level Tao Profound Genius martial artists neat and tidily. With this, it astounded everyone. Everybody all realized that this unknown young man did not seem to be so simple. One had to know that Tang Yu and Zhang Yankai were both young talents whose fame spread far and wide in the divine realm. Their strengths were incomparably fearsome, but Lin Chao, with only peak 9th level phaseless cultivation, defeated them in succession. The might of his strength was clear at a glance. The disparity between Tao Profound Realm and Phaseless Realm was not just a tiny bit. Tao Profound Realm was the peak boundary of the Divine Realm's martial artists. Many peerlessly talented genius martial artists were unable to leap over Phaseless Realm and step into Tao Profound Realm. This step was extremely hard to cross. Those able to take this step were all geniuses among geniuses. Tang Yu, these people, although their age were all very young, they were able to take this step. This, by itself, illustrated many problems. But they were still defeated at Lin Chao's hands. Furthermore, Lin Chao only used 10 moves for 2 battles. At this time, Zhou Yan also did not dare to be the least bit careless when facing Lin Chao. Lin Chao looked at Zhou Yan contemptuously and said coolly, "Zhou families, young master, I know that you like Yu Mengli, but I advise that you give up. Yu Mengli is mine, Lin Chao's." Zhou Yan's face fell, and he said in a great rage, "Courting death." Flame flashed in the pupils of Zhou Yan's eyes. The vast Sun Flameheart pupil suddenly erupted. After breaking through to Tao Profound, Zhou Yan's vast Sun Flameheart pupil underwent a qualitative change. The power of his ocular arts was goodness. Knows how many times stronger compared to before. Being provoked by Lin Chao, the current Zhou Yan was incomparably furious. Unleashing a move, it was actually going to put Lin Chao to death. Bang! 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 The place Lin Chao was standing emitted a series of intense exploding sounds. Under the impact of the vast Sun Flameheart pupil, the grand array trembled. Zhou Yan saw that Lin Chao actually did avoid in the slightest bit and could not help saying with a cold sneer, "Fool! To dare forcefully receive the vast Sun Flameheart pupil head-on, simply courting death, but to dare make impertinent remarks about Lier. Death isn't enough." The smoke formed from the explosion gradually dispersed. revealing Lin Chao's figure. It was only to see him lightly pat the dust on his body, saying calmly, "Everyone says that vast sun, bright moon, these two cities' ocular arts are unparalleled. Looking at it today seems like it's also nothing more than this, making impertinent remarks? How I talk to my woman, that's my business. Don't you worry, I'll dote on Miss Lier lovingly." Lin Chao dismissed it casually as if Yu Mengli was already officially decided. For him, Zhou Yan's pupils constricted. There was actually not a hint of injury on Lin Chao's body. His vast sun Flameheart pupil actually could not even harm Lin Chao. "Don't be insolent. Lier is mine. Nobody can snatch her away. Yuan can't. You can't either." Zhou Yan roared, both eyes suddenly turning blood red in color. All of a sudden, violent flames formed a cage, covering Lin Chao completely inside. Rumble. Zhou Yan had yet to have time to be happy when a loud noise transmitted over. His flame cage actually had a large hole blasted out by Lin Chao. Furthermore, the remnant power of the might of one punch did not diminish, flying straight for Zhou Yan. Bang! Zhou Yan was caught off guard and directly sent flying off the arena by this single punch. Everyone looked at this scene with endless shock. Just where did this Lin Chao come from? He was too powerful. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Zhou Yan was filled with endless regret and anger. With this defeat he lost the chance to vie for Yu Mengli. He was originally thinking of utterly wrecking Yi Yuan, then marrying Yu Mengli back home. He did not think that he actually did not even enter the finals. Heh! I was thinking how powerful the vast sun Flameheart pupil was originally. Didn't expect that young Master Zhou would be too weak to take a single blow. Looks like the greatest pleasure this trip will be marrying Beauty Yu home. Lin Chao said very arrogantly. Regarding such an arrogant Lin Chao, many people all could not endure the sight of it. But his strength was placed here. There were really not many capable of beating him. In comparison to the others, Lin Chao's origin was too mysterious. That whatever divine martial hall was simply unheard of. If Yu Mengli married such a person, they were clearly all unwilling. The second day, the day of the finals, the champion would contend with Yi Yuan for the final ownership. Shuo Bufan stood on the arena, steady and composed, with quite the demeanor of an expert of a generation. Skypool Celestial Empire was a super holy land with extremely deep foundations. Their ancestors had once produced many deity realm powerhouses. Before Zhuo Bufan as the successor, how formidable his strength was naturally went without saying. In contrast, Lin Chao appeared stubborn and unruly, even having that hint of sinister and ruthlessness, making people quite averse. Although everyone could not obtain Yu Mengli, they all hoped from the bottom of their hearts that Yu Mengli would not marry someone like this. For some time, the cheering and rooting voices were all for Zhuo Bufan. This bunch of fools, do they think that by cheering for that Zhuo Bufan he won't lose? Lin Chao hasn't even brought out 1/10 of his strength up till now. No matter how strong that Zhuo Bufan is, he can only lick his shoes for him. Among the crowd, in an inconspicuous corner, middle-aged man in a strange attire said, "Zhuo Bufan is totally not Lin Chao's target. That Yi Yuan who comes out the last is his biggest objective this time," another person said. Speaking of which, really underestimated Yi Yuan, this punk at that time. Didn't expect that he grew so quickly. In this less than 10 years' time he actually already broke through to phaseless realm. But this time Lin Chao shouldn't drop the ball, right? Replied a middle-aged man dressed in black clothing. This black-clothed man was precisely the person who was manipulating the fierce Gale World's Zhao Tianyin father and son. Of course, even if Yi Yuan was here, he would not recognize him either. These few people were clearly together, all originating from that place called Divine Martial Hall. Among these few people, there was a middle-aged man whose age was slightly older, looking rather level-headed. This trip, our objective is the Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil. That brat called Yi Yuan is merely a minor character of little importance. Later, have a word with Lin Chao. Tell him not to cause complications, the middle-aged man said, solemnly. The expressions of the few people at the back turned fearful as they acknowledged, yes, Holy General Han Tong. This man called Han Tong was actually that mysterious force's Holy General. The strength of a Holy General was a huge margin stronger than holy followers. While they were talking, Zhuo Bufan and Lin Chao, who were in the ring, were already locked in battle. Zhuo Bufan's strength was indeed not what Zhou Yan and the rest could compare to. Similarly, first-level Dao Profound, Zhuo Bufan's every move and stance was watertight. Even if Lin Chao was matchlessly powerful, he could not gain the least bit of advantage either. Both parties actually fought until neither could gain the upper hand. Luofu Divine Spear. The two people were in the midst of fierce fighting when the Zhuo Bufan, who was empty-handed all along, suddenly took out a long spear. Rumble. Lin Chao could not avoid in time and was directly nailed onto the arena by the power of the spear. It's the Luofu Divine Spear, Skypool Celestial Empire's Divine Dao Martial Technique. Zhuo Bufan indeed concealed his strength too deeply. It is said that Luofu Divine Spear can only be started cultivating at the Dao Profound realm. Furthermore, the difficulty of cultivating it is extremely high. I didn't think that Zhuo Bufan actually already learned it. In his hands is the transcendent grade holy artifact, Heavenly Origin Howling Cloud Spear, right? This martial technique coupled with a transcendent grade holy artifact, the power is unequaled. With this, Lin Chao is destined for defeat. Although there were already no more deity realm powerhouses in this world, there were still some deity realm legacies. Like the Skypool Celestial Empire, this sort of super holy land with deep foundations, divine arts, divine Dao martial techniques, they all had legacies. Once it was unleashed, the power was even stronger compared to Tier 9 martial technique. Except, the true might of divine Dao martial techniques only deity realm powerhouses could unleash them. Even if Dao Profound realm martial artists cultivated them, they could only unleash some scraps. The people below the stage were all incredibly excited when they saw Zhuo Bufan's spear succeed. However, Zhuo Bufan himself, his face was covered in a layer of frost. He already accumulated the power of this attack for a long time just now, but Lin Chao still neutralized a large part of the force, avoiding his vital parts. His trump card was already exposed, while Lin Chao's trump card was still not exposed. Indeed, Lin Chao slowly crawled to his feet. Although somewhat ragged, there weren't injuries that were too severe. Indeed, well deserving of being a super holy land's disciple to actually be able to injure me. But it's only this and nothing more. Lin Chao said it very scornfully. A curved blade appeared in Lin Chao's hands. The moment the curved blade appeared, a wave of sanguinary qi rapidly spread out, shocking people to the core. Transcendent grade holy artifact. Just what faction is this divine martial hall to actually have such a powerful transcendent grade holy artifact? Someone exclaimed in shock. Lin Chao looked at Zhuo Bufan and said with a light smile, since you used a divine Dao martial technique, then I'll use a divine Dao martial technique too. Let's have a showdown and see whose divine Dao martial technique is more impressive. Lin Chao said it casually, but there was a wave of shock when it fell into other people's ears. What? Lin Chao knows a divine Dao martial technique too. How is this possible? Forces that have divine Dao martial techniques are only that few. Apart from the 8 great super holy lands, it can be counted with one hand. Just what kind of background is this divine martial hall? Transcendent grade holy artifact, divine Dao martial technique. This Lin Chao is too mysterious. If he beats Zhuo Bufan, how the result would be, everyone already did not dare to think. Just the sanguinary qi on that curved blade made everyone feel uncomfortable. If Yu Mengli married someone like this, then the Yu family would have really blundered. Zhuo Bufan's expression was very grim, and he already secretly mustered up essence energy. But his opponent, Lin Chao, appeared to be able to easily resolve any problems. The moment the blade momentum rose, his entire person turned into a cloud of green smoke, going for Zhuo Bufan. At the same time, Zhuo Bufan also accumulated strength for an attack. Luofu. Divine Spear was displayed once more. Rumble. Two figures collided together fiercely. The blood-red blade light actually overpowered the Luofu Divine Spear. The blade momentum was akin to an overwhelming force, carrying indomitable and imposing momentum, and slashed Zhuo Bufan out. Below the stage was complete silence. A Super Holy Land's successor was actually defeated, lost to a young man who was not a well-known figure. This young man who originated from the Divine Martial Hall, not only was he holding a transcendent-grade holy artifact in his hand, he even possessed a
Divine Dao Martial Technique.
Could it be that this Divine Martial Hall was a reclusive Super Holy Land? At Yu Family Inner Hall, two middle-aged men sat opposite each other. Yu Jianqiu's expression was rather ugly, with a frown that never left his face. Brother Zhou, this Divine Martial Hall, what do you think? Yu Jianqiu said. Hard to tell. Looking at it right now, this Divine Martial Hall's strength doesn't seem to be weak. Perhaps it's not what you and I can afford to provoke. If younger brother you had long known about this day, why act that way at that time? If you married Lier to Yenner long ago, where would there be so many problems? The one talking was precisely Vast Sun City's city lord, Zhou Jia. Hearing Yu Jianqiu inquired about the Divine Martial Hall's matters, Zhou Jia could not resist rebuking the other party. Yu Jianqiu heaved a sigh and said, how can this you not know Yenner's feelings? It's just that Lier's temper you're aware too. Her heart isn't on.
Jag not at all.
If she's pressed into a corner, she'll go for mutual
Destruction.
Zhou Jia shot Yu Jianqiu a glare and snorted coldly. But he also knew that what he said was the truth. Want to blame, he would have to blame his son for failing to live up to expectations, being in a favorable position for so many years and could not even obtain Yu Mengli's heart. Regarding Zhou Yan and Yu Mengli's union, the two families were both happy to see it happen. Apart from inside the vast sun-bright moon realm, there was actually still another way to obtain the sun-moon heavenly pupil. That was the union of an innate vast sun flame-heart pupil and an innate moonlight heavenly eye. For so many years, the Zhou family and Yu family very rarely had these two types of innate spirit physique appear before. Even if they did, it also very rarely appeared in the same generation. No one expected that when it reached this generation, these two types of spirit physiques appeared in the two families at the same time. Hence, Zhou Jia and Yu Jianqiu quickly became partners, wanting to matchmake Zhou Yan and Yu Mengli. Zhou Yan often came to the Yu family since young and mingled together with Yu Mengli. Except, as the two people gradually grew older, Yu Mengli slowly drifted apart from Zhou Yan. Especially after Yu Mengli saw Qin Yunzi, her heart no longer had room for others as well. Zhou Yan bitterly pursued Yu Mengli fruitlessly but did not expect that a Yi Yuan would charge out halfway. With this, Zhou Yan had even less hope. Actually, the Yu family doing up this bright moon competition this time, Zhou Jia was rather grateful instead prior to this. Zhou Yan breaking through to Dao profound realm, his vast sun flame-heart pupil thoroughly awakened, its power increasing by folds. As long as he obtained the first place, he could marry Yu Mengli back home right and properly. Regarding Zhuo Bufan, Zhou Jia had actually already planned it out well. He believed that as long as he paid an adequate price, he could absolutely let Zhuo Bufan throw the match. The final victor would still be Zhou Yan, but did not expect that a Lin Chao would charge out halfway again. With this, the two families were put into an awkward situation. If the one who won in the end was some major faction's disciple, Yu Jianqiu would not go so far as to pull such a long face either. But this Lin Chao's origins were unclear. Looking from the strength he displayed, this divine Marshal Hall was bound to be a leviathan. Towards such an unknown powerful faction, how could Yu Jianxiu not worry? If Lin Chao went on to defeat Yi Yuan, then wouldn't it be pushing his daughter into the fire pit? Now that it's come to this, what other options are there still? There's only entrusting hope onto Yi Yuan, that brat. It's just that he's only first level. Phaseless realm. In my view, virtually without any chance of winning. I think you'd best make preparations to renege on your word after that Lin Chao wins. It's just that this way you'd probably have to offend that divine marshal. Hall. Zhou Jia thought it over and over and came up with a crappy idea. The Bright Moon competition's commotion was blown so big, even the successor of a super holy land was startled. Once reneged, he would incur the ridicule of experts. But after Yi Yuan brought Lier into close seclusion, it's already been over 10 days. They still haven't exited seclusion till now. Tomorrow, they won't fail to make it in time, right? Yu Jianxiu said hesitantly. Zhou Jiao was speechless. The development of affairs seemed to be somewhat deviating a while from their original plan. If they really can't, there's only forcefully disrupting their seclusion. Zhou Jia said. No way. What if they are currently at a critical juncture of treatment? Wouldn't it ruin an important matter? Yu Jianxiu said. The two great family heads discussed about it. In the end, they did not come to a decision either. In the lightning ocean, Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli marched forward hand in hand, and already walked as far as 90,000 feet. The radius of the lightning ocean was a distance of 100,000 feet. There was still 10,000 feet, and the two of them would be considered to have walked to the end. If someone was here, they would be able to discover that around Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli, a sacred mass of light halo actually appeared, shining brilliantly. This made them look just like high and mighty divinities. These violent bolts of lightning, after entering this stretch of light halo, would become incomparably gentle. Originally thought that this road is extremely bumpy. Didn't expect that the two of us, you and I, walking over hand in hand, was actually so easy. Yu Mengli looked at Yi Yuan. Her eyes filled with bliss. Receiving the lightning's baptism these few days, her divine soul strengthened several times. The two divine souls which split apart actually already grew to its original size. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I also never thought that our two divine souls actually produced a resonance. This strengthened our soul force 100 times. Even if this lightning ocean wants to cause us harm, it can't do it. On that day, not long after Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli held hands, facing the lightning's baptism, the two people's hearts linked up in consonance, and their divine souls actually produced a resonance. As long as the two of them were together, their soul force would magnify 100 times over. This way, the lightning's baptism to them became very easy. Even for Yi Yuan, it was also his first time feeling this sort of magical feeling. He savored it very much. Yu Mengli said with a slight smile, if not for Big Brother Yuan disregarding your life and death, helping me to cross the difficult hurdle with your origin power, it probably wouldn't be that easy for the two of us to want to produce divine soul resonance. Yi Yuan smiled and said, why make distinctions between you and me? Divine soul resonance, this sort of thing, although Yi Yuan was aware the level of difficulty was not an ordinary kind of high. The two people resonating must be two hearts joined together and know what each other was thinking about, as if they were one body, for it to succeed. But it was easier said than done to want to reach this step. Some Tao companions were husband and wife for several thousand years and were unable to achieve this step. The level of difficulty could be imagined. However, Yi Yuan helped Yu Mengli to divide her divine soul with his origin power previously. The two of their divine souls were actually already in perfect harmony with no distinctions between each other anymore. That moment when they held hands, it was as if the two people got shocked by electricity. Two divine souls instantly linked up. That instant there was you in me, me in you. Nothing else in this world could separate them anymore. That violent lightning was completely too weak to stand in competition in front of the two people's divine soul resonance. In a twinkle the finals arrived, but Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli still had not exited seclusion. Yi Yuan and Lin Chao's battle was anticipated by millions of people. So below the arena, countless martial artists already gathered. Lin Chao's might, they already saw it. But that mysterious Yi Yuan, just what kind of person he was, they wanted to find out. It was just that time slowly trickled by, Yi Yuan still did not show up. On the stage, Lin Chao stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at Yu Jianxiu with a smile and said, "City Lord, Your Excellency, 2 hours have already passed since the start of the match. That Yi Yuan keeps failing to show up. Could it be that the Yu family wants to make so many people keep on waiting?" Yu Jianxiu was riding a tiger and found it hard to dismount right now. Being squeezed by Lin Chao like this, he really did not know what he should do. What was certain was that Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli's close seclusion definitely encountered some problems. The perils of dividing the divine soul. How could he, this divine king, powerhouse, not know? Even if there was the soul-separating pill, this process was still incomparably dangerous. Yet Yi Yuan was already his last hope. Initially, towards Yi Yuan he was half skeptical as well. But witnessing Yi Yuan's heaven-defying alchemy Dao strength, Yu Jianxiu still decided to take his chances. Except, looking at it now, it seemed like problems really occurred. If your esteemed self can't wait, you can forfeit your right and leave, Yu Jianxiu said with a cold snort. He was at any rate the ruler of a city as well, a 9th-level Dao profound divine king powerhouse. How could he be needed by a junior? Except, Lin Chao did not seem to have the intention of skating over, saying, with a faint smile, "This Lin naturally can afford to wait. It's just that Bright Moon City organizing such a grand meet, you got to at least give this Lin a time limit, right? If Yi Yuan doesn't come out for a month, would this Lin have to stand here for a month's time? Furthermore, even if we're determining the loser, it seems like this Lin shouldn't be judged so, right?" Yu Jianxiu's face turned black. This Lin Chao was not easy to deal with. Furthermore, this matter was Bright Moon City not taking the side of reason to begin with. Continuing to take it seriously clearly did not have any benefits for the Yu family. Just as Yu Jianxiu was caught in a bind, two figures descended from the air. The two people held hands, just like a pair of immortal lovers. After the divine soul resonance, Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli being together would give people a sensation of exceptional harmony. Seeing this scene, Yu Jianxiu could not help being very surprised. Just what in the world happened between the two people during these few days of closed seclusion really made me surprised. I didn't expect that my final opponent is actually an old acquaintance. While talking, Yi Yuan leaped and went up to the arena. Truthfully speaking, that moment when Yi Yuan saw Lin Chao, he was very surprised too. He never would have thought that his final opponent was actually Lin Chao. Back then, Lin Chao was utterly crippled by Yi Yuan in front of the tranquil
Cloud Sector's gates.
Originally, he thought that even if he did not die, he would be wasted too. Did not think that so many years passed, not only was he not crippled, he already reached peak phaseless realm. The scene just now, Lin Chao took it into his sights too. Not only was he not surprised, but he was also instead incomparably delighted in his heart. The better Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli's relationship was, wouldn't he be happier breaking them up? This joy of taking revenge must be very wonderful. Lin Chao said with a laugh. Yeah, just earlier I even thought that you couldn't come today, and I was very regretful in my heart. The two people were beaming from ear to ear. The audience below the stage were all very surprised when they saw the situation. These two incomparably mysterious young geniuses were actually long acquainted. Looking at the way they were talking, seemed like they were even old friends, who had not met for many years. Looks like you've prepared very long for the sake this day, Yi Yuan said. With a smile that was not a smile, that appearance had indescribable mockery. Yi Yuan's smile pricked Lin Chao like a thorn. His face was still smiling. It was just that the smile became somewhat unnatural. Yeah, I've waited over 10 years for today. Today I'm going to take back everything I lost. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, looks like you're the same as Zhao Tianyin father and son, selling your soul for power. But in front of me, Yi Yuan, even if you sold your soul, what remains in the end is also just despair. Yi Yuan had a bearing that looked down on all life. This sort of bearing deeply wounded Lin Chao's pride. Even if he, Lin Chao, could think of hundreds of schemes, even if he, Lin Chao's cultivation realm was above Yi Yuan's, the final outcome was still a tragedy. Back then, the Purple Mansion sect bore down upon the borders with a great army, wanting to crush the Tranquil Cloud sect with absolute strength. In the end, not only did Yi Yuan rescue all of the captives with his strength alone, he even seriously wounded Lin Chao, nearly causing his death. This sort of suppression that disregarded ranks simply made people despair. In truth, he really despaired back then. All of his skills was crippled, his heart was like dead ashes. But the divine martial hall gave him a second life, letting him cast off his old self and take on a new self, giving him unrivaled strength. By relying on this strength, he even defeated the successor of the Skypool Celestial Empire. Yi Yuan was even more of a cinch. Heh. Yi Yuan, you're still that arrogant. But today's Lin Chao is already not the Lin Chao of yesteryear. Today, not only do I want to trample you underfoot, I even want to snatch away your woman, let you experience a little what's called true despair. Lin Chao said with a cold laugh.
Ye Yuan similed.
Lin Chao's words infuriated him. Very good. Remember the words you said just now, Yi Yuan said with a broad smile on his face. To Yi Yuan, his kins were not permitted to be affronted. Now Lin Chao actually pointed the spearhead at Yu Mengli. His fury was successfully stirred up. Looking at Yi Yuan's smile, Lin Chao actually felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. Damn it, what the hell am I afraid of? The present me can even defeat the Skypool Celestial Empire's successor. Why would I be afraid of a measly little
Ye Yuan.
Lin Chao secretly cursed in his heart. Provoking big brother Yuan like this. That Lin Chao is courting death. Beside you Jianqiu, Yu Mingli said coolly. After the divine soul resonance with Yi Yuan, she was deeply affected by Yi Yuan's thoughts as if it was her own. She knew that Yi Yuan was truly enraged. Yu Jianqiu looked at his daughter, rather surprised. He was uncertain where his daughter's confidence came from. But starting since just now, Yu Jianqiu discovered that his daughter seemed to be rather different. At this time, that sort of sickly paleness on Yu Mengli's face already disappeared thoroughly. That melancholy concealed in dullness also vanished. Without a trace already, the current Yu Mengli was elegant and poised, immortal qi lingering, appearing even more otherworldly and unattainable. One could say that Yu Mengli's entire temperament underwent a qualitative change. The current Yu Mengli was confident and calm, no longer that former little girl appearance. And her gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was with great tenderness between lovers. Clearly still that little girl appearance. That sort of attitude belonged only to Yi Yuan. What on earth did Yi Yuan do to his daughter? How so? Yu Jianqiu said. Yu Mengli smiled and said, Father, just watch. Lear, Yi Yuan, he really cured you? Yu Jianqiu said rather uncertainly. Yu Mengli nodded and said, Father, the Yu family won't have to ask people for help anymore in the future as well. Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil, maybe it already really counts for nothing. Yu Jianqiu's entire body trembled, looking at Yu Mengli in disbelief. Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil was the Zhou and Yu Tu families' countless generations' pursuit. That was an ocular art capable of achieving deity realm. How could it not make people envious? But now, Yu Mengli actually did not even think anything of the Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil. He naturally knew what Yu Mengli was referring to. Innate Moonlight Heavenly. A physique plus the innate battle soul physique, Yu Mengli would become a peerless powerhouse. Although the sun-moon heavenly pupil was strong, it might not be able to rival the innate battle soul physique either. In the divine Tao era, innate battle soul physiques, not one was not an existence who roamed the world unhindered. Since Yi Yuan has arrived, then begin, Yu Jianxiu said coolly. Rumble. At virtually the same time, a fierce impact sound echoed out. Yi Yuan actually unleashed an attack at Lin Chao with a momentum like a sudden peal of thunder which left no time for covering ears. This punch shocked the grand array until it trembled. Lin Chao backed up 100 steps in a row before barely stabilizing his figure. His essence sea-churned, the essence energy within his body being thrown into disorder by this punch of Yi Yuan's. Below the stage, it was dead silent, all stunned by Yi Yuan's punch. They had seen before with their own eyes how Lin Chao countered Zhou Yan's vast sun flameheart pupil with one punch, sending him flying off the stage. But right now, Yi Yuan stood on the spot without moving a muscle, while Lin Chao was struck until he fell back 100 steps. With this comparison, Yi Yuan was also a bit too strong, right? Seeing that Yi Yuan was only first-level phaseless, many people already did not harbor any hopes. Lin Chao was peak 9th level phaseless realm. That was how he had the qualifications to have a showdown with Tao profound realms. But Yi Yuan was only first-level phaseless. How to fight like this? But this punch, it made everyone view him in a completely different light. For this Yi Yuan to dare challenge the Bright Moon competition's first place, his strength was indeed daunting. Looks like your fleshly body is very powerful. No wonder you were able to defeat those so-called geniuses. However, if it's only to this sort of degree, prepare to get wrecked by me, Yi Yuan said indifferently. Lin Chao finally managed to catch his breath, his expression incomparably ugly. He thought that his strength was already ridiculously powerful. He did not expect that the strength of Yi Yuan, who was only first-level phaseless, was actually so powerful. Just based on that punch just now, the so-called geniuses were utter jokes in front of Yi Yuan. Lin Chao drew a deep breath and was just about to fly off the handle when all of a sudden, his expression changed drastically. An outrageous dragon pressure erupted. On Yi Yuan's skin actually grew numerous dragon scales. His two arms became two dragon claws, and one of them actually faintly assumed a gold color. That was the hallmark of the primeval dragon bone. His forehead actually grew two dragon horns. Seeing this scene, everyone drew a cold breath. Half-dragon physique. How thick a true dragon bloodline does this need? Yu Jianxiu's eyes erupted with rays of brilliance as he said in astonishment. Dragon transformation, this was the hallmark of a human martial artist who cultivated the dragon race bloodline reaching an exceedingly high realm. But human martial artists, extremely few people were able to reach the extent of half-dragon physique, because that requirement towards bloodline was way too high. At this time, apart from Yi Yuan's face, areas that could be seen on the body practically all grew dragon scales. Could be seen how thick his bloodline was. One had to know that dragon transformation was not as simple as merely growing dragon scales. After the dragon transformation, the martial artist's physique would have a qualitative leap. If this martial artist knew the dragon race's martial techniques, then the power of dragon race martial techniques would likewise have a qualitative leap. Unfortunately for Lin Chao, not only did Yi Yuan knew dragon race martial techniques, he knew extremely profound ones among the dragon race martial techniques. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chao and said with a radiant smile, "Are you ready?" With a whoosh, Yi Yuan's figure vanished from sight. Rumble. An intense rumbling sound echoed. Lin Chao's body flew out like a cannonball. Poo work. Lin Chao directly spewed out a large mouthful of fresh blood in midair. That appearance was horrifyingly ghastly. Yet this was only the beginning. Yi Yuan's Void Dragon Shadow Punch smashed towards Lin Chao with a force that toppled mountains and overturned the seas. Bang! 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 When everyone below the stage saw this scene, they virtually stopped breathing. Too strong. Achieving this extent just by relying on the power of the fleshly body. It was simply unimaginable. That insufferably arrogant Lin Chao from before was too weak to stand up to a single blow in front of Yi Yuan. This match today, Zhou Yan naturally would not miss it either. From the very beginning, he was watching the battle below the stage. When Yi Yuan and Yu Mingli descended from the sky, he felt all sort of emotions in his heart. Completely awful. But looking at such a fearsome Yi Yuan, he could not help feeling a chill from the bottom of his heart. If it was him on the stage, he would likely already be bashed into minced meat, right? Vast Sun Flameheart pupil? Simply a joke. Facing the Yi Yuan in a rampaging state, everything was unfounded. Don't believe it? That Lin Chao on the stage was a living example. Half-dragon physique. Didn't think that this brat already grew to such an extent. A lower realm's ant actually already became a colossal dragon. Lord Han Tong, if it's convenient, it's best to finish off this brat while you're at it. Han Tong's gaze had been staring at Yi Yuan all along. He nodded and said,
En, Li Hun is right.
However, Lin Chao, this boy's strength has yet to be fully displayed. Half-dragon physique is not enough. Li Hun was that holy follower who controlled Zhao Tianyin father and son. Hearing Han Tong's words, Li Hun smiled too. On the arena, a beam of blood light shot toward the sky. A blood-red blade light erupted in adverse circumstances, cleaving straight at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan also did not think that Lin Chao was actually still able to strike back under such a state. But although this blade light was impressive, it was still a little unskilled. To want to harm him, his divine sense stirred. A large bell suddenly appeared in front of him. The Heavenly King Bell emitted a beam of pale yellow protective shell to withstand the blood-red blade light. Gong! The Heavenly King Bell was smacked flying backward. Yi Yuan took advantage of the situation and put it away. Yi Yuan withdrew the half-dragon physique and restored his original appearance. Looking at Lin Chao again, he was currently bathed in blood from head to toe. There was not an intact spot on his body from top to bottom. The Yi Yuan in a rampage did not show the least bit of mercy. It was virtually every fist hitting flesh. After breaking through to phaseless realm, the primeval dragon bones potential was developed a step further. His fleshly body also broke through to late stage tier 8 already. Half-dragon physique coupled with the void dragon shadow punch, this set of combination was simply a bulldozer, crushing all obstacles. The fleshly body that Lin Chao took pride in was not worth mentioning at all. In front of Yi Yuan, the average person, even if their fleshly body reached late stage tier 8, they should also have been smashed into minced meat at this time. You're still able to maintain human form. Looks like you're the same as Zhao Tianyin father and son. All cultivated heretic cultivation methods. I'm really curious right now, just what on earth is the force behind you plotting in the dark? Those people below should be together with you, right? You guys coming to Bright Moon City, if there aren't accidents, it should be for the sake of the sun. Moon, heavenly pupil. Regarding Lin Chao still having the strength to retaliate, Yi Yuan was not surprised. Instead, he asked Lin Chao calmly. However, when those few people below the stage heard Yi Yuan's words, their faces all changed, including Holy General Han Tong. They were already very low profile in the crowd. Furthermore, they deliberately restrained their vital activities, looking not much different from ordinary martial artists. He did not think that it was seen through with one glance by Yi Yuan. Ha ha ha, Yi Yuan, you indeed didn't disappoint me. The stronger you are, the more delighted when I kill you. Blood, God, transformation, Lin Chao shouted fiercely. All of a sudden, only to see Lin Chao's blood chi billowed into the sky, his two pupils becoming scarlet red, his entire person being shrouded by a mass of blood light too. Lin Chao's aura was rapidly rising, getting closer and closer to Dao Profound Realm. Rumble. Finally, this huge chasm between Phaseless Realm and Dao Profound Realm was actually directly crossed over by Lin Chao. Why you got to be kidding, right? Phaseless realm to Tao profound realm, the gap was broken through just like that. Seeing ghosts. The disparity between these two realms is virtually the sum total of all the cultivation realms before. What kind of cultivation method can have such a huge boost? With this, Yi Yuan is in danger. That Lin Chao was so terrifying at phaseless realm. Now that he broke through to Tao profound realm, wouldn't he be defying the heavens? The scene of Lin Chao breaking through made everyone incredibly shocked. This hard-to-surmount chasm was actually crossed effortlessly just like this. Many people found it hard to accept it. Blood light covered the sky. The wounds on Lin Chao's body could actually be seen recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The martial artists below the stage were all endlessly terrified.
Ye Yuan's
Indiscriminate bombarding earlier, even if Lin Chao did not die, he definitely suffered extremely severe injuries too. But now he recovered just like this? This Lin Chao was simply a freak. The current Lin Chao, his gaze showed scarlet red eyes, his entire body feeling like it was in a state of rampage. His eyes glued onto Yi Yuan, and he said with a wild laugh, "How is it, Yi Yuan? Now, receive my judgment. Also, I remember that sentence, your woman, she's mine." Yi Yuan still had a calm and collected look. Lin Chao's astonishing aura did not affect him the least bit. Hearing Lin Chao's words, Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold, but he said with a slight smile, "This is your trump card? You make me somewhat disappointed." Lin Chao brandished his curved blade and said with a cold sneer, "Stop pretending. In order to master the blood god transformation, I suffered all kinds of torture in these 10 years. Every day was a life worse than death. And this was all in order to take revenge on you. Now that I broke through to Tao profound realm, my heretic cloud bloodsaber's power will increase at least 100 times. This time, I see what you used to block it." After breaking through, Lin Chao's confidence swelled. At least facing the first-level phaseless Yi Yuan, he was teeming with confidence. He completely could not think of what kind of measures Yi Yuan could use to block his heretic cloud blood saber. Even the half-dragon physique could not either. When Yu Jianxiu saw this scene, his face was also densely covered with a worried look. That Lin Chao was very sinister. If he really won, it was not a good thing. Yi Yuan's performance earlier made his eyes lit up. He really did not know that Yi Yuan's combat power was actually so formidable. It was just that Lin Chao broke through to Tao profound. His entire person underwent a qualitative transformation. It was completely not possible for Yi Yuan to be his match by relying on the half-dragon physique as well. Also, those few people below the stage, Yu Jianxiu heightened his vigilance. 2. Informing clansmen in secret to increase vigilance. Those few people concealed extremely deeply, mixing among ordinary martial artists inconspicuously. Even he did not notice either. But Yi Yuan was actually able to perceive them among countless martial artists. With one glance, he really did not know how this brat noticed it. At this time, he could not help looking over towards Yu Mengli. He discovered that Yu Mengli was still calm as before. "Lier, aren't you even a little worried about Yi Yuan? Or does he still have some trump card that he hasn't used?" Yu Jianxiu said. Yu Mengli shook his head and said, "I don't know about Big Brother Yuan's trump cards, but there's no way he would lose." Yu Jianxiu was thoroughly defeated. This sort of groundless trust was really not reliable at all. He really could not figure out what kind of measures the first-level phaseless Yi Yuan could use to defeat Lin Chao. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chao and said full of pity, "Lin Chao, you and I are not of the same world at all. That so-called pride of yours is not worth mentioning at all in front of me. Since you want to look, I'll let you take a look at what's called a true genius." Yi Yuan's hand raised up. The Star Moon sword was in his hand. He slowly closed his eyes, pointing at Lin Chao while holding the Star Moon sword just like that. There was clearly not a hint of dangerous aura coming off of Yi Yuan's body. But no idea why. All the hair on his body stood on its end. Lin Chao clenched his teeth. The blood chi on his body billowed to the skies. Once more, berserk Dao profound realm pressure concentrated on his curved blade. A shocking aura made the martial artists below the stage practically unable to open their eyes. One made his move while the other remained still. It was an extremely strong contrast. Lin Chao's aura was shocking. This blade cleaving down, it seemed like, regardless of what it was, it could be split into two halves too. While Yi Yuan did not have any aura at all, as if his entire world belonged to serenity. Yet, the one who was able to sense Yi Yuan's threat was only Lin Chao alone. In other people's view, Yi Yuan was being pretentious and did not have the least bit of threat at all, because they could not sense it at all. What's Yi Yuan doing? Putting on a pose like this? There's no threat at all. Lin Chao's blade momentum was already formed. Yu Jianqiu was no longer composed too. Right at this time, Yi Yuan finally had movements. Who? Two entirely different auras suddenly emitted off of Yi Yuan's body. One black and one azure. The two auras circled around Yi Yuan and started revolving vigorously, forming a vortex. This vortex became stronger and stronger, gradually forming a storm. Seeing this scene, Yu Jianqiu revealed a dumbstruck look. This is... But Lin Chao could not care that much anymore. His blade momentum was already formed, and he abruptly slashed the saber out, carrying an incomparably fierce and swift blood light as it rushed towards Yi Yuan. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks actually appeared on the protective grand array on the arena under this slash of his. One could imagine how powerful the might of this slash of his was. Yu Jianqiu's expression could not help changing when he saw the situation, and he said sternly, "Quick, strengthen the array formation, otherwise the grand array is going to collapse." Actually, no need for him to instruct others. The Yu family's two formation emperors already leaped out and fired out countless spells towards the grand array. Very soon, the grand array was stabilized. The Yu family's formation masters also did not think that the Bright Moon competition's final battle would actually be fought to this sort of degree. Even the grand array they laid down already almost could not be sustained. These two formation emperor powerhouses' strengths were very strong. Under their consolidation, the grand array was already not in danger of collapsing. But right at this time, Lin Chao's saber already arrived within 10 feet of Yi Yuan as well. A hint of the delight of revenge flickered across the corners of his mouth. Yi Yuan's move had yet to form. He believed that this saber of his was absolutely able to cleave Yi Yuan into two. At least, it also had to make Yi Yuan heavily wounded and on the verge of death. As long as he could win this match, Lin Chao, would still be the winner. However, just as his saber arrived within 3 feet of Yi Yuan, he discovered, to his astonishment, that his curved blade was actually unable to advance an inch further. Yi Yuan still maintained the pose of wielding a sword, virtually bumping together with Lin Chao's blade point. However, Lin Chao's saber had no way of advancing another step forward. Huff huff. Around Yi Yuan, the one black and one azure storms became increasingly fiercer. Originally, Lin Chao's saber momentum was way more powerful than Yi Yuan's aura. Yet, Yi Yuan's aura became more and more powerful. The radius of the storm also became greater and greater. Gradually, it actually pushed Lin Chao's body back. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly snapped open both eyes.
A terrifying aura.
Instantly swept across the entire square. Supreme true intent fusion. Virtually at the same time, Zhou Jia, Yu Jianqiu, Han Tong, these pinnacle powerhouses, cried out in alarm. Not good. Lin Chao is in danger. Han Tong's expression changed drastically. His entire person dashed over in the direction of the stage like an arrow that left the bow. Yu Jianqiu gave a cold snort and said, "Your esteemed self is truly looking down on my bright moon city too much." At the same time, Yu Jianqiu's figure suddenly vanished from where he was. When he appeared again, he was already blocking in front of Han Tong. Han Tong's face fell, and a mirror actually appeared in his hand. The moment the mirror was displayed, it erupted with an outrageous aura. Yu Jianxiu originally came carrying flames of wrath, wanting to teach Han Tong a good lesson, but seeing that mirror's power, his expression involuntarily changed drastically, and his figure retreated explosively. Right then, Yi Yuan's aura became more and more astonishing. The two strands of azure and black forces suddenly rolled together, forming a terrifying attack. Ah, don't! Lin Chao did not have the chance to escape at all at this time, and could not help giving off a cry of despair. Spirit extinguishing azure cloud sword. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. Sword chi flashed and disappeared, heading straight for Lin Chao. This streak of sword chi alternating between azure and black contained two types of supreme true intent. One was the azure dipper floating zero sword, the other was the slaughter supreme true intent. Two kinds of supreme true intent fusing, the power of this sword actually tore a large rift in the void. Rumble. The powerful sword chi directly made the defensive grand array shatter, blasting the Yu family's two formation emperors flying out. Under this sword, Lin Chao was dead for sure. But right the final juncture, a figure suddenly cut in between the two people. Han Tong scared away Yu Jianxiu with one move and blocked in front of Lin Chao with the fastest speed. Spirit horn shattering mirror. Break for me! Han Tong gave a fierce cry. The mirror in his hand erupted with shocking power. Rumble. Terrifying azure black sword chi actually gradually became faint under this mirror's illumination, and finally vanished from sight. Yi Yuan's certain kill sword was actually extinguished just like this. Lin Chao plopped onto the ground, his face incomparably ashen. His eyes were dull and lifeless. Clearly, he had not walked out of the fear of death yet. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he looked at Han Tong as he said icily, "Divine artifact." Everyone was staring fixedly on the mirror in Han Tong's hands. This mirror was actually a divine artifact of the legends. To be able to repel Yu Jianxiu, this level of pinnacle expert, it had to be a divine artifact. Divine artifact. It's actually a divine artifact. Didn't think that this trip to Bright Moon City, I'd actually see a divine artifact come into being. Just what background does this divine martial hall have to actually possess a divine artifact? Divine artifact coming into being. Could it be that divine Tao is going to descend again? The martial artists watching the fight were all shocked to their core. They did not think that coming to watch the Bright Moon competition they actually saw a divine artifact come into being. Today's battle situation was simply where developments of the situation kept reaching new heights. First was Yi Yuan transforming into half-dragon physique. Then it was Lin Chao's blood god transformation directly breaking through to Tao profound. Following that was Yi Yuan actually fusing supreme true intents. Lastly, even a divine artifact actually came into being as well. In the beginning it was still okay. But fusing supreme true intents, that was something that divine king powerhouses did. The disparity between divine king powerhouses lied on this supreme true intense fusion. Only by fusing supreme true intents could it allow a divine king's strength to surpass other divine kings. The reason why the 10 great divine kings were powerful was that they fused several kinds of powerful supreme true intents. That was how they were able to show disdain on all under the heavens. But Yi Yuan, this youngster who was just at first level phaseless realm, he was actually able to fuse supreme true intents already. When he broke through to divine king realm, how terrifying would he be? One could say that as long as Yi Yuan did not perish, he would inevitably become a 10 great divine kings class powerhouse in the future. As for the divine artifact spirit horn shattering mirror, that went even more. Without saying, ever since divine Tao dwindled to zero, divine artifacts no longer appeared as, well, even the 10 great divine kings only used transcendent grade holy artifacts too. But today, a divine artifact actually came into being once more. How could this not astonish them? Han Tong did not answer Yi Yuan directly. His expression was likewise solemn, as he said, truly didn't expect that at your young age you're actually able to fuse supreme true intents already. It was this Han who miscalculated. Instead, since Lin Chao is already defeated, your esteemed self is the victor. Why is there a need to exterminate ruthlessly? Our divine martial hall will just concede. At this time, Lin Chao abruptly startled awake and suddenly let out a loud laugh and said, "Ha! I'm not dead yet. I'm not dead yet. Yi Yuan, so what even if you fused supreme true intents? Aren't you still unable to kill me?" Lin Chao's state was as if he went mad, shouting at the top of his voice, venting the negative emotions in his heart. Yi Yuan looked at Han Tong and said coolly, "If I, Yi Yuan, want to kill people, you can't stop it. Today, Lin Chao must die." Hearing Yi Yuan's words, the people all sighed unceasingly. A divine artifact coming into being, even if Yi Yuan had 3 heads and 6 arms, it was also not possible to kill Lin Chao. As long as there was Han Tong around, their divine martial hall was in an impregnable position. Didn't he see that someone as powerful as Yu Jianqiu also kept a good distance away in the face of a divine artifact? Yi Yuan's words were clearly putting up a bold front. Han Tong sneered coldly when he heard that and said, "What an arrogant brat! Want to see just how you break through the spirit horn shattering mirror in my hands? Ha ha! The spirit horn shattering mirror can shatter all attacks. Unless you're an expert on the level of the 10 great divine kings, otherwise forget about wanting to break through. Just the likes of you want to kill me too," Lin Chao said haughtily. At this time, Yu Jianqiu slowly came to Yi Yuan's side as well, and said to Han Tong, "Since you all have a divine artifact in possession, I'll spare you all from death today. Bring your people and immediately get lost for me." Han Tong chuckled and said to Yu Jianqiu with cupped fists, "It's still city. Lord Yu who knows better. This Han will take his leave here. Yi Yuan, your talent surpasses others, but desperately upholding your face, the one who loses face can only be you." Done talking, Han Tong brought Lin Chao was just about to leave.
Halt!
Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. Han Tong turned around and said indifferently, What guidance do you still have? Did I let you guys go?" Yi Yuan said coolly. Yu Jianqiu also did not think that Yi Yuan would pester so unreasonably. The other party was holding a divine artifact in his hand. Once they lost all decorum, Bright Moon City would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Even if they could strike down the other party, in the end, the losses outweighed the gains too. Yi Yuan, as long as the Green Hills remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Better let them leave first. The might of a divine artifact is not what you can contend with, Yu Jianqiu urged. Ha ha ha. He who understands the times is a wise man. Yi Yuan, you even used supreme true intent fusion. Could it be that you still have some trump card? Han Tong said with a laugh. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, I, Yi Yuan, always mean what I say. If I want Lin Chao to die, then he has to die today. Seeing Yi Yuan still harass with an unreasonable demand, Han Tong was finally truly enraged. Humph! Truly refusing face when it's given. If not for cherishing divine essence, you'd already become a dead man earlier. Is it possible that you really think I don't dare to kill you? Rumble. Yi Yuan did not speak. 2 streams of black and azure force formed around him. Once again, he was actually going to use the spirit-extinguishing azure cloud. Sword once more. Reckless and blind thing. Since you're seeking death yourself, then I can't save you either. While talking, Han Tong brought out the spirit horn. Shattering mirror. Spirit-extinguishing azure cloud sword. Kill. One sword unleashed. Shook the world. Fool. It's all the same outcome even if it's repeated 1,000 times. Spirit horn shattering mirror. Break for me.
Han Tong halted.
But right at this time, an enormous pagoda descended from the sky, crushing toward Lin Chao.